Happy Friday. You love the pearls? I got the pearls. We got our pearls too. We also have a couple new props. I have a drum and a mini tambourine so that we can play music for the Trumpers. And I have many other props as well. We have our new bell. Hold on, we got a bell. So that when they get something right for once, we can actually reward them with a little bell sound. Folks, so if you are, hey MT, hi MT, how you doing? Hi my friend. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We're already over halfway there. That's awesome. We're gonna get started in just a minute with our first conversation, okay? Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a chat. But if you are voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. If you are voting for Kamala as well, please share the live. Help us get more folks into the live stream by sharing the live. We're going to get started in just a minute. Yeah, the bell for when somebody, like for when a Trumper says something right, we have this bell that we ring it. But if you look, it's actually very dusty because it doesn't really get used much. They don't really say anything right. So yeah, it doesn't get much of a workout. But maybe you'll see the light of day someday. And folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a chat. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button, hit the share button. Ooh, my cough. Oh, please, I hope this cough doesn't act up today. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy. Come on in. We are going to get started with our first guest in about 60 seconds. So again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 20,000 likes. Y'all are already past 10,000 likes. That's wild. Okay, we're going to get started in just about 30 seconds. How's everybody's day going? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing good? All right, folks. If we do have any mods on as well, I would greatly appreciate it if you could help us keep the chat relatively clean, but we'll see if they keep it that way. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, help us get to 20,000 likes. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Congrats. That's disgusting.
Sorry to hear that.
No, it's not too late to change it, right?
Never too late.
Yeah, so why are you voting for a felon?
A felon.
Did I stutter?
I'm just voting for Trump. Yeah, I'm just voting for Trump. The other stuff I'm not aware of.
Right, you said you're voting for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a felon. So why are you voting for a felon?
I'm not aware of him being a felon.
Really? The 34 felony counts, him being found liable of sexual abuse, him being found liable of civil fraud, it doesn't ring a bell?
Yeah, those are charges.
Derek, thank you so much for the $5, man. I appreciate it, Derek. Thank you for the love. Okay, so again, Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts. He was a convicted felon. He is out on bail right now and awaiting sentencing. Do you understand that?
No, for what I've been seeing, it's been appealed and it's in the process of being overturned.
Okay, but from what you're saying, my understanding is that you would believe in Santa Claus if you saw somebody dressed up in the mall as Santa Claus. Just because you see something on the internet doesn't mean it's true. You're saying something's going to be overturned for Donald Trump, but nothing has been or will be overturned. Donald Trump, again, has been found guilty on 34 felony counts, found liable of sexual abuse, found liable of civil fraud. Those charges and those convictions will not be overturned. So why are you voting for a felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Because all that you just said, all of that is on the internet. That's why I don't really pay all that no mind. Because all that's on the internet.
Not the internet. Yeah, that's not the internet. That's the criminal justice system. You're confused.
Yeah, but I don't believe them either.
Okay, so what do you believe? What do you believe?
I believe that Trump is best fit to run this country.
I'm not asking you what you believe. I'm asking you, where do you get your news? How do you learn? Who teaches you? Let me guess,
I learn from what I'm going through. I learned from what I'm going through. And
no, you probably learned about foreign policy on the back of a box of Lucky Charms. Let's be so real. So again, why are you voting for the convicted felon? If you want to break that down, that'd be great.
Because he did a great job during the pandemic and was disrupted. And they came in.
What did he do well during the pandemic? Did he do well when he was implementing some sort of mass distrust among the vaccine and among masking? I mean, did he do well when he shut down the government, shut down our economy, leaving millions of people jobless? I mean, the unemployment rate skyrocketed, inflation skyrocketed. What do you mean he did well?
But those are your answers, because that's what you saw. Remember, I was outside during the pandemic.
That's not what I saw.
Oh, you was outside with me?
That's what the government saw. That is what our country saw, right?
I'm saying, what were you doing during the pandemic, though?
Well, I was with my daddy, George Soros. So again, can we take a step back here and recognize you just said that Donald Trump handled the pandemic well? He didn't. Millions lost their lives. Millions were jobless.
During the pandemic.
Okay.
I was active during the pandemic.
Okay. Congrats. What is the millions were jobless?
Yeah, so
millions.
How you have an opinion about who to vote for and you wasn't active? I was outside active during the pandemic. I was helping people. I was saving lives.
What are you talking about?
I was helping people boost their immune system out here. Seymour's, elderberry. I was mailing that stuff out to people. I was helping people.
You were mailing out. Hold on, I'm sorry. So you were mailing. So you're saying that you were mailing elderberries to people, and that was you doing your part during the pandemic. I don't even know what to say in response to that.
I was sending elderberries.
Elderberries are not a vaccine.
Seymour's.
Elderberries.
I didn't say that. I said Seymour's.
CMOS, also not a vaccine.
Elderberry,
what is going on?
moringa powder. Not just
somebody dropped the
elderberry.
20. Somebody dropped the 20. I'll get them out. I don't care. Until then, I'm going to keep playing with my food until it gets cold. So again, listen very closely on this one. I'm asking you why you're voting for Donald Trump, and if you could do so by explaining in a coherent remark, that would be more productive to this conversation. Do you want to try again? Because I literally have no idea what you are talking about. Oh, let's get some W. Derek's in the chat. Thank you so much, Derek. All right, Derek is booting you from the live stream. On the count of three, everybody say hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof. Goodbye. W. Derek's in the chat, please. Thank you, Derek. Thank you for your love. Love you right back, Derek. Derek got rid of that guy. That's awesome. That guy was nuts. Do we all recognize he was talking about? I don't even know how he got on the topic of elderberries. He's like CMOS and elderberries. I don't even, like, what do you respond to that? What am I supposed to say to that? Like, where do you go from there? Hello, Gast, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
That's your average MAGA Republican. Let me set the tone here. More MAGA Republicans are going to come up and say the N slur, say the F slur, and they do so because they think it's going to get my live stream taken down. I want to preface this with 2 points. One, when we're this close to the election and you need to win voters to your side, specifically Black Americans, running up here and hate criming and saying slurs, it's not going to help you win over voters. It drives voters away. Maybe you don't know that, but I feel like that's pretty common sense. 2, hi, I'm Johnny. I'm a digital strategist. I work on algorithms. For example, I'm the guy who programmed the website, coded the website that tracks Donald Trump's debt as it increases with interest, featured in HuffPost. I do this. This is what I do. Ash, thank you so much for the love. This is what I do. So when you come up here and you think my live is going to get shut down, I can assure you it won't. And by screaming the profanities and the slurs, that's not how the algorithm works. It'll get your account flagged and your IP address flagged, so you get a permaban from TikTok. But I'm not saying the slurs, so I don't get flagged. Hopefully this explains it in further detail for whoever else is ignorant enough to misunderstand how an algorithm works. Again, if you come up and start screaming slurs, I'm just going to boot you, but you're not going to shock anybody. Like, this is what MAGA Republicans do all the time. But just know it doesn't affect me. right? Because my account doesn't get affected. Yours does. Hopefully that was a good explanation for everybody. Did that make sense to everybody? Did everybody understand? We're all on the same page now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no. I came up here and say one thing because, like, I'm voting for Kamala. I'm going to say, y'all really voting for Trump. Y'all really stupid at the end of the day. I'm in your live a couple times. So, like, and I be listening to what y'all be saying and stuff. If y'all really want to know who to vote for, y'all need to go online and search up what y'all need to know before y'all even trying to vote. Because at the end of the day, if he can't in office, America gonna be fucked up anyway.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for taking the time. Let's get some W's in the chat for that, guest, please, and thank you. Let's get some W's in the chat. EDM, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes. I just had a question.
That's gross. So I get the first question, actually.
Okay.
How's your day going?
Fine.
I don't actually care. So why are you voting for Donald Trump, the convicted felon, civil fraudster felon?
Well, can I ask you a question? I just wanted to clarify
No.
something.
Can you tell me why you're voting for a sexual abuser?
Well, I don't see him that way. The last time I had a
What do you mean you
conversation,
don't see him
he was
that
pretty
way?
polite. So,
Okay, that's fine and dandy.
so you
Congrats.
just being mean to
So
people?
explain something. Again, this is a sexual abuser and you just said you're voting for him. And
I
then
don't
you said
believe
that
he
you
is
don't
that,
see it
but
that way.
if you wanna
But
see
it's not
that.
up to you to see. Were you a judge in the case? Were you an attorney in the case? Were you a juror? You were none of the above? Okay, so then your opinion on what he is or isn't is redundant because the criminal justice system says he's a sexual abuser. Thus, he's a sexual abuser. Understood? Great. So why are you voting for a sexual abuser?
Well, I think he's going to preserve the freedom of speech so that even if people you might disagree with are able to voice their opinions so that they aren't simply silenced by the mainstream media who gives out this narrative every day.
Are you talking about
not only
Elon
narrative,
Musk?
but,
Like how Elon Musk silenced liberals, like on Twitter?
I don't think that at all. I think that's happening on
silences
TikTok, Instagram, and
liberals?
Facebook with the Hunter Biden laptop.
Really?
If we
Sure,
want to
that makes
talk
so
about
much
one
sense.
app, we can
Let's
do that.
consider this. You are on here right now on a TikTok platform, and you just suggested that TikTok is silencing your free speech, while you are quite literally
It's shadow bans
expressing
people. It doesn't
your
silence
free
everybody.
speech.
It
Shadow
doesn't
bans.
silence everybody. You're
Okay.
missing the point.
All right. No, trust me, I'm not. When it comes to
You're
algorithms
definitely
and
missing the
digits, trust me, I'm not. So again, let's understand this in better detail. You're saying that Donald Trump is going to fight for free speech, but Donald Trump is quite literally textbook definition fascist, anti-constitutionalist, right? So you think he's going to protect your First Amendment rights when he already violated your Second Amendment rights, right? For example, his bump stock ban, which was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court, ruling he is the first modern day president to violate the Constitution, more ironically, the Second Amendment. But sure, we can't trust him with the Second Amendment. Let's trust him with those First Amendment rights. Come on, stop playing.
Okay, well, can I ask you a question, or am I not allowed to do that?
I have no idea what you're doing
platform.
right now, but
Am I allowed to
are
ask
you
you a
like
question, or am I
washing
just
dishes or
silenced? Can I ask you a question?
are you washing dishes?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what's with the
Drinking out of a
background
Reese's
noise?
cup?
Yeah.
I think we all have normal lives here. Can I ask you a question now, or am I silenced once again? I guess you can't even ask.
Let me think about
answer
it.
the question.
Let me
of
think about it.
Ask a
Let me
question.
think about
That's
it.
crazy.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
Mind blowing. Yeah, you have to
Thinking
think
about
about
it.
it. That is the problem,
Let me
buddy.
think.
That is the problem.
Well, I'm
You're the host.
thinking.
You just dictate like a piece of
Quiet
shit,
down.
buddy.
You're crying. You're already getting emotional.
You're
like
just mind blowing the irony.
profanities.
You can't
Put
see
a
that.
quarter
You're-
in the
you're
swear jar
displaying right now,
Put
buddy.
a quarter in the swear jar. You're swearing. You're crying. You're using profanities. You don't need to be this emotional. This really isn't that dramatic.
Okay.
Yeah. Calm
Yeah.
down. Okay, Pookie.
So
why are you voting
Kamala
for the
and the Biden
criminal?
administration eliminate DNA testing at the border? If we're just so against sexual assault, and that. If we
So
want to
are
talk
you
about
concerned
sexual
with the
assault,
border?
I am. The DNA testing that's not being
What state
allowed
are
by
you
the
from?
Biden administration. Go ahead and answer that question for me.
Yeah, well, what state are you from?
Why is that relevant to them eliminating DNA testing at the
Because
border?
this is important. What state are you from?
Tennessee.
Okay. Wow, somebody from Tennessee talking about the border. Well,
Am I not allowed to have opinions unless I'm on the border?
nope.
Am I allowed to
So
have
again,
opinions about
respond
black
to this
people unless
now.
I'm black?
Let's talk about
What a challenging statement to make, buddy.
what was that?
Oh, I'm not on the border. I can't have an
Oh,
opinion about the
folks,
border.
he's already
God
shown his
forbid.
racism.
God
Listen
forbid, buddy.
closely. Are you ready? Do you want to keep crying or do you want to conversate?
I want to ask a question when you answer it.
Right. So this conversation about the border would be redundant because if the border bill that was put forth in a bipartisan way with Mike Johnson, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden passed, without Donald Trump blocking it, we wouldn't have anything to speak on regarding the border. The border would be secured in its entirety. So let me ask you, do you support the wall?
Yeah, I support.
Great. Do you want to put 2,000 border agents on the
The
wall?
wall alone will fix the
Right.
problem.
I agree.
think
The
so.
wall alone won't fix the problem. Do you want to put 2,000 border agents on the wall to monitor it?
I would like to increase the security of the border. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what that
So that's a
entails
yes.
exactly, but yes, I would
You
like to do
do.
that.
It entails 2,000 border agents.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to put a cap on? Do you want to put a cap on immigration?
I want to not allow
It's a yes or
illegal
no.
immigration.
It's a yes or no. I really don't need the
No,
fucking
it's really
coming of
not,
age.
though.
It really
I'm all
is.
for legal
All right,
immigration
take a step
against
back.
illegal
Let's see.
immigration.
Is this a yes or no? Chat. Do you
not-
want to put
it's
a
not
cap?
yes or no.
Quiet.
We
Maybe
can
it's,
talk about how
maybe it's
DNHS
not a
is
yes or no
eliminated at the
for you
border,
because
which
maybe
means
you have
child
a
sex
processing
trafficking goes
issue.
away.
Quiet time. First off, don't talk about trafficking on here. There are certain guidelines you need to follow in the live stream.
I'm allowed to talk about it
Recognize
because
that.
you talked about
no,
sexual assault
actually,
already.
quiet time. And no, I never used the word assault. Second point, I want to make clear here. When you're passive aggressively unmuting yourself, crying in between every phrase I say, then you are a child. Act like an adult if you're an adult. Okay? You're running out of the live stream now. Do you want to run away? Because I'll get the cowbell and we could cheer you out of here. You just agreed to Kamala Harris's border policy. You recognize that? You were midway through endorsing Kamala Harris's border policy, and then you are running away because you got caught. My voice is still coming out of your cell phone because you didn't leave the live stream. So you can either shut down your phone entirely, which I'll laugh at you when you do because that would be funny to watch, me forcing you to shut down your phone entirely, taking more time out of your day. There you go. He shut down his phone. Let's get a cow emoji in the chat, please. No. So what just happened there was that guest endorsed Kamala Harris on the border. We got halfway through the plan before he ran away. And then he recognized what he was doing and he decided to run away because he realized, oh snap, I'm already endorsing Kamala on the border. That's wild. That's wild. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am. And what I'm trying to
That's
do, I've
disgusting.
asked you in your talks that I want you to block me so I cannot hear your voice anymore.
Cry
Thank
more.
you.
So why are you voting for the felon?
Just block me. I don't
Cry
want to
more.
hear you. I
Why are
can't
you voting
block
for the
you,
felon?
So now just block me.
That doesn't make any sense. You're saying you can't block me. Sorry, if you don't know how to block somebody, maybe you shouldn't be using TikTok. You don't know how to use a cell phone, but somebody put a cell phone in your hand. You are absolutely the kind of guy who gets a call from a Nigerian prince and gives him $20,000.
What?
Like, you were the kind, not you. That guy was definitely the kind of guy who gets those scam phone calls and is like, yes, prince of whatever, here's the $20,000. If you don't know how to block somebody, you should not have a cell phone. Blake, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yup.
That's disgusting.
Why?
Sorry, I was talking about your voice, not the Trump thing. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Mainly because of the border crisis.
The border crisis? There are less border crossings today than there were at this point in Donald Trump's presidency, so stop playing. Do you care about the border? Do you care about border security?
Yeah, I do. There's 70,000.
What is Donald
per
Trump's
year.
border policy?
We need to shut down the border because.
No, what is Donald Trump's border policy? What you just said isn't a border policy. What is Donald Trump's border policy? Go ahead.
You can only.
Do you want to answer?
Right now, we have people coming.
Do you want to answer what the border policy is?
See, this is just redundant. Like,
The border policy isn't redundant to a conversation about the border.
what's Kamala's border
If you don't,
policy?
okay, so you don't know what Donald Trump's
What's
border
border-
policy is.
What
so you
border
don't know.
policy is-
So you don't
wanna
know?
talk?
Can you admit that you don't know what his border policy is before you move on to Kamala's?
Do you know Kamala's border?
Can you
policy?
admit first? We're not going to pivot. So you won't tell me what Donald Trump's border policy is because you don't know it. You understand that? But you brought up border security. How hypocritical is that? So I'm going to tell you what Donald Trump's border policy is. You tell me what you do and don't support, and try to do so honestly. Do you want to build the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to put 2,000 border agents on the wall to monitor it?
Well, at the end, you're just going to say this is Kamala's.
Nope. And if you're here thinking, is this Kamala's? Should I say no to this? Then that speaks volumes to how much of a sheep you are. So do you want to put 2,000 border agents to monitor the wall?
How many people died to fentanyl under Biden?
It was a yes or no. 2,000 border agents, yes or no?
Oh my God.
You can keep trying to pivot your way out of this. I'm not moving. I'm not budging. So answer the question. We have a couple more. Do you want the 2,000 border agents?
Sure, give me the 2,000 border agents.
Great. Do you want to block asylum seekers who are coming in illegally?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to give border states money to secure the border how they see fit? It's called states' rights.
Yep.
And do you want to put a cap on immigration?
No, if they come here legally, then
Gotcha. So let me get this right. So you want to take all the illegal immigrants, let's say 20 million illegal immigrants come over in a day. You're going to say, hey guys, turn around and go through the legal way. It's fine if you 20 million immigrants flood our border, just do so legally.
yeah.
That's what, oh, wow. Damn. So you support the wall, you support the 2,000 border agents, you support the block on illegal asylum seekers, you support states funding. That is Kamala's plan you just endorsed. The only policy that you disagree of hers is that you don't want to limit immigration. Okay, so that's weird. So you're actually not conservative. You're not even democratic. You are, I mean, you're tiptoeing blatant socialism. Like, what's going on here? Like, you just said you want a wide, hold on, think of what you just said. You just said you want a wide open border. Think about it. You just said you endorse, hold on, take a step back and consider this. You just said you want a widespread open border. You understand that? Do you understand what you just did? You just said you want an open border. No, I want you to respond to what you just did. You just said you want an open
not even letting me
border.
respond though. Every time I speak,
Why
you're
would
just
you not
talking
want a
over me.
limit on immigration? Break that down.
Just talking over me,
Hurry
bro.
up and answer. I'm not talking over you. I'm trying to get you to respond to my answer without
You're
pivoting.
literally actively talking
Keep
over
crying.
me.
Answer the question.
You're actively
Keep
talking over
crying.
me.
Answer the question.
How is saying that I don't care if people come here legally socialist?
Okay, so you're saying you want a wide open border, correct?
That is not what I said.
You just did. You said you don't want to limit immigration. I even explained to you how we would limit immigration.
You said immigration.
Right, but now consider this. If you wipe out illegal immigration entirely, and instead of having 20 million illegal immigrants, now there's 20 million immigrants coming legally, you still have a flood of immigrants.
Okay.
So my point
Riddle me
is,
this.
you're
Riddle me
saying
this.
that,
Riddle me
hey,
this.
we're just going to have all
Why
of these
do
immigrants
people-
come in legally, but let's just do it through an open border. Like, why do you want an open border?
right,
Why do you
ask you
want
a
an
question,
open border?
please? Can you give me, like,
I would like
10
you to explain
seconds
why
to
you
speak?
want an open border.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
Why do
to
you
speak?
want an open border? No, you're going to answer to what you just did. You just said you want an open border. Chat, I'm not letting him run from this. To the MAGA Republicans in the chat saying let him pivot, we're not pivoting.
This
Like,
isn't a
why do
debate,
you want
bro.
an open
You're just
border?
talking over me.
No, I'm getting an answer out of you. You're going to respond. I'm not letting you pivot. Respond. I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
So if there's 20 million people coming in illegally, you know why they're trying to come in illegally?
I don't care why they're coming in illegally.
Because they
I want
can't
them
come
out.
in
You
legally.
don't. You're saying
That's
let them in.
why.
I'm saying get them out. Did you notice how I'm a Democrat saying get out the illegal immigrants and you're here saying,
Have you
let them in?
noticed that you said like 100 more words than I have?
Have you noticed that you're trying to pivot from my question? Again, answer the question because I'm not letting you pivot from it. So again, let's understand something. You just endorsed
isn't a
Kamala
debate
Harris.
if you're, like,
This
in
is you
control of the
crying
entire
every
conversation,
single
bro.
time I hold you accountable. I hold you accountable and you say this isn't a debate. I say you need
This
to answer
isn't a
the
debate.
question.
You're holding me
All
accountable.
right, here's what
right?
we're going to do. Blake,
You're holding me
listen
accountable.
closely. You endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy and then said you think she's too tough, that you want an open border. That is effectively what you said. I'm holding you accountable to that. And this isn't me interrupting you, because every time you try to pivot, I stop you by talking over you and then telling you to go back to what you just did. And you're trying to run away from that. This isn't a debate at this point. This is me holding you accountable for what you said. Once you do that, we can move on. Right? Once you do that, we can move on. This is roaches for raid, right? Like you keep saying, Johnny, you're not having a conversation. Johnny, you're not letting me talk. No, I am not. You may speak so long as it's in reference to what you just did. If you're trying to pivot, I will bring you right back to it. We will come right back. Unmute. Let's go. Blake, stop crying. You muted yourself. Unmute. Let's go.
Hello?
Great. So, why did you just endorse Kamala on the border policy?
I didn't.
You did. You just did. On video. Did I forget to mention that this is filmed? Adrian, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, Adrian. So why did you just endorse Kamala Harris on the border policy? And Brian, thank you so much for the $20. Y'all are too nice. Thank you for your love. So tell me again, why did you just endorse Kamala Harris on her border policy? You said that you didn't like her border policy. You said you supported Donald Trump, but then you endorsed Kamala Harris's border policy. Seems hypocritical, doesn't it?
I mean, I guess so.
Great, as long as you recognize that.
But that's not my point, though.
Should be.
My point a long time ago was that there's 70,000 Americans every year dying from fentanyl overdose.
Redundant.
And the Biden-Harris
Redundant.
has done nothing.
Redundant. Not true and also redundant. I appreciate you Googled an outdated stat.
True.
I'm not done. I appreciate you Google an outdated stat, but that problem will be solved in its entirety once we close the border, something Kamala and Joe tried to do with Mike Johnson. And yet we recognize Donald Trump blocked that bill.
In office
Second
now,
point, quiet time for you, Blake. You need to go now. Goodbye. You already admitted you're a hypocrite, and that's fantastic. 2, you can't say that F word you just said. Not allowed to say that. But you already endorsed Kamala on the border, so kind of got what I needed out of you. At this point, you're just a used up napkin. Like this. Daniel, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep, that's the plan.
That's disgusting.
That's what you think.
No, that's what America thinks.
Well, according to the Wall Street Journal,
According to the
Donald
Wall
Trump
Street,
actually
eat
has
my
higher
ass, I don't care.
favorability
So why are you
ratings
voting for
than-
Donald Trump?
He has higher favorability ratings.
Can you take a
than,
step back here?
Kamala.
Yeah, okay, and according to 154 presidential specialists and presidential historians, Donald Trump was rated the worst president in our nation's history. Okay? Abraham Lincoln was number 1, Donald Trump was the
Academics
worst.
historically do lean liberal. You know that, and so do I. So
this
let's
is so
not pretend.
nice. So hold on, let me get this right. You're saying that the academics must be partisan. Okay, they were
Yes.
actually Republicans. Great. Now let's move on to the point of the conversation here instead of harping on your feelings. Why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Because at the end of the day, Americans were more prosperous under his presidency.
For who? You just said Americans? Who do you speak for? You don't speak for me? Chat, does he speak for you? Daniel, shut up for a moment and look at the chat. Chat, does he speak for you? Does Daniel speak for you?
Are you not able to use 2 sentences at the same time?
No, I just don't like hearing your voice too much.
Can you not chew gum and walk at the same time, Johnny?
Quiet time. Okay, looks like you don't speak for all of us. So you speak for yourself. Use I statements, not America as a whole. Great, continue.
Again, the number of homeless people are reaching all-time highs.
No.
Yes, they are.
No.
Absolutely, they are. I have a source.
No. So let's recognize something here. You mentioned that Americans were prospering under Donald Trump, and I asked you, who is that? Who are those Americans? Can you explain to us who they are?
Wages as compared
Great.
to inflation
Who
were a lot
are
higher
the
than-
American? I appreciate what you're doing here. I appreciate that you Googled one phrase, and notice how you're saying a response to my question that is completely out of line and unrelated to my question. That's because you only Googled certain things and you were hoping I would talk about them. What I'm asking you to do is tell me what Americans were prospering under Donald Trump, and you're not responding to that because you didn't chat GPT it before you came on here. Can you respond to that, or do you want to go chat GPT first?
That's all right. The majority of Americans were more prosperous under Donald Trump.
So middle-class Americans weren't prospering under Donald Trump. Farmers weren't. Small business owners weren't. Women weren't. Black Americans weren't. LGBTQ plus Americans, they weren't. Especially the T Americans and the LGBTQ plus Americans, they weren't. So please don't play this with me. Okay? Let's talk about a policy that Donald Trump implemented, though, that maybe benefited the middle class. Let's start with the economy. Break it down for me.
Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Go ahead. What was the tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations via that act?
I don't have that in front of me.
Really? So you just brought up the act as though that benefited the middle class, but you can't tell me what the tax deduction was. Why would you bring it up?
Reduce the tax liability for the middle and lower class.
Let me get this right. You just said that this provided a tax cut and you brought up the tax deduction, but you didn't know the percentage. Why would you bring it up then?
Because when it comes
think
to
about it
tax
one more time.
rates
Think real
for
hard. One more
middle and
time.
lower class America,
Why, when I
we're
ask
still
you,
under the
think
Donald
about
Trump
it. Think
tax
about it. Think
plan.
about it.
You know,
I asked
everybody
you.
said that they're more
Think about
prosperous.
it.
It's under that
Think about
Donald
it.
Trump
Think
tax
about it,
plan.
Daniel. I just
don't think
asked
you know
you.
what you're talking
Think
about,
about
John.
Daniel. Quiet time. Okay, quiet time. Think about it. I just asked you to tell me a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class, and you said the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017. Yet when I asked you to tell me what the corporate tax deduction was, you didn't know. So then why would you bring it up? You don't know what the percentage is. Why would you bring it up? So I'll tell you. Donald Trump gave 14%. Donald Trump gave 14% to corporations, 1 to 2% to the middle class, 2% if you were a good boy or a good girl that year. Okay? That first off is a massive discrepancy. 14% to corporations who were already making record high profits, 1 to 2% to the middle class, who he said he was going to fight for. Okay. Also, the middle class tax cut was temporary while the corporate tax cut was permanent. That part. That right there was no justification for that. No justification. However, it's because this was a corporate focused policy, as Donald Trump's economy was corporate focused, not for the middle class. Okay. You can't pay attention because you have a 7-second attention span. Cry more. Think about it, guys. He's coming up here acting like he's a mature voter, yet he's sitting here pretending as though he's snoring because he doesn't actually care about the middle class. This guest, who I'm explaining to him how the policy benefited corporations and not the middle class, is crying. So Daniel, unmute. Let's go. Hurry up. Where am I supposed to go from here? You're not engaging in the policy. You're not listening to the facts. You're pretending as though you're snoring. So you don't care about Americans. Just say it. Right?
Again,
just say it. No, Daniel, say what you say it. Daniel.
Why is he winning electability?
Daniel, quiet time again. Say it again, Daniel. I want you to do something for me. You asked, I explained the policy, and you sat there crying. I explained the policy, and you pretend you're snoring. Again, Daniel, don't use Americans as a stat. We are more than a stat, and the middle class is more than a stat. And this is why Donald Trump is behind in the polls. This is why he's behind in fundraising. This is why his approval rating is at all-time lows. So stop playing. If you're going to use us as a stat, and the moment somebody like me tries to explain a policy to you, you pretend you're snoring, then there's nowhere to engage with you on. I get it, Daniel. You ChatGPT'd 2 points. And then I asked you about an economic policy and you couldn't explain it because you don't know anything but the 2 points you wrote on your hand before you came up here. Daniel, I don't know what to tell you. But this is pathetic beyond belief. So here's what we're going to do, everybody, because I don't think this is an adult anymore. I think this is a fetus. On the count of 3, fetus, deletus. 3, 2, 1. Fetus, deletus. Poof. Let's recognize something. I asked him, tell me an economic policy that benefited the middle class that Donald Trump passed. And he said, well, the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017. And I said, okay, what was the tax deduction? He said, I don't know. And I said, okay, so then why would you bring it up? So I explained it to him, and then he pretends like he's sleeping. He's making snoring sounds. Right, because he doesn't care about the policy. He doesn't care about what benefits middle-class Americans. He just wants to use us as a stat. And notice how his only argument was, well, Donald Trump's approval rating is at an all-time low. But if you want to say it's at an all-time high, still redundant. Doesn't make him qualified to be president, right? When he has concepts of a plan instead of actual plans. Sandy High, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, fetus deletus. Poof. Let's get up our next guest. Who comes on here on their business account? There are people literally trying to join and they're on a business account. Hey, MAGA, be smarter. If you're going to run like a small, as somebody who has operated a small business, let me help you here. Don't use your business account to talk politics. Just a thought. Maybe get a personal account. Just a thought. Let's get up our next guest. Like, I can't imagine the people who are like, yeah, here's my personal account. Oh, you know what? Let me talk on my business account. Like, how dumb must you be? Ashlyn High, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
That's disgusting. Congratulations. So why are you voting for a felon?
I'm not voting for a felon. I'm voting for a
You're
man
voting
that
for Donald
has...
Trump? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Are you
Yes.
voting for Kamala?
No. Okay, so
You just said
let
you're
me
voting
explain,
for
please.
Donald Trump, right?
Let me explain, please.
Wait, you just said you're voting for Donald Trump, right?
Let me explain, please.
You just said you're voting for Donald Trump, right?
Yes, I am, but let me
Okay,
explain.
that's a felon.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So why are you voting for the
Okay.
felon?
Because he's promised better things than Kamala Harris. I don't know a lot, and
Kamala.
I would like you to educate me. Sorry, Kamala, is that how you pronounce her name?
Her name is Kamala.
Okay, perfect. I just would like to be educated. What policies has she done during her vice presidency?
Sure.
Like policy-wise and stuff she's like worked towards that are better than what Donald Trump is promising right now.
Sure. I want to recognize something from the get-go of this conversation, and that being that MAGA Republicans like to conflate Kamala Harris as vice president with Donald Trump as president. Donald Trump as president had executive authority. Kamala Harris has no such authority. Her job as vice president consists of presiding over the Senate if a tie-breaking vote is needed, or taking over for the president should he croak, and that is it. That is it. That is all she can do. She could be assigned a committee by the president if they choose to do so, the same way Mike Pence was given Operation Warp Speed under Donald Trump. Okay? Now, I want to recognize that Donald Trump has a lack of accomplishments and that you're focusing on what did Kamala do as vice president, when in reality, you should be asking yourself, why didn't Donald Trump pass his replacement for the ACA like he said he was going to? He had the authority to do so. Why didn't Donald Trump deliver an infrastructure package? Which, mind you, he said he was going to give us infrastructure week. It never came. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris gave us infrastructure year with their bipartisan infrastructure bill. Why aren't you asking yourself, hey, Donald Trump said that he was going to, pass a policy that would build the wall, secure the border. He did no such thing. The wall's not built. Mexico didn't pay for it. But instead, you should be asking him that, but rather you're asking yourself, well, why didn't Kamala Harris pass that bipartisan border bill when we also know that's because Donald Trump blocked it? But now let's talk about Kamala, because you'd rather point the finger at her. So Kamala Harris gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Package, created tens of thousands of good paying jobs. On average, not including pandemic jobs created or lost, was creating well over double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump was creating every month. Added only half the amount of debt that Donald Trump added. Like, obviously we want zero in debt, but I'll take the $4 trillion they added instead of the $8 trillion he added, especially when you know where that debt came from. For example, Donald Trump's debt came from a 14% corporate tax deduction he gave to rich people. I didn't get that. You didn't get that. Nobody, not a single person. I know this as a fact. Not a single person in this live stream right now benefited from that tax deduction, but everybody in this live stream is paying for that debt he added. Then again, you look at Kamala, who gave us the Respect for Marriage Act. Donald Trump won't touch marriage equality with a 10-foot pole unless he's trying to strip it away. The same way he stripped away Roe v. Wade, the law of the land, for 50 years. And the same way he doesn't have a single policy to benefit a mother financially after she gives birth. Because he's not pro-life, even though he claims to be, he is pro-forced birth. But Kamala Harris has a pro-life policy of a $6,000 permanent child tax credit, just like her $50,000 tax credit for small business entrepreneurs and the $10,000 additional tax incentive alongside the $25,000 down payment for first-time homebuyers. Donald Trump has no such policy that benefits young Americans, women, or middle-class Americans. His policies are strictly corporate focused, like the 60% tariff he wants to put on China, and the additional 10% tariff is going to steamroll small businesses and middle-class Americans, raising their costs by $3 trillion and their household income costs by $2,500 to $3,900 every year. So you ask for education on Kamala's stance, you ask to know a little bit more about what Donald Trump didn't do, and I explained. Now, what I want to again preface this with is you're pointing the finger at Kamala and saying, or criticizing Kamala at least, far more than you're criticizing Donald Trump. You're saying, and folks who are saying I'm reading, no, this is called intelligence. I know that you MAGA Republicans aren't familiar with it. Not you, Ashlyn, in the chat. This is what intelligence looks like. I don't need to read from something, okay? I know you guys haven't seen it before, but this is that. So let's recognize as well. You're saying, well, why hasn't Kamala done this or done that? Or why hasn't she done more as VP? Donald Trump was president and he did nothing. Okay? He literally didn't replace the ACA like he said he was going to. He didn't give us an infrastructure package like he said he was going to. Kamala did. He didn't give us a border bill like he said he was going to. Kamala did. So why aren't you pointing the finger at him?
I was and still am. I am a young voter, so I just was able to vote this coming election. And I have just been looking for different viewpoints, and I do live in a southern state, so my exposure is very biased. And so I like to come on these lives and learn more and kind of just learn and see what other people's opinions are. And thank you for educating me. This has been a very educating experience, and thank you for this.
Look, I don't feel for you. And I mean this sincerely, because I'm somebody who grew up in a rural conservative area. And I understand when you're surrounded by folks who have that perspective, it impacts you. The same way I am far more moderate and more conservative than many Democrats. And I understand I'm in the shirt and stuff, and that's because I love Kamala. I think she's a phenomenal candidate. I wasn't doing this for Joe Biden. I didn't like Joe Biden. But I want to recognize here that I don't feel for you. I don't. Because you're an adult. At this point in time, you're able to unprogram and recognize right from wrong. You sound intelligent. So I know for a fact I shouldn't be feeling for you on this. You need to be more confident in who you're voting for. You got to be educated by now. We're only a couple weeks out from the election. Make a choice that's going to benefit you. And I'm assuring you, as another person who comes from a similar background as you, Donald Trump's not for us. Okay? Unless you're rich. Are you rich?
No, sir.
Okay, me either. So he's not for us. But thank you for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time. You have a good one.
You too.
Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, sorry, folks, my asthma's acting up. If you want to support me, folks, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. I use those funds as I travel the state and meet voters in person, which, again, is why this live stream is so early today and why yesterday's was so late. I've been meeting folks in person, not just online. Justin, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
As of this moment, I would say yeah.
Wow.
Let me say this in the fact, same bullshit, just like you heard before. I grew up in a Republican bullshit, the idea that I have to be conservative. You as a small business person, I've been following you and watching you now for a while, right? And I get in these aspects. Dude, he's a shitty person. He's a shitty person in general. Like, as a human being, just a fucking absolute, he's terrible. I'm not going to be like one of your QAnon MAGA insane people. The fact that he fell and whatever, none of that really is on my viewpoint. Now, as being a small business owner and going in the direction of where I am headed, right, the little loopholes for that rich class society actually benefit. Here are my concerns, and here are the things that, like, I am teetering on the edge, and there are, I'm borderline at this point blue, but like if I was to vote right now, odds are it would be. So I do have a couple questions. Maybe you can fill me in. Well,
I want to kick this off with something a little unrelated, but on the topic. Listen, like you said, you grew up in a rural conservative area, as did I. Okay, my mom and my pa taught me real young that you vote for somebody not just based off of policy, but also character. And the character might be arguably more important because that means you can or cannot trust somebody. So, for example, I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. I will continue to do so because at times I found Democrats who I may agree with on many policies, but I think they're butts, nicely put, and so I won't vote for them. There are Republicans where I may not agree with them on many policies, but they were respectful, they were kind, they were good people. Typically, they were mothers. I've come to learn that Republican men suck, but Republican women can actually be very reasonable, and so I voted for them. Okay, I've done both sides of the aisle here. So for you to say something like, well, you know that Donald Trump is a horrible human being, an awful person, he's terrible, blah, 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 but you're still going to vote for the sexual abuser, civil fraudster felon, then that speaks volumes as to where your character is. Okay, because on Kamala's side, you have somebody who, and let's not act like you can't, you have somebody you can trust in Kamala Harris. You have somebody who has always acted on the policy she said she would put forth. There's not a policy she didn't put forth, try to pass, or successfully pass. While Donald Trump, you have a guy who said he was going to replace the ACA, he didn't. Said he was going to do the infrastructure package, he didn't. He said he wasn't going to touch the Second Amendment, and I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. I don't like when my Second Amendment's touched. And then he violated it. Directly in violation of the Constitution, according to the Supreme Court. So this speaks volumes as to where your character lies if you're throwing character out of the conversation altogether. But let's talk about policy here if you want to continue.
See, that's the other side. I'm not going to stand here and say that I can mimic every policy or even be well versed on it. And that's like genuinely why I watch it and listen to guys like you, is because this isn't my line of work. Like if I'm coming in and you're asking me, you come to me to build a house, I can tell you exactly what to do. I'm coming to you in the aspect that like I need to know some policy. And there's a couple things in my concerns here, right? So as a business standpoint, do I think that like he could run and operate the United States as a business far better? I would genuinely think that would be the case, right?
But we already did this. So we know it's not to be the case. He was already president. So saying a hypothetical, for example, like, oh, I think that Donald Trump can run us as a business, we know that not to be true. He didn't do it well the first time. This is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. For example, his trade war with China that led to a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class. Businessmen tend to take risks. That is not what you should be doing with a country that relies on a global economy. Because, for example, a country is not a business. We have the largest military in the world, one of the greatest economies in the world. They shouldn't be trying to run us like a Starbucks, right? They should run us like a country. So it just doesn't work out to be true.
I completely agree with that. And the aspects that are like killing me and I have questions that need answered. You know what I mean? I do genuinely have questions, and these are not going to be things to like bash the ideals, because there are two subjects in particular that absolutely these two subjects are the full reason why like I'm at a coin toss on voting.
Okay,
I have daughters. I don't think we need to really touch much more on that. I have daughters.
You should be putting your daughters first.
Yeah, and that's my point. And this is like the situation that I'm standing on is like, God forbid either one of my daughters ran into a situation like that. Like, I don't quite know.
Do you have a wife?
He would stand up and say he fucked up on the situation and the overtone of Roe v. Wade was like dead wrong.
Do you have a wife?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Your
and
wife,
she's the one that's actually leading me more towards this way because we civilly talk politics in our household. And she was like, "You have to look at, you have to look at your daughter."
Consider the fact that your wife had more rights growing up than your daughters do right now.
It's disgusting.
Right.
And
listen,
then,
if you didn't mention the daughters,
I have a special needs little guy too. And
do you?
Then here's my problem coming into like the educational whatever it is. And this is where I would like you, if you can give me any bit of information on what to expect or like how hard it is for us to get into therapist behaviors I have a little autistic guy, phenomenal little guy. He's the coolest guy in the world.
Yeah.
This is what I need to know if you can help me out with that.
Yeah. Well, first question, what state are you from?
Same as you. I'm on the other side.
You're in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So then there are resources there, not just federal, but statewide, because your governor is Governor Shapiro, and this is something I know that he is focused on. So what I think would be more productive here.
With all that.
Yeah. So what I think would be more productive here, Pennsylvania to Pennsylvania, message me and let's have a conversation about this in a more productive manner than I think in front of 2,500 people, because I want to make sure that you have the resources for your son. And then I do hope that separately, because the resources it's not about politics anymore, right? Your son should have the resources he needs to thrive. Right. Separately, I do hope you vote for Kamala for your daughter's rights, but let's talk separately away from all this about those resources one-on-one in like a chat. I think that would be more productive to ensure you have what you need, because that's not politics anymore. That's government, that's the public service part.
Okay. Yeah. Are you serious about that?
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding, man.
Okay.
Yeah. All right,
Johnny, I'll continue watching. I'll let you get on to the next person. But I will say this. If anybody's like me in this fucking chat, keep the idea of like what genuinely a working class America looks like. If somebody like me has the opportunity to genuinely question who the better person is, don't vote just because you were told to vote.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
I'll keep an eye out for the message. Yeah, folks, very serious about that. If you are looking for resources on something, folks, specifically if you're from my neck of the woods, like if you're from Pennsylvania, message me. Brody, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
One sec. It's breaking up a little bit. Fetus deletus. And poof, he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. Fetus deletus is a beautiful spell. Beautiful spell. Banned in some states, but hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, fetus deletus. Poof. Let's get up our next guest. Where's all my Pennsylvanians at? Do we got any Pennsylvanians here? I see Abigail. Hi, folks. Where's all? Oh, we got a Philly. Hi, Mia. I was just in Philly. I saw that you folks have a portal now. That's pretty cool. No offense to all the other states in the nation, but Pennsylvania is definitely the best.
Oh, man.
Stand by that. I stand by that. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm voting for my first duty.
Okay, I can't hear you. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button. Help us get to 200,000 likes. Share the live stream as well. It'd be a big help. Okay, this guest isn't coming up. Let's try to get her next. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. No, okay, goodbye. My arm is getting tired. Folks, just answer the question. You keep making me reach back and forth to hit the button. My arm is tired. I've been knocking too many doors and meeting too many voters. Like, I want to keep touching the screen. Brian, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Of course I am.
You say "of course" as though it's exciting. Like, what is that, dude? That's like me saying, "Hi, Brian, are you voting for the grapist?" And you being like, "Yeah, grape." Like, tone it back. So why are you voting for a felon?
Why am I? He was never convicted of a felon.
Was. What do you mean he wasn't convicted?
He was never convicted.
What do you mean he wasn't convicted? No, don't pivot. Don't pivot, baby.
That's the thing. That's the thing is you demon rats try to criminalize people that are innocent. I mean, who do you think you are?
Excuse me. Donald Trump paid Republican lawyers to appoint a Republican jury, and the Republican jury that was appointed by his Republican lawyers found him guilty. So that's not Democrats whatsoever.
You're a liar.
Get me a source.
You're the biggest liar ever.
Get a source.
Where's your source?
Get a source.
Can you tell me where your source is?
Yeah, mine's called the justice system. So you get me a source that says he isn't.
The public justice system is completely corrupt.
Brian, I mean this sincerely. I don't know if it's a processing issue, if there is something going on upstairs, whatever the case be. If you're here to cry. If you're here to cry,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Fine, but then I'm not a therapist. Don't treat me like one.
You can't tell me the truth.
I'm telling you, Brian, to get me a source that says he's not a convicted felon. Go do that. You just made a claim.
Where's the source that he's a convicted felon?
There are numerous sources.
Can you tell me where their source is?
Brian, get the source.
It's
Brian,
made up lies.
Brian, you're wasting my time. Why are you wasting my time? Can you get the source?
I'm not wasting your time.
You're wasting my time.
I'm telling you the truth.
Brian, simply Google it. Go get the source. Okay? You have 10 seconds. Get a source or you're getting kicked. I'm done playing. Hurry up.
I told you exactly what it was. He was never a convicted felon.
That's not a source.
Really?
Get a source.
Are you stupid?
Do you not know how to Google?
I know how to Google.
Okay, so Google has 34 felony convictions.
Was he a convicted felon? He wasn't.
Brian!
You fucking liar.
Brian! Google.
You're a fucking
the
liar.
34 felony convictions. Brian, you're crying. You need to stop. You're lashing out. You're crashing. There were 34 felony convictions. Even MAGA Republicans understand this. You are the only one. Okay? You're the only one. So again, your source is trust me, bro, and that's not going to work. Get me a source that says he isn't a convicted felon. Go do that. Unmute. Get a source. Go. Okay, do you have a source? Brian, unmute. It's the button that looks like a microphone. It's not that tough. You can click it. You got this. Come on, Pookie. Come on. Do we need some encouragement for you? Come on, Brian. Unmute. Brian, do you know how to unmute? Wow, Brian really is emotional, ain't he? He's too scared to even unmute. Brian, why are you so scared to unmute? Because you can't find the source? Yeah, Brian? Brian's big league mad. Brian's big league mad. Hold on. Brian's bigly mad. Come on, Brian. Let's go, Brian. Come on, Brian. You can do it. You look at China. You look at Russia. Every time I ask him for a source, they always give me a source, but not you, Brian. All right, Brian, we're going to let you go, but you bot. So get up the next guest here. Smidgens. Hi, Kim.
Hey, so
you want a smidgen?
Trump's a racist, correct?
You want a smidgen? Do you want?
You say Trump's a racist, correct?
No. Do you want one or not?
No.
Okay.
So I got a question for you.
You don't like smidgens? They're pretty good.
Trump's a racist.
It's
correct?
raspberry dark chocolate. Did you say something? Sorry, what?
Yeah, so did you say that Trump's a racist, correct?
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
When?
Earlier in the live.
I did? To who?
Yeah, you said he's a felon, a racist, whatever.
No, I didn't. Anyway, so why are you voting for the felon racist?
Exactly. So why is he a racist? Can you give me one scenario where he was racist?
Yeah, sure. Look at the former president of the United States, Barack Obama, our only black president. Why did Donald Trump ask him for his birth certificate when he didn't ask George Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, or any white presidential candidate or former president for their birth certificate? That right there was him peddling racism. You could also look at the Central Park Five. Why did Donald Trump say that the Central Park Five should be unalived for something they were exonerated on? And why did he go as far as taking full pages out in newspapers advocating for their unalive? When again, they were innocent and exonerated.
No.
Okay, great. So back on topic. Why are you voting for a felon?
Because I'd rather vote for a felon than be ran by one that wants to let all these felons out.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it?
Because you MAGA Republicans say she's too tough on crime, and you're saying that she's too weak on crime. Make it make sense. Pick your battle.
Yeah.
McKaylee,
okay,
thank you so much for the $10. That's so nice. Thank you for the love, McKaylee. So let me get this again right. You MAGA Republicans say she over-prosecutes and puts too many people behind bars. You're saying, completely out of line with what MAGA Republicans have been saying, that she's too tough on crime and over-prosecutes. You're saying she's letting people out, that she's letting felons run free. Pick your battle. You can't have it both ways. Is she locking people up too much, or is she letting people go?
I never said she was locking up too much.
Right. Your party did. Donald Trump said she was locking up too much. But you're saying she's letting everybody go. So which is it? Is she letting everybody go? Or is Donald Trump right and she's locking everybody up?
I'm just debating between who I want to vote for.
Right, but who you want to vote for says that Kamala Harris is over-prosecuting. You're saying she's under-prosecuting, that she's letting everybody go. Donald Trump just said last week that she is over-prosecuting and locking everybody up. So is he right? Or are you right? Is she over-prosecuting or under-prosecuting? You can't have it both ways. Pick your battle.
No, that's a good argument.
I know. So again, why are you voting for a convicted felon? If you're concerned about felons, why would you put one into the presidency? Just a question that I think deserves a good answer.
That's a good question. But
you are not helping yourself.
No, I got a question for you.
You're really not helping yourself. Do you want to answer my question before you ask me one?
No, I'm being a Kamala Harris right now, so I'm going to avoid all the questions you asked me.
Donald Trump avoids the questions, which is why if I ask you what is his infrastructure plan, you can't answer. If I ask you what's his border plan, you can't answer. If I ask you what's his healthcare plan to replace the ACA, you can't answer because he won't tell you. So when you talk about who's ignoring questions, look no further than the candidate you're voting for, Donald Trump.
Well, that's the same.
So again, why do you want to put a felon into the presidency when you just said you don't want felons running free?
You go back to the whole debate that was live, and you ask Kamala Harris, what is she going to do for the country? And she starts
and she gives
off,
a coherent answer while Donald Trump rambles about how he slept with Laura Loomer or whatever. I don't really care who he slept with, right? We don't got to talk about that, right? So again, I'm trying to understand and better, in a more comprehensive way, as to why you're voting for the felon, and you're just not breaking it down. You said you don't want felons running free, but you're going to put a felon into the presidency. Make it make sense.
well, he's done a lot of stuff for us. Oh, you want more?
What did he do for you? Yeah, Trump University. You're right. That was great. He started Trump University. Oh, and then that ripped off students and steamrolled them with the unaccredited university. Yep. Oh, he did start Trump Casino, but that's out of business because, he ripped off consumers. What else we got? Oh, he violated flag code. He did do that for us. That was fun. When he violated Chapter 4, Title 1 of flag code by signing the U.S. flag. Or when he, exploited the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for a photo op. Yeah, he did that for us.
Yeah, he also kept illegals out of the country.
No, actually, he made them his wife.
For the most part.
Well, Donald Trump sees an illegal and he marries them. Daryl, thank you so much for the $20. That is so nice. Thank you so much.
And that just happens sometimes.
Okay. So why are you voting for the felon? Can you actually break it down in a coherent manner?
Because I love the guy.
Is it the haircut?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so we throw on the haircut. You want to vote for Kamala now?
No.
Do you want to vote for Kamala? You said you don't like convicted felons, but you're going to put one into the presidency. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay, so break it down for me again. If I ask you what is Donald Trump's border plan, could you tell me?
Well, I just want to say Donald Trump's white, so white is right.
Okay. Your average MAGA Republican, everybody. Folks, the fact I got to deal with this is insane. On the count of 3, hocus pocus. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof! And he's gone. Your average MAGA Republican, everybody. There it is. Folks, if you feel bad for me and you want to pay for whatever therapy I'm going to need after this, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not voting for Donald Trump. Actually, I'm still debating if I go for Kamala, but that's what people think.
Well, if you have any questions about Kamala, let me know. My messages are open. Let's get up our next guest. New guest, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am voting for Donald Trump.
That's disgusting.
So,
anyway, how old are you?
23.
When were you born?
I was born in 2001.
Gotcha. And you're voting for a felon because? Mommy and Daddy must be so proud. Why are you voting for a criminal?
And absolutely, that's my biggest thing. The reason I want to get on here is because the people on here, they were terrible, fucking terrible.
That's your party. That's not the people here. The people who are joining were you. That's you.
Well, and here's the problem, right? There's a lot of
miseducation.
No. This is your problem. You overtalk people.
Actually, your problem is you don't know how to read the room. You joined my live stream. You requested to join. I invite you. You asked, and I let you in. So wipe your feet off on the doormat, and when I'm speaking, you're silent. It's that easy. If you want to run away, you can. But other than that, I'm not forcing you to stay here, so I don't need to listen to your nonsense. When you come in and you... David, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it for the mental wellness fund. Thank you, David. When you come in and you say something stupid like you just did, right? Where you bash your own party. Like chat, MAGA Republicans in the chat. You understand he just called you all uninformed. He just called you all idiots. MAGA Republicans in the chat, you understand he's making fun of you right now? Okay, when you do that to them, you're spitting in the face of your own party. And then you're not recognizing that you're among those idiots, right? You are the guy who spits in the face of those you surround yourself with. You are voting for a felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster. And you're saying that the people coming up to defend him aren't doing a good enough a job to your liking. You understand that there's no good way to defend a criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster felon. So when you say that they're doing an awful job at debating, yeah, they don't have a lot to work with. So you should actually give them, first off, a little bit of credit for having the courage to come up and do it. And 2, maybe recognize that you're among idiots. Like, you're surrounding yourself among your own. Okay? All right. You have a good one now. Bye, buddy. He comes up and he's like, the people you're talking to are stupid. Okay, sir, that's your party. Like you're voting for them. Lester, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
Why is that gross?
Justice, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Oh, and Nadine, thank you for the $10. Y'all are too nice. Knock it off. Thank you, Nadine. Thank you, Justice. Justice, by the way, your name is gorgeous. That's stunning. All right, anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Do you like support sexual abuse? Do you support civil fraud? Do you have like a kink for that kind of stuff?
No,
what is it?
I support our heroes, our veterans.
Oh, but just not John McCain. Okay, let's do two things. First off, I don't know if you're playing with silverware or something, but put it down. The background noise, we don't need it. Sounds like you're getting a colonoscopy. Are you done?
I don't need you either.
Great. Second point, let's recognize here. Oh, and you ran away. Okay. Let's recognize that you just said Donald Trump is fighting for our heroes. Donald Trump dodged the draft, exploited the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for his own personal gain, to the point where Arlington National Cemetery soldiers had to file a police report against him. Donald Trump saluted a North Korean soldier, called veterans back home suckers and losers, and also spit on the legacy of John McCain, a war veteran, okay? All right, so let's not talk about, Donald Trump is benefiting our soldiers. Okay, let's be so real about this. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
All right, let me tell you something, though. You're voting for a woman that hasn't done anything.
Actually, I am voting for the woman who passed the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Package, American Rescue Plan, gave us the Respect for Marriage Act. The woman, right, who not only served in a middle-class economy that focuses on middle-class Americans like me and you and everybody in this channel, but isn't a civil fraudster, felon, sexual abuser who incited an insurrection, became the first president to be twice impeached, the one who owes $488 million to the state of New York, Donald Trump, who exploited the graves of soldiers, who said he was going to replace the ACA and didn't, who said he was going to give us an infrastructure package and didn't, who said he was going to give us a border bill and didn't. Like, let's be so real. If you're going by who didn't do anything, look no further than Donald Trump. Okay? Great. So why are you voting for that? And he ran away. Found out you're out of your league, huh? Yeah. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you like watching all the MAGA Republicans frantically run away, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. Or feel free to support me. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. I use those funds as I travel around and meet voters in person, which again is why this live stream is so early today. I do apologize. I know that we typically do it later. I'm going to try to get on again later as well. Let's try to get up our next guest. Jonathan. Oh, please don't make the Johns look bad. Don't make the Johns look bad. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely, unequivocally not.
I need to change my name. Thank you for coming up, Jonathan. I do want to get up a Trump supporter, though, so I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you, man. Let's get up our next guest. I really thought I was about to become a Michael or something. Like, I was really, guys, y'all really don't know. I was about to change my name to Jack. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
When were you born?
2021. No, not 20.
2001.
2020. 2001.
Okay, you
January
need to do
16th.
the whole nervous, blah, get over it. So why are you voting for a felon?
You do know that there are felons who work in, like,
yeah, and I don't like them
areas of the
either.
world.
And
So-
fun fact, I wouldn't make any of them my president, and I don't like them. Let me preface this with that. If you're a felon, I got a problem with you. You want to know why? Because it's pretty easy not to commit a crime. Okay? So Donald Trump is a felon.
Don't murder
I'm not
babies
done.
in the womb.
So Donald Trump is a felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser. Why are you voting for that?
Is it, did they have any proof or just allegations that he raped someone?
Straight up proof, witnesses, and evidence. Did you miss all of this?
Did you miss that anyone can say someone raped you? With witnesses?
This is insane. Wow. Listen, I get if mommy and daddy built your ideology for you, but at some point...
No one built my ideology. I learned it for myself.
Folks, you
I
said
don't
you were...
listen to
how old are you?
fake news
How old are you?
agenda.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, folks, she said she's 23. Why are y'all saying she's a kid?
Who are you talking to?
Wow, this is a kid. There's mommy
No,
in the
I'm
background.
not.
You want to put mommy on the phone?
No, what?
You want to put your mommy on the phone?
I'm 23.
We hear mommy in the background. The one who just said, "Who are you talking to?" Put mommy on the phone. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, are you stupid?
Go ahead. Put mommy on the phone. Oh, ran away. Didn't want us to talk to mommy. You got scared. Okay, fetus. Thank you so much, Channing, for the $10. Thank you, Iris, for the $5. Kimberly, Iris, and Channing. Thank you so much for the love and support. And also, Mary and Mally, M-A-L-Y. That's a beautiful name. Mally, Mary. Thank you, Mary and Mally, for your love and support. Thank you, folks. Y'all, that was so nice. Thank you. I think it's funny how her mother walks into the background and is like, "Who are you talking to?" Wow. Okay, folks, if you are a fetus, it's probably best that you don't argue about abortion on the live stream. I just think it's not a fair advantage for you. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm voting for the one who's better.
Okay, so Kamala Harris. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you voting for Kamala. Thank you. I appreciate you voting for Kamala. Let's get some W Kamalas in the chat. He said he was voting for the one that's better. That's Kamala. W Kamala. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Who's the criminal?
I'm voting for
Are you voting for a felon?
I support his policies, like stricter immigration policies, border
You got
regulations.
a dog squeaking in the background?
That's not a dog. That's a parrot.
Okay, well, before I send it to Springfield, Ohio, can you kind of move rooms or something? We don't got to do the whole...
Yeah, I got you. Can you chill, bro?
Yeah, I don't need Laura Loomer chirping in the background, right? So let's close it up. Justin, can we get like 100 W Justins in the chat? Justin, I just read your message. Thank you for your love and support on Venmo. I appreciate it, Justin. Thank you so much. That is so nice. Thank you. All right, we're waiting for this guest to come back. He's shutting up Laura Loomer. I guess he's got a bird. All right, welcome back. So why are you voting for the felon? You spoke about immigration. Was that an accurate statement? You just mentioned the border?
So you're saying that Trump doesn't want to build a wall?
Nope, he's not even running on it anymore. It's not part of his policy. It's not on his website. It's not part of the RNC platform. It's out. It's gone. It's like yesterday's news.
We spoke about it at the rally I went to.
Fine and dandy. I've also gone to numerous of his rallies, including the one in Butler County, Pennsylvania. I think it's very before you tell me what he said and didn't say, I'm telling you again, Kamala's policy straight from her website. That was the policy, and you just endorsed it. So will you now do us all a favor? What's your first name? What's your first name? What's your first name?
My first name is Faisal, but you're not letting me speak.
Faisal. So do me a favor. Say, my name is Faisal, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border policy. You could even do the whole Disney where they're like, my name's Miley, and you're watching Hannah Montana. With like the Mickey Mouse thing. So here's what you're going to do. Do the thing where you say, my name is Faisal, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border, and then draw Mickey Mouse. Do you want the wand? Do you want to go ahead?
Play the music for me?
Do the thing. Here, hold on. Let me see if I could get it. Let me see if I can. I don't know if they have that.
No, that they do have it. Go on YouTube.
Is it? Hold on one sec. I'll probably get. Got an ad. 1 second. What do I look up for that? Disney Channel? What is it called? Like the intro music? Disney Channel. Help me out here. You're just sitting there. What's the name? Disney
I don't know.
Channel.
Disney Channel Magic Song something.
Magic Wand music? Oh wait, I think I got it. Hold on. Let me see if I got it. You're getting confused. So a Disney Channel actor would be fired by this point. So you just endorsed Kamala on the border. Let's try it again.
The conservative policy plan in order to frame it for your viewers as if I was supporting the liberal side of it.
Faisal. You got to do the Disney Channel thing. Own up to it. You just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border. You endorsed her policy through and through. That is the policy on her site. Okay. You thought it was Donald Trump's, and it tricked you into thinking it was Donald Trump's. You now know it's not Donald Trump's, and so you endorsed it. Right? Now I'm just telling you to own up to what you did. Don't be a hypocrite. So here's your magic wand. I'm going to play the Disney Channel song, and you're going to say, my name is Faisal, and I just endorsed Kamala on the border policy, and then draw Mickey Mouse like they do on Disney Channel. Go ahead. Are you ready? Unmute. Let's go. Come on. Unmute whenever you're ready. If you get it wrong this time, you're fired. Okay? All right, unmute. It's the button that looks like a microphone. Do you want to run away? You're going to pretend like you don't know how to unmute the microphone? Can we hurry this up? Faisal, come on, unmute. Let's go. You gotta. There we go. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? All right.
Could you let me speak?
Do the thing.
Let me speak. Just let me speak real quick.
Faisal, I'm going to start the Disney music one more time. You're supposed to say, my name is Faisal, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border. Faisal, you're supposed to say, my name is Faisal. Faisal, I'm not, trust me, the chat can attest to this. I do not pivot. We stay on something, we finish on something, and then we move on.
No,
so again,
I genuinely
you just
have a
endorsed
question because
I don't care what you genuinely got. You just said that you endorsed Kamala Harris on the border policy, and I appreciate that. First, what you're going to do here is say, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But again, I don't pivot. So what we're going to do before we pivot is you're going to say, my name is Faisal, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border policy as I play Disney music, and you draw Mickey Mouse like they do on Disney Channel. Are you ready? Go ahead. We're going to start again. Do it again.
I have a question, bro.
You got wrong line. All right, this is your last time. You can do the line right, or you're gonna get fired. Last time.
I'm trying to learn. Do you guys see this? This guy's a joke.
All right, one more time. Let's go ahead.
He doesn't even like explain the policy, bro. I genuinely have a question on the policy to learn it.
You're fired. Listen, you're not trying to learn the policy.
I genuinely am. I have a question.
Quiet time. You're not learning about the policy. If you're curious about the policy, look it up. But you don't know anything about the policy, right? Which is why you just endorsed every single point in Kamala Harris's border package. I literally read to you what the policy is and explained exactly what it would accomplish. If you have any further questions about it, Google it. But the fact that you won't even own up to the fact that you just endorsed Kamala on the border, I'm not going to continue entertaining you. You're proving that you have no spine. You just endorsed Kamala on the border. I said own up to it, and you refused to do so. Okay. You don't get to pivot and ask me a question. If you're not going to own up to it, and you're going to be a hypocrite, I'm going to kick you. So are you gonna say it, Faisal, before we pivot, I want you to admit, Faisal, consider this.
This guy does not
consider this. Faisal, consider this. You didn't have questions. Think about this. Faisal, I'm putting you on mute. Stay on mute for 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Faisal, you just endorsed Kamala's border policy through and through without asking questions because you thought it was Donald Trump's. I even said to you, when we spoke about the limit on immigration, I said, you don't have any questions? And you said no. And then you endorsed it. But then when you find out it's Kamala's, now you have questions. When it was Donald, think about that. Faisal, think about it. When it was Donald Trump's policy, you said you had no questions, even though I asked you, do you have any questions? And you said no. You just endorsed it.
Did you give me 30 seconds to speak?
No, I want you to admit that you just endorsed the policy. Admit you just endorsed the policy or you're out. Admit you just endorsed the policy or you're out.
I just have one question.
Okay, he's not going to do it. We're moving on. I'm done playing with him. He endorsed Kamala's border policy. I tell him to admit it. He refuses. Let's also consider the fact that I asked him, hey, do you have any questions about this policy when he still thought it was Donald Trump's? And he said, no, I have no questions. Then I say that was Kamala's policy, and now he magically has 1,000 questions. Okay.
Hi.
Can you wait a second?
Sorry, I'm just saying hi.
Okay, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am not. I have already voted.
Oh, now I feel bad. Oh, I didn't know you were a friendly. Guys, this is why friendlies, I'm saying if you're a Trumper, come out. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm really excited about what you're doing. I just want to know more about your strategy. I guess, like, how long have you been doing this, and like, what do you hope to gain? Because I'm not sure that like Trump supporters are going to see this and be like, oh, I want to change my vote. And that's my worry. Is that
and that's the point. I don't want them to change their vote. So they're not who I'm looking for here. Now I want to make clear, and I'll make this super quick. I typically meet voters in person. Okay, so yesterday's live stream was much later in the night. Today's is very early. There's a point for that because I typically do these conversations in person. Quick personal part two. I was there for Donald Trump's Butler County, Pennsylvania rally. I was meeting voters in person at that event because of that tragedy that unfolded. I've been left with a little mental issue from going to large crowds, so I don't tend to do that much anymore, and I decided to jump online and do some in-person digital conversations. Now, unlike conversations in person, when I'm meeting voters one-on-one, trying to change their vote, what I'm doing here is educating voters who aren't going to speak up, but rather listen in, the moderate Republicans. So when the MAGA Republicans come up here, that vote's not changing. They're set. The ones who are like, he's the second coming of Jesus, or they're like, Donald Trump I injected bleach because Donald Trump told me to. They're not changing their vote. What I'm trying to do is point out how hypocritical they are. Like that last guy who came up and just endorsed Kamala on the border policy because he didn't know policy. I'm trying to prove how ignorant they are so that other Republicans who are more moderate see it and then decide, maybe I don't want to surround myself with that. And they decide to vote for Kamala. And it works because just yesterday we flipped 7 Republicans. And these are people who, I'm not just trusting they're voting for Kamala because they say so. These are people who are taking me to the polls with them. These are people who continue having conversations with me as they vote. So it is working. But I do appreciate you coming up and thank you for taking the time.
That's all I was curious about. I'm super excited about that. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for coming up. So again, folks, I want to make that so clear. I'm not trying to change MAGA Republicans' minds up here. I'm changing the minds of moderate Republicans who are listening in. And it's working because it's all about the education. It's all about educating, and entertaining because we also do have fun here. We have a lot of fun here. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Are you talking to me? Yes, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
I wish I wasn't talking to you, but I think you're all I got. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Well, hey, well, fucking cut me off, you dirtbag motherfucker. If you don't want to talk to me.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to kick your ass, you miserable son of a bitch.
No, in the arms of the angel. Oh, is that tear even going to fall? Hold on, Granny. Let me get one. There you go. Fly away, fly away. Oh my gosh, my heart. Anyway, so why are you voting for the criminal? Can you hurry up and answer before you start sundowning on me?
Why am I voting for him? The man was in there for 4 years. Other than COVID fucking everything up, he did great. Everybody was happy.
Do you want to break that down a little bit more?
Everybody was happy with him. You could afford cars. You could afford houses. That's why I'm voting for him. He's been there.
Thanks Obama in the chat, everybody. Let's get some thanks Obamas in the chat. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? And I'm asking you for a policy. I'm not asking you to go into an incoherent ramble about World War II. Go ahead.
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know what policy actually caused it. I'm talking about my situation. Wow. I'm retired.
Your sister wives? Did you just say your sister wife?
Money and have no problem.
Did you just say your sister wife?
I've already gone into my damn.
I just want to confirm. Did you just say your sister wife?
Biden.
Excuse me. I really got to know. Did you just say your sister wife? Did those words just came out of your mouth on video? You just said your sister wife. Sweet home Alabama. Oh gosh. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you can't tell me a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle class Americans, and you don't recognize that Donald Trump's economy was the effect of Barack Obama's strong economy. Can you tell me any policy that Donald Trump has ever passed? Any policy?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he made the border.
Oh my gosh, he can't name a single policy.
He passed a lot of policies and made the border. Well, I don't know what all the policies. Part of it was
you don't even know.
You had to stay in Mexico. You couldn't just come across like they doing now. You had to stay in Mexico until it was okay to come across. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Now, did he not do that?
There was no policy called stay in Mexico.
Oh man, give me a fucking break. You don't know what.
That's a quarter in the swear jar.
Oh no.
Your sister wife's going to be pretty upset with you after that one. So can you tell me again any policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class, or any policy period? Okay, he can't. Do we need to get the cowbell out? Do we have a runner? Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. I think we got a runner. Moo. 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 So let's get this right. Guest, my voice is still coming out of your cell phone because you didn't properly leave the live stream. So my voice is part of your phone until you turn off your phone entirely or come back into the live stream and leave properly. My voice is now a part of your phone. Consider me your new Siri. When you have a question, you say, hey, Johnny, what is that mole on my butt? And then I'll explain it to you. Okay? So again, Granddaddy, you can either come back in and leave the live stream properly or shut down your phone entirely. There you go. You did it. Good boy. Let's get up our next guest. I was really about to be there for his Hanukkah. I'm here all year long for you, my guy. You know for a fact he was like, why isn't it working? Oh, you have an echo. Goodbye. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, those are in my bio. Or if you want to hit that follow button in the top left corner, join our little family. I'd be very happy if you were part of the blue wave we got going on here.
Hey.
Can you give me a second? Kind of doing something.
What's your gender, bro?
Me? Anyway, so why are you voting for a felon?
I'm not voting for anyone.
Okay. Thanks for coming up. In honor of you, I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to get a big bucket of tea to throw in the Boston Harbor because apparently it's time for another Boston Tea Party to remind everybody else who's boss. Hi, Miranda. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Cool. Why?
Why?
Did I stutter?
You can lose your attitude.
Oh, no, I don't think so. So why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm voting for the criminal because Kamala's not going to do anything good for this country.
Okay, let's be clear. First off, you know that's not true, but let's say Kamala did nothing good for this country. That still doesn't justify you voting for a criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, right? Like, let's say Kamala did nothing. Let's pretend and say Kamala did absolutely nothing. That still wouldn't be justification for you to vote for somebody who committed sexual abuse. Okay, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are you voting for a criminal? Okay, you want to run away now? Okay. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle. We got a runner. Moo! Moo! We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle. All right, let's get up our next guest. That's insane. I'm like when they're like, Kamala's not going to do anything, so I'm voting for the felon. Okay, let's say Kamala did do nothing. I would still pick Kamala over the felon. Like, what's the... Trey, and thank you so much for the $15. That's so nice, Trey, and thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Hi, Ollie. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, mate. I'm from England, but you're a fucking prick.
Aw, tell me something I don't know. Next. In honor of Ollie, though, we are going to go to the store, get that bucket of tea, and I am going to toss it into the Boston Harbor. Who's down for a Boston Tea Party chat? Y'all want to go to Boston? We can get Donald Trump to bus us there the same way he bussed all those people to insurrect at the Capitol. Do you guys want to... Let's do a Boston Tea Party. Nice. Sounds like we're all down. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Bye. I don't get that. That says that person waited 18 minutes to come up and talk. Like, why would you wait 18 minutes to come up? And then the moment you come up, you go silent. Like, is it stage fright? You know? Is it like stage fright?
Hello? Hello?
Can you wait a second?
Sorry.
I forgive you. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not, but I just wanted to tell you something really funny because you mentioned the Boston Tea Party.
What you got?
Once I heard a Trump supporter, they confused the Boston Tea Party and Pearl Harbor, and they were like, we need another fucking Pearl Harbor.
Why do they do this? Okay, so we had somebody come up the other day. Actually, I don't even know if I could say it on TikTok against guidelines. I'm not even going to say it. I'll message you it instead. It was really bad, but they do this all the time where they forget. They mess up September 11th with something. It was really, really bad. But I don't know why they don't know their dates. It's insane. Or yesterday, one dude came up and said, I was like, are you voting for Donald Trump? And he goes, yeah. And you know what? I'm excited to vote for him on November 6th. It's going to be great. And I was like, yes, people were already commenting November 6th. And I'm like, you're going to vote for him on November 6th? And he goes, yeah. I said, don't do a day sooner, buddy. November 6th. I'm like, yes.
They're so fucking stupid. Okay,
Literally.
I'll hop off. I just want to tell you that.
You have a good one. Yeah, he was like, the guy yesterday, for those of you who were on, he was like, I'm voting on November 6th and I can't wait to watch you lose. And I was like, oh yeah, November 6th. See you at the polls. Hi, Debbie. Are you voting for the criminal?
No, but I have a quick thing that I saw on YouTube yesterday, and I thought I would love to share this with the whole world. It was all the reminders of all the things that Trump had done over the whole time he was in
message me the link, because I can share it. Yeah.
All right, because it's so good. It reminds you of everything, and then you know why you're not voting for that.
Yeah, message me the link. I'll keep an eye out and I'll check right after this, and then I can share it around with everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming up, Debbie.
Oh, bye-bye.
All right, let's get up our next guest.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Are you voting for the felon?
No, I am not.
I appreciate you coming on. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, please, if you're in the guest requests and you are voting for Donald Trump, remain in the guest requests. If you are not voting for Donald Trump, like... bad. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Rebecca?
You know, somebody with verbal diarrhea.
Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate it. Rebecca, I think we're in Rebecca's pocket right now. Do we want to sit in Rebecca's pocket? It seems cozy in here. What are we doing?
Grievances, he stops with the immigration bill and then is saying if everything is equal, how come it's 50-50?
Because
that's so ridiculous.
There are a lot of people in this country who think that
Is she watching The View?
We didn't play what he said, we didn't let
Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Let's get up our next guest. I think it's so funny when we're accidentally in somebody's pocket and we're just chilling there like like you have 3,000 people just sitting in your pocket like as you're watching The View. I don't know. I think that's the funniest thing ever. It's like you just got 3,000 people sitting there in your pocket like as you're like, anyway. Hi, Jane. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Jane? Okay. I really wanted to talk to Jane. I've never met a Jane I didn't like, so that remains to be true because that Jane didn't say anything. So at least I know that she wasn't a Trumper, because Trumpers, we know, can't keep their mouths shut. Mia, come back. Where'd you go? Oh, bye, Mia. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, somebody asked what kind of smidgens they are. They are dark chocolate smidgens with raspberry. See, actually, the funniest thing. So my mom asked me, she was like, can you get me a chocolate? She said chocolate. So I get her chocolate because I'm a good son. I'm like, Ma, you want chocolate? I'm going to get you chocolate, right? Like a good son. And then I do. And she goes, no, honey, I wanted a chocolate candle. I was like, you didn't say candle. And she goes, chocolate candle. And so I get her the chocolate candle. And then I go, I got you chocolate and a chocolate candle, Ma. And she goes, thank you. Is it 3 wicks or 1 wick? And I go, is it what? She goes, does it have 3 wicks or 1 wick? I'm like, which did you want? She goes, 1 wick. I'm like, it's got 3. just trying. Hi, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I was thinking about it, but
that's gross. But hold on, let me do something real quick. Fetus deletus.
Can I just?
Fetus deletus is a really nice spell. It's too bad it's banned in some states. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Oh, hi. Yes.
Ew. When were you born?
Sorry. 84.
Did you just say sorry?
Yeah, well, okay.
Well, okay, so I'm not going to claim to be super educated on. I did take American government in college. I'm from what I'm seeing, just in general by interviews and stuff. That's mainly what I'm going by.
Ma'am, if your college degree led you to voting for Donald Trump, it's probably time to return that college degree because apparently it didn't help.
Well, I know something about it. What's your
I'm asking, why are you voting for the felon?
Basically because look at him, he's a billionaire basically, so he's done
he's
something
$488 million in debt. And his net worth is fluctuating. His net worth. All right, calm down. His net worth is fluctuating faster than House Republicans are fluctuating through their speakers of the House. So let's recognize this. He's not a billionaire in net worth sense.
Yeah,
it's not practical. It's not a stable billion, right? He's in debt and he's not paying it off. That should speak volumes to how little money he has.
But there is something to be said about if you have enough money, you could do whatever you want. There's something to be said about still staying in the race, doing the extra. He doesn't need to be here. He
does. Because if he's not, he can't pardon himself. Ma'am, let's mind you, he ran for president. He announced his candidacy after he got charged, right? He's going to pardon himself if he wins. This is in part why he's running. Because if he doesn't, he's facing prison. Like, you understand?
All of that was unfounded. It got thrown out recently by that one. Yeah, that lady, the mayor.
Ma'am, he has 34 felony counts, a civil liability, a fraud, and he was also found liable of sexual abuse, and none of that was overturned or tossed out.
It was by that one mayor.
Okay, give me a source.
I forgot her name.
Give me a source. That's fine. Source. Okay, it shouldn't take you this long. What's the source?
I just seen it and I just heard that it was getting thrown out.
Okay, so what's the source?
Oh man, I forgot her name. It starts with the L.
Could you not just Google it? Why are you doing this?
What do you mean?
You couldn't just Google it? You just had me dancing to Jeopardy. For what?
I did just try to Google it. I just didn't get there fast enough.
Right. No, it's because it didn't exist.
No, it does exist.
Go get it.
Because I seen it. Okay.
Me just throwing it back. All right, you got the source? Do you have a source or not? Hello?
It hasn't even gotten verified or anything.
Okay, so you gave me an unverified source about Donald Trump no longer being a felon.
I didn't give you a source yet. I just gave you
you don't have a verified source.
I never claimed.
So Donald Trump has 34 felony counts. He's found liable of sexual abuse, found liable of civil fraud. You said it was tossed out and overturned. Okay. Then you couldn't get me a source to verify that claim. Can you tell me why you just made that claim? And why do you keep saying mayor? You know that if a mayor told you that this was overturned, that doesn't stand. The mayor has no judicial background.
Oh, okay. But okay, so
you have a degree?
Do you have a degree? I'm just curious.
Do you have a degree?
No, I just went to college for like 2 years and then
Okay, I was gonna say, you said you had a degree. I'm like, return that.
No, I have I was in social work.
Thank goodness she's gone. That was weird. Oh my gosh. Oh, great, she's back.
So why?
So you're voting for the felon because
why are Kamala voters like how you are? You guys You guys are very. You guys are very like almost ignorant. Like you don't want to hear.
We're ignorant.
Else.
Really, we're ignorant. Not you, who just said that you had a source that suggested Donald Trump's cases were outright overturned, and then you didn't have a source, and you who thought that a mayor has judicial authority, but we're the ignorant ones. Man, you just said a mayor has judicial authority. You understand that? Hold on. Do you understand that you just said a mayor has judicial authority, but you just called us the ignorant ones?
I think they
Really?
do have judicial authority. They do have. There's gotta be.
Whoa! What is that thing? Oh my gosh, it's Laura Loomer! Did you just see Laura? Thank you so much for the Laura Loomer. That was so nice. Wow, that was stunning. Thank you so much. Did you, Lorna? Oh, that was Lorna. Lorna L sent Laura Loomer. Thank you so much. That was so cool. Did you guys see how close it looked like her? That was crazy. Guess, did you see that? It looked just like Laura Loomer. That was crazy. Thank you, Lorna, for the Laura Loomer. All right, continue talking. So why are you voting for a criminal? Oh, she ran away! Why'd you run away? What happened? What happened? Cow emojis, please. No! Let's get some cow emojis. Some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! Let's get up our next guest. She got scared by Laura Loomer. Lorna, you scared away her by sending a Laura Loomer, you silly goose. You scared our guest away.
Hello.
Was I talking to you yet? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Ew. Why?
So many reasons.
Do you have like a thing for the civil fraud? He commits civil fraud and you're like, yes!
So you asked me why.
And I want an answer, hurry up.
Number one, which I could give you so many reasons, but number one,
You can name one, that'd be great.
The debacle at the border is atrocious.
The debacle at the border. Really? You have less border crossings today than you did under Donald Trump. You understand that?
Okay. There are 320,000 missing
There could
children.
be 420,000 missing children, and yet you can thank Donald Trump for that. Ma'am,
cannot answer the
ma'am, do
question
you
about
honestly,
what
why
happened.
would you just lie like that? Do you genuinely think that there are 300,000 children that are just running around the country unaccounted for?
No, they're being sex trafficked.
Get a source. Get a source. Go. Get a source.
No.
Source,
You
go.
can give me a source when
Get a
they're
source.
not. You cannot give me a
Ma'am,
source
there are
when
not
they're
300,000 kids running around the country unaccounted for. Go get me a source that says that. Also, you can simultaneously look up the source for the fact that there are less border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump. Go get a source.
No. No.
Shoot fly. Don't bother me. Get a source.
So would you like to move on? Because obviously you're not.
You want to move on because
because
you don't want to give a source?
He can't answer the question.
You don't want to give me a source because you can't. Because there is no source for that. You understand? Okay.
No.
If you don't provide a source, that's because one does not exist. Elise.
Have backed Donald
Thank you.
Trump.
Thank
The
you.
Border
Thank you.
Patrol
Thank you,
has
Elise.
backed Donald
Thank you,
Trump.
Elise. Thank you, Elise. So before you say something completely wildly stupid once more, do me a favor. You just said that there are 300,000 children unaccounted for because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Get me a source that says that to be true.
The Border Patrol.
That's
they
not a
backed
source,
her.
and that is not true. They did not say that. But if they did, go get me the headline. Go get me the get the headline. Get the headline. Elise. Elise. I am not asking you again. This is my last warning. Get the source. Do not just name, well, Rite Aid Pharmacy told me. I don't care. Get me the URL. Get me the headline. Go do that. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Go.
No.
Okay. Goodbye, Elise. You have a lovely day, you little conspiracy theorist. Keep living your life, you little cuckoo. That's crazy. Come up and say something that crazy and then don't give a source and then think I'm asking for it. Ma'am, I'm not asking you for the source. I'm telling you, you're going to go get the source. You don't want to do it, you get kicked. It's that easy. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Ink and Die, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Jane, are you voting for Trump?
I am not.
Oh,
I
Jane.
refuse to vote for a rapist.
I appreciate you coming up. You and I both. You and I. Pardon the cough. You and I both. You and I both.
Hello.
Do you want a smidgen?
vote for Trump.
Do you want a smidgen?
What's your uncle's name?
Do you want a smidgen?
No, you can enjoy him.
Okay, cool. Because I wasn't going to give you one anyway. I was told as a child you don't share with criminals, people who vote for criminals. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Because you're idiot and your stupid ass and that crazy ass woman. Yes.
So why are you voting for the felon? Can you respond coherently? Listen, I get it. You're probably starting to sundown. You could feel it in your brain. Before you start fully sundowning on us, can you please tell me why you're voting for the felon? Give me one good reason.
How much you guys getting paid for this shit?
It depends how much my daddy, George Soros, wants to pay me. Are you saying that I get paid by the DNC? Because I would love to be paid by the DNC, but I haven't gotten a check yet.
I can't call you sir.
No, you could call me daddy. So I haven't gotten a check from the DNC yet. Where's the check? Venmo, PayPal in the bio. Venmo, PayPal in the bio. Where is my DNC check?
What is your mom's name, Daddy?
You just say is my mom's name Daddy? What's up with you MAGA Republicans and the whole incest thing? Y'all are kind of weird. I don't know why you want your mama daddy, but it's a little odd. So why are you voting for the felon?
Because you idiots like treat us that way.
Can you answer the question? Or are you already sundowning? We can move on.
Why? Because you guys are idiots.
Okay. All right, folks. He's sundowning. Let's get up our next guest. It's a little early to be sundowning. It's not even 2 o'clock on the East Coast, and you're already like... I think there's toothpaste in my toes. Like, calm down. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So why are you voting for a felon? Karen, thank you so much for the $5 for a DNC salary. That's
Why
funny.
are you so on your high horse?
Why are you so on a high horse? Can you answer the question? If you can't say why you're voting for the felon.
And ask how I'm doing first before you
I'm not going to do that because I'm not asking you on a date. So what I'm going to ask you is why are you voting for the criminal, which is what you are doing. So why are you voting for the criminal? Can you respond?
Because I'm not happy with the Democrats and what they've produced the last 4 years.
Get over it. Makes zero sense. Let's say that you're unhappy with what the Democrats accomplished, which one makes you ignorant because you probably don't even know what they accomplished, but let's say they accomplished nothing. That is still not justification to vote for somebody who committed sexual abuse, civil fraud, and is a felon. You understand that? Hopefully you understand that. So tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And here's a challenge for you. This time, try not to say Kamala's name. Good luck. I know that's going to be a hard one for you.
Well, I don't really want to vote for the Communistic Party.
But you're voting for Trump, so...
Democrats stand for communism.
Okay, what's communism?
It's more government control is what it is.
Nope. Define communism. That ain't it.
There are a lot of different definitions.
Oh, you can't define it. No, there's one definition.
Can you stop for a second?
There's one definition. Define it. Go ahead.
No, there's a lot more.
And don't confuse it with fascism or authoritarianism.
No, that's false. That's false. You just made a lie.
So there's there's fascism, authoritarianism,
Find your words,
communism.
Okay? Find your words. Here we go. Slow down.
There's fascism, authoritarianism.
Do you remember the Vietnam War?
Communism.
Do you remember the Vietnam War?
So can you tell me what communism is?
Do you remember the Vietnam War?
He can't tell us what it is. Don't run around calling people communists when you can't say what it is or define it. Okay? Okay? Kelly, thank you so much for the $5, Kelly. I appreciate it. Ooh,
Can we have a conversation and not have?
Do you want a tissue?
Salad?
Do you want to continue crying? Do you need a tissue? You want to cry more? Here, wipe your nose, then pick yourself up by the bootstraps and try to have a conversation. So why are you voting for the felon? Why are you voting for the felon?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. Try again.
You remember the Vietnam War?
Yep.
Why did we fight against?
Wow, do you know what's so redundant right now? The Vietnam War. And why? Because we have two candidates running for office, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And if you want to talk about people and the Vietnam War, let's talk no further than Donald Trump, who dodged the draft. But tell me again, why are you voting for the felon who dodged the draft?
Because he dodged the draft because he had bone spurs. Okay?
Oh, he had bone spurs! Yet people still served with bone spurs. You know that? Okay, so why didn't Donald Trump? And why is Donald Trump Your preferred candidate when he's a felon.
I think another reason that he probably didn't serve is because he was busy employing thousands of people.
At the time he was drafted, he wasn't employing anybody. You understand that?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sir, Donald Trump dodged the draft, but you want to talk about the Vietnam War. Then I ask you to own up to that, and you start going into sundowning, saying, well, he was employing thousands, and that's why he couldn't do it. That doesn't make sense. He wasn't employing anybody yet.
Dude, I want to vote for... Listen, I want to vote for somebody who lost $1 billion because they didn't make money off their presidency. Okay,
he did, though.
Reason. No, he did not.
How about... Well, okay.
Isn't that worth...
We could talk about... Okay, calm down. Calm down.
No, I'm not finished.
Calm down. First off, there's 3 facets to the equation here. 1, there are the small for him, but for us, this is a lifetime amount of funding, like the $8.2 million he got from foreign governments through his hotels.
What was his net worth? What was his net worth before he started?
Okay, so that was money laundering. 2, we could talk about the $2 billion that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, his daughter, got from the Saudis because they worked in his admin. Like, he put his family in his administration so they could profit off of it. You know that presidents don't put their family in their admins because of this? Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump got $2 billion from the Saudis. So when you're like, he lost $1 billion, well, they got $2 billion back. So look at that. And that's from the Saudis alone. And there's multiple sources on this, starting with the New York Times. 3rd, we can also talk about his businesses. You're saying, well, he didn't make money. Okay, Jimmy Carter, when he became president, gave up his peanut farm. Donald Trump didn't give up a single thing. Rudolph, thank you so much for the $5 just because. Love you, Rudolph. Donald Trump didn't...
Speaking of peanuts...
Hold on, quiet time. Donald Trump didn't give up his businesses. He was making money off of the backs of Americans throughout his presidency. But you're saying he lost money? Get out of here. So again, why are you voting for the felon? That cough.
Why do you keep muting me, douche?
I think it's funny. So why are you voting for a felon?
This is a fucking waste of time.
Crime more. Why are you voting for the felon? Can you answer, or do you want to pivot again?
More? You want more reasons?
You haven't given a single reason. Not one. You understand? Everything you have said has not consisted about any policy, preference, or standpoint that Donald Trump would implement or stands on regarding his campaign and presidency.
Hey, well, I like his policies.
Great. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class during his first term. Go ahead.
Are we running off his first term, or are we running off his policies?
Oh, you want to forget about his first term because it was that bad, huh? No, you got to own up to how awful his first term was. I'm sorry that you don't want to talk about it, though. That speaks volumes to how weak of a candidate he is. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Go ahead.
There's border security.
No.
No.
That's immigration. I'm talking about the economy. Thank you. 12, economy. Stick to the economy.
So 12
economy.
12 million people coming into our country is not going to affect our economy. Genius?
Economy.
Can you let me speak, dude?
On the economy, yes.
12 billion people coming into
no
this
economic
country
policy, huh?
is not going to affect our economy?
I don't need a talking point. What I need is a policy that benefited the middle class economically. You can't name that. Nervous laugh? The nervous laugh much?
This is fucking hysterical, dude.
It's really not.
We had the most thriving economy under Donald Trump that we've seen.
Thanks, Obama, in the chat. Let's get some thanks Obamas in the chat, please.
50 years.
Thanks, Obama.
Were you blind? You benefited off it. You got Daddy Trump's check, okay? Didn't you? Remember Daddy Trump's check that you cashed and put in your bank account?
Do you often refer to him as your daddy? Okay, so that's why you got a crush on him,
He's your daddy, and he's going to crush you.
It's a personal kink, ain't it?
He's going to crush your candidate again.
Why are you fantasizing about Donald Trump and I getting it on? It's a little odd, don't you think?
Listen, I call my partner wife, okay? You call yours daddy.
That was for Amy. Amy pitched in $1 to mute you, so thank you, Amy.
Listen, I have a wife I call honey. Go ahead, mute.
That was also for Amy. Thank you for the $1. So anyway, why are you voting for the felon? Can you respond, or do you want to cry more? Again, if you need a tissue, here, get it out of your system. Hurry up.
Do you call your boyfriend daddy? Or do you
George Soros? I call him daddy, yeah.
Or do you call him honey?
It depends. Which boyfriend are we talking about? I have 7. George Soros, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. Anyway, so, why are you voting for a felon?
You have 7 boyfriends.
Okay, why are you voting for a felon?
Because I like my freedom. That's why.
Okay, you like your freedom, so you're going to vote for the guy who violated the Constitution, the guy who implemented a bump stock ban that was in direct violation of the Second Amendment, having been overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court, the guy who incited an insurrection to overthrow the will of the people, who suggested and urged his vice president to overturn the election. You understand that at the get-go of you deciding you wanted to vote for Donald Trump, you should have asked yourself first and foremost, why isn't his vice president running with him again?
Because his vice president was a douche. That's for one reason.
How? Why? Because he can't overturn the election? That's why? Is that why you don't like him?
I think that he was a pompous white.
That doesn't make any sense. Think about that. You don't like him because, hold on, you're saying you don't like him because he wouldn't overturn the election. Is that right? But you like freedom. You said that Donald Trump's going to protect your freedom, but you understand his own vice president wouldn't run with him because he asked Mike Pence to violate the Constitution and overturn the will of the people.
Listen, Donald Trump did nothing.
Whoa! Shut up for a second. Okay, you're redundant to me at this point. Thank you so much, Sandra. Can we get like 1,000 W Sandras in the chat? Sandra just sent $100 for slapping down this guy. Thank you so much, Sandra. That is so nice. Also, a massive thank you to Joe as well. Joe, thank you for my new aluminum foil tinfoil hat. I don't have an aluminum foil hat on me right now because I am traveling, meeting some voters. But also a huge thank you to Kelly, to Jasmine, to Kimberly. Thank you folks so much for the love and support. That is so nice. Thank you. All right, if you want to keep talking, but let's try to stay on topic.
Thank you for the $666. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
If somebody wants to drop me $666 right now, I will end this live. Listen. Just because people are supporting me so that I could continue traveling and meeting voters, that's because they like my mission and like what I do. The reason nobody's supporting you is because you're coming up here advocating for stripping away the rights of women.
How do you know no one's supporting me? I just got a Venmo.
Nobody's supporting you because you're advocating for stripping away the rights and freedoms of women, of LGBTQ plus Americans, of Black Americans, of workers, of union workers, of middle class Americans, of small business entrepreneurs, of farmers, of veterans. You're basically advocating for stripping away the rights of everybody except you and your sister wife. Okay, so let's get back into this. Why are you voting for the criminal? Oh, and that was for Maria and Janice. Olivia, thank you so much for the $30, guys. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Olivia. That is so nice. Y'all.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the $6.66.
Okay. So why are you voting for the criminal? Can you hurry up?
Christians out of a rally. Thank you.
Can you hurry up? Why are you voting for the criminal? I'm still not understanding why you're voting for a felon. You're really not breaking it down.
For one reason we haven't touched on is I would like to see little douches like you actually be put in their place, okay, and cry. I'd like to see. There you go. I'd like to see.
Well, considering we won the election the first time. Thank you, Kelsey, for the $6.66 for the DNC payment. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, DNC. So let me get this right. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's border policy is? Do you know what it is?
I do know that he blocked the Lankford bill. That was their second time around. That was a piece of trash like the first time around.
Do you want to build the wall? Amy, thank you so much for the $5. That is so nice. You didn't have to do that.
Yes,
thank you, Amy. So you want to build the wall?
You mean finish it. You mean build more wall. There's already a wall there.
Yeah, thanks to Obama. Obama built 400 miles on the wall. Obama built 400 miles on the wall. How much of a wall did Donald Trump build? Go ahead.
More than Joe Biden built.
No. Tell me again. How much did Donald Trump build?
Well, you're saying
how many miles? I'm asking you to tell me the numerical digit.
I'm lying.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to tell me the numerical digit.
How many miles?
How many miles did Trump build?
How many miles did Obama?
You won't answer. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. So again, Obama built 400 miles. How many miles did Donald Trump build? Answer the question. It's not that hard.
Are you talking about new and rebuilt or new?
How many miles of the wall did Donald Trump build?
Over 400, new and rebuilt. New and rebuilt, yes.
Okay, no. I don't need Donald Trump to paint the nails of the wall that was already there. So Obama built 400 miles of the wall. Donald Trump built 50. So again,
was 80. It was
hold on,
80,
listen closely.
actually.
Shh, quiet time, baby.
It was
No, it was
80.
50.
Stop. You're wrong.
But
You're
quiet
false.
time, baby. Let's say it is 80. I don't care. Because 80 is nothing compared to the 400 Obama built. It could be 399. Still less than Obama. So let's take a step back here and recognize saying he built 80 and not 50 ain't the flex you think it is when Obama built 400 miles. Understood? Thanks, Obama, in the chat, everybody. Now tell me, you want to build the wall? Do you want the 2,000 border agents that Donald Trump wants to monitor the wall? Yes or no? You want to pay those salaries? Yes or no?
Yeah, we have to.
Really? Fine. I'm going to ask you where the money comes from for those salaries, though. But hold on. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers? So if somebody comes here and they're seeking asylum, but they do so illegally, which I understand, you want to block them? You want to turn them around just because they do it illegally?
Absolutely, yes.
That makes zero. Fine. Do you want to give border states money? Donald Trump says we're going to give them millions of dollars from taxpayers because it's states' rights, and that if he misses a crack or crevice in the wall, this is going to help them fix it. Do you want to give those states border money? You want to give the border states more money?
I don't know about that. I need to look into that. I haven't
It's just a yes or no. Do you want to give border states money? Donald Trump does. You want that? You voted for it.
Explain to me how that works.
Donald Trump is saying we're going to build a fund. So if I build this big wall and there's a crack or crevice missed and Greg Abbott thinks that he could do better, then Greg Abbott can do it himself. You want to give Greg Abbott money?
Oh, yeah. Now, thank you for explaining. Yes, I think that would be great. 100% I would.
Sure,
yeah.
fine. Okay. Yep. Let's just throw all the money out. Last one. Do you want to put a limit on immigration? You want to limit immigration?
Are you talking about legal immigration?
Legal. Oh, yeah. Donald Trump says, you ready for this? Donald Trump says if you have a cup, if you have a bottle of water and you fill it, he says at some point the bottle of water overflows, just like a country, because apparently a bottle of water in a country is the same thing. So he says we're going to fill up the bottle of water, and once it's full, we're going to cap it. You want to do that? You want to turn people away?
If we're having a mass migration of illegal people coming into this country, not abiding by our rules, yes, I would.
Fine. Okay, so you want to cap immigration? You want to you want to cap immigration? Build the wall. You want 2,000 border agents. You want to block illegal asylum seekers, and you want to give millions of dollars to like governors like Greg Abbott to secure the border. Really? Really? Okay. You want to talk about Kamala's plan? Because it makes sense.
Wait, can we go one by one?
Hold on. Hold on. I want to talk about Kamala's plan before you start yelling.
You've been talking the whole fucking time.
He's going to start yelling. I already know. So we're just going to put him on mute. Guest, that was Kamala Harris's plan. That was not Donald Trump's plan. And you just endorsed it and justified it. You quite literally went step by step and justified. Oh, wait, are you running away now? Yeah. So again, hold on. Before you start crying, just stay there. Stay on mute. Get it all out of your system. I know you just endorsed Kamala's border plan. It's gotta sting. It's gotta hurt. I didn't do that, though. You did that. I tricked you. I pretended as though I didn't support it. And I said it was Donald Trump's plan. I pretended like I didn't know where the money was going to come to pay for it, even though I do. And you endorsed it. So do me a favor. Here's a magic wand. Say, my name's Amos, and I just endorsed Kamala's border policy. Go ahead. And then do the Disney Channel with the mouse. Go ahead.
I'm Amos, and I just endorsed
Kamala Harris's border policy.
Kamala's border plan that she stole from Donald Trump.
Woo! Yeah, she didn't steal it from Trump, buddy. But woo, we almost got there. Woo!
Like, no
Let's go. W Kamala in the chat. Let's get some W Kamala in the chat. W Kamala. Let's get some W Kamala in the chat. So this guest just endorsed Kamala's border policy. So am I done playing with my food here, or do I need to keep playing with it? Because it's kind of old and soggy at this point. This is kind of old and soggy food at this point. This is like playing with day-old spaghetti. Do I need to continue? Can I move on?
Is this like the no?
Let's hocus pocus. On the count of three, everybody, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof! And next. I mean, we were pretty done with him. He already endorsed Kamala's border policy. There's not much more I gotta talk to him about. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure we're done. Thank you so much, Terry, for the $6.66, and Crystal as well for the $5 from DNC. From DNC. Guys, stop sending me money from the DNC. Y'all are wild. Y'all are crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get up our next guest.
Hello?
Can you give me a second? I'm kind of doing something, right? Life's not about you. Thanks, Cupcake. Hold on. Diana, thank you so much as well for the $25 on PayPal. That is so nice. Folks, thank you for the love and support. I appreciate it. Love you right back. All right, Corey, why are you voting for a criminal?
Go.
Goodbye. Do you know what's funny? His account went out the moment he said go. So he said go. He was about to say go F blah, 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 and then slur. But he got shut down the moment he did it. Did y'all notice that? He was about to say go blah, blah, blah. And TikTok said nope and booted him right out. Y'all notice that? Y'all catch that? His mic went out the moment he said go. And he was going to start slurring and running and blah, blah, blah. Got kicked the moment it happened. That's funny. That's incredible timing. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, let's get up our next guest. Y'all hear the birds in the background? That's how you know I'm in the rural community right now. I love it. Love it. Meeting rural voters. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a chat. Why do they all keep running away? Why do they all keep running away from me? Why do all the Trumpers keep running away from me? Let's get some cowbell in that. Oh, why do all the Trumpers keep running away from me? Bow, 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 bow. Valerie, how are you voting for Donald Trump? Valerie.
No. Can you hear me?
Have a good one. Let's get up our next guest. I don't know why all the Trumpers keep running away, but I just want to be their bestie and talk to them today. Hi, Leroy. Are you voting for the criminal?
I did.
Shame on you.
I understand.
So did you come up here because you wanted a fucking sticker or something? Dude, this says, are you voting for Donald Trump? Not did you vote for Donald Trump? So you're basically redundant to me at this point. Let's get up our next guest.
Hold on, wait a second.
Bye. Cry more. Do you know what's funny? It said he was waiting 2 hours to talk to me. He was waiting 2 hours to talk to me so that he could get 10 seconds and say, I already voted for Trump. Congrats. Here's your sticker. That's 2 hours of your life you ain't getting back. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, Ella. How you doing?
Oh, hi. Wait, can you hear me?
I can. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 20, so this is the first election I can vote in.
Oh, wow, and you're really picking the felon. That's not a flex. That's really gross.
Well, actually, it's up in the air whether he's going to be acquitted of those.
Yeah, give me a source that says he's going to be acquitted. I'll wait. Go ahead. Go on.
No, I said it's up in the air. So.
It's really not. So get me a source that says it's up in the air. Go ahead.
Anyways, it's okay. Let's go on to the policies or whatever else.
Great. So you know it's not up in the air. So Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts. He was found liable of sexual abuse and found liable of civil fraud. Why are you voting for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, felon? Can you break that down?
Okay, so what policies do you like with Kamala?
Can you answer my question?
Okay, I would like to talk about the policies.
And I would like you to respond to my question. As nice as it is to ignore the fact that your candidate is a felon, rapist, civil fraudster, we're not going to ignore that, right? Because this isn't Nikki Haley. This isn't even Ron DeSantis. This is a felon. So if this was a normal candidate, we could say, you know what, let's talk about policy, and we will talk about policy still after I get a response out of you. Why are you voting for a rapist, criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, felon?
I don't know the details on his.
It's you.
Who's that?
Do you like it?
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
It's really kind of you.
I captured you in 3 minutes when you start getting upset and start ranting. I figured you might be angry, so I did the... I think it's cute. I like it.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, so why are you voting for the criminal? Go ahead.
What was
Why are
it?
you voting for the criminal?
I like his economic policies.
Okay, can you break that down?
I like the lowering the taxes, the raising the tariffs.
Okay, let's understand something. First off, talking about the tariffs wasn't a good plan under Donald Trump. It's why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. They talk about the trade war on China and how he lost that trade war. That trade war is the tariffs. It's just a different name for it. So for example, the 15 to 25% tariff that Donald Trump put on agriculture, that led to farmers having an export market crisis as they lost China as a consumer. They had a surplus and supply and demand issue, and they had to pass off rising costs to small businesses, who then passed it off to middle-class consumers. It was the equivalent of a $230 billion tax hike on middle-class Americans. That's not a win.
Okay, well, I like the goal of keeping the work in America and that is what lowered the unemployment rates. I think it was good. It helps. It goes into.
We agree.
There's a lot of factors.
Hold on. We agree that we should want to keep jobs in America, but Donald Trump lost jobs. Okay, he lost jobs, and then when he created jobs again, he only created half the amount of jobs that Joe Biden created. On a monthly average, Donald Trump created 178,000. If I was counting pandemic jobs lost, it'd be negative 30,000. But I'm not going to do that because that's not fair. So he created 178,000 per month. Joe Biden created about 400,000 per month, not including jobs created by the pandemic, or that would be 800,000 now. So let's get better educated on this, okay? You mentioned the tax deduction. Let's talk about that. What is the corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations like Microsoft?
Wait, I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat that last question?
What is the corporate tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to corporations like Microsoft?
Oh, I don't know the specific. No.
Wow. But you really chose to talk about the economy without knowing a simple percentage. Really.
So
to be clear, you picked this. You could have picked any topic and you really said the economy, the sole topic that surrounds around digits, and you couldn't name a simple percentage. Do you want to change topics and we could pretend this never happened? You seem nice, so we can do that if you want. I'll pretend this never happened. It just put a freaking cowboy hat on the Kamala shirt. What just happened? So, okay, break that down. Pick a different topic here. We can pivot. Let's maybe not pick the economy because that was not a win for you.
We could talk about border if you want.
Great. What is Donald Trump's border policy? Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm not very good at speaking without and so it's my bad. I think that, I know he's very passionate about not letting
marrying illegal immigrants. Yes, I agree. He's very passionate about marrying illegal immigrants. But what is his border plan?
Okay. And this is going to be a take, but if you're coming into the country illegally, I know there's not always ideal situations where you can afford to legally come into the country. I know that. So my thing is, like, if you're coming into the country illegally, we can somewhat assume that you're going to continue to do things legally. I know that's that's so much of a take, but
can you just name the policy?
If we look at all of the people that came into the country.
Listen.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, I mean this sincerely, right? Here's the thing.
Catch and release.
Here's the thing. Okay, wait. Catch and release isn't a policy. Wait. Did you just say he wanted to do catch and release? Ma'am, let's start this off again anew. Yeah, nobody's doing catch and release now. So this was a bipartisan border package that hit the floor. This border policy would have secured the border in its entirety, making the conversation you and I are having right now redundant. Okay, it would have capped immigration, blocked illegal asylum seekers, put 1,500 border agents on the ground to monitor a border wall that would be under construction as we speak, and funneled millions of dollars into border states so that they could further secure the border how they see fit, which is something Greg Abbott has been asking for quite some time. And Congress was about to pass it until Donald Trump stepped in. So That right there should be sounding the alarm for you, but you don't seem to be questioning that. You seem passionate about the border.
actually,
If you
the
are,
question-
would
I
you
have a
not
question
hold
for you.
Donald Trump accountable for blocking the bill that would have secured the border?
Hey, wait, sorry. I have to ask you something because I'll
I
forget the
need
question.
an answer to that. So
no,
write down whatever you
okay,
need, but I need an answer to
I
this.
genuinely
I
have a
appreciate the
question
pivot.
on
If you can't remember something, that's on you, Dory. What I need is an answer to what he just said.
No, sorry. I do have ADHD, so I was not listening to what you were saying.
Fine and
I really
dandy.
apologize. have a
I need
question
you to
about-
give me an answer to what I just said.
Can you ask the question again? Because I didn't listen. This is real quick, just like a quick Spark Notes version. No, okay, why are you, okay, so my question
So
is
respond to what I just said.
the
Donald
vice
Trump
president-
blocked the bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border in its entirety. Why are you not holding him accountable for doing such a thing?
That's a really good question. I would like to know also.
Oh my gosh.
Why, so,
that is a
no,
good
I'm
question. Can you answer?
Wait, why am I not holding him accountable
Correct.
for blocking a bill? I'm not sure.
Okay, ma'am,
the
let's take a
details
step
on the
back.
bill.
So I just told you the details
I
on the
would
bill. You
say-
weren't listening. So let me get this right. You weren't listening when I told you the details on the bill. So you didn't understand the border policy bill. And you didn't listen to it when I explained it to you. And you won't hold him accountable for blocking it, but you're saying you're passionate about border security. We talk about the economy.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
don't
chewing my
know
gum.
Donald Trump's economic policies, neither do you know the percentages within said policies. This is a matter of you being young and uneducated. Okay, I'm young, but at least I took the time to get educated on the policies to make an informed decision with my
that's great.
vote. Okay, you need to go
really
do the
good.
same thing. I don't feel for
I
you
am
because you're making.
undergrad
Hold on.
and so-
Yeah, take a
and
step
I
back.
don't have-
You're making Gen Z
Okay.
voters look really bad right now. So you're not going to
Okay,
do that on my live.
I
As a
understand.
fellow Gen Zer, you got to stop that. Okay. So again, take some time.
Can I ask you a question? 'Cause I really like to know this.
Take
No,
some
no, I
time.
just wanna know-
No, because you're making my generation look like a bunch of idiots. So here's what we're going to do. Take some time. Go Google it. Go to KamalaHarris.com and DonaldJTrump.com and then educate yourself and come back and we can continue talking. Okay. On the count of three, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof. Let's get up our next guest. When I'm straight up telling you about the policy and then you come back and say, oh, I wasn't listening, we're done. We're done. We're done. I'm not explaining things 3 times. Slowly but surely. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, that cough is acting up today. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the felon?
Yes.
Ew.
How's your day been?
Why?
To be honest, mate, I can't really vote. I'm not
I hear you. I hear the voice. I love when somebody from Europe comes up here and tries to tell us why or we should or shouldn't vote a certain way. I'm going to go get a bucket of tea and toss it in the Boston Harbor for you because apparently Europe has forgotten who's in charge here. All right, let's go do a Boston Tea Party. Who's down? Who's coming with? Who wants to go do a Boston Tea Party? Y'all down? Donald Trump can bust us there the same way he bust all those insurrectionists to insurrect the Capitol. I guess. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Sure am.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's real disgusting.
Yeah, hey, at least you know. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, first of all, Kamala, or however you say her
Kamala,
name,
why are you voting for a criminal?
she's a criminal. She just
that
hasn't
doesn't make
got
any sense.
caught yet.
She's a prosecutor. Just because 2 people have something to do with the criminal justice system doesn't mean that they have the same reason to do with the criminal justice system. She prosecutes criminals. That's what she has to do with the criminal justice system. He is a criminal.
She cannot
That is
prosecute
what he has
herself.
to do
She
with the
cannot
criminal justice
prosecute
system.
herself.
Man, make it make sense. What crime did she commit?
What crime did she commit?
Right.
Did you not see on
What
the?
time did she commit?
Excuse me?
Sorry, I'm just making fun of your voice. So what crime did she commit?
Did you not see her at the freak offs? Do you not see the pictures of her at P. Diddy's freak offs? And he didn't get in trouble because she was on the
Ma'am.
Senate there?
What are you talking about? What crime did she commit? And get me a source that says she committed said crime. Can you hurry up?
I don't need to.
No, you don't need to give me a source. That ain't gonna work. Can you even
So
give me a
you
source?
and the other lady on
Frankly,
here
I
that
would
go
like a
live,
source.
You all do
Respectfully.
resources and policies. This country is
I mean
doomed.
this. I mean
if
this
she
respectfully.
gets elected president.
I mean this respectfully. You come up here and you're saying you're voting for a felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and instead of responding as to why you would vote for such a thing, you deflect and claim that a prosecutor who your party claims over prosecutes and is too tough on crime, you're saying she's a criminal herself, which is odd. And then you can't provide me with the source that says she's a criminal. Do you think you're helping yourself? Do you think this makes you look good? Because I think something everybody in the chat.
Why are they giving all the money?
I think
to countries that are bombing Israel?
I think that people in the chat would actually like to see a source on this, and I'm not even talking about her being a criminal because we know that's not true.
Well,
I think they want a source. Thank you.
PDD's.
Okay, one more time, quiet time. So I think everybody wants a source here, and not about her being a criminal because we know she's not. I think people want a source as to whether or not your parents are related because something's going on here that's having you talking like this. Okay, the nonsense you're spewing is beyond human capability. I mean, this took effort. You purposefully tried to uneducate yourself. Like, that took effort. That's like getting a 1.2 GPA. You had to try to do that. You skipped class, okay? So let's unmute you here. What I want you to do is tell me, why are you voting for the criminal?
I am voting for, well, first of all, I have my bachelor's degree in criminal justice, so I'm not an
return
idiot.
it.
Now,
you might
I may
return
be
it.
a little bit of country, but I'm
You might
damn
want
well
to return
proud of
it. Ma'am,
Damn
you
well
just said
proud of
Donald Trump wasn't a criminal and that Kamala was. You may want to return your criminal justice degree. Just a thought. Where'd you get it?
Where did I get it? I got mine at West Virginia University.
Thank you for telling us.
Yes. I mean, I worked hard for that. What I'm saying is, why is all these American dollars going to other countries and going to immigrants when we have veterans sitting on our street that fought for not only mine, but your freedom and everybody else in here?
Do you care about veterans?
Yes, I do care about veterans.
You don't. I was taught real young that veterans come first and foremost because when somebody puts their life on the line to protect yours, you don't undermine them or hurt them. You support them, you back them. But yet Donald Trump, for example, signed a policy that took transgender Americans out of the military. Those who were trying to serve on the front line, protect your life, you took them out of the military. Donald Trump, the guy who dodged the draft. Donald Trump, who called veterans suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who saluted a North Korean soldier. Donald Trump, who exploited the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for a photo op to the point where soldiers at said cemetery had to file a police report against him. You want to talk about Donald Trump and soldiers? Really?
Yeah, so
well, maybe don't. Donald Trump.
Where's the policies
I'm not
on
done.
that?
Donald
Where's the
Trump,
proof of that?
Yeah. Simple
Where's
search.
the policy
Donald
and
Trump,
proof?
the guy who didn't negotiate a deal to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan or other Marines because he was too ignorant to accomplish it. Joe Biden brought home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan.
Okay, but let me
did
ask
it.
you this
I
one
ain't done.
question.
Donald Trump, the guy who wouldn't hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers. You don't
We
want
were
to
at
hold him up to
world
that?
peace when Donald Trump was
No,
president.
you weren't.
Yes, we were.
There was a genocide and starvation in Yemen that Donald Trump oversaw. Donald Trump had more drone strikes in 4 years than Obama had in 8. Donald Trump, we could talk about how he abandoned the Kurds, but you don't want to talk about any of that.
I think
So
you
tell
all
me
just
again.
hate him as a person. You all just
I
hate
just
him as a
explained
person.
policy and stance. That has nothing to do with him as a person. That was his actions. You're
Okay,
just
well, let
pivoting.
me ask
so
you
tell
this.
Me,
Let
no,
me
let me
ask
ask
you
you
this.
one question. You just asked 7. If you know how to count to 7.
Seriously,
that's what you
dude.
just asked. I'm just
Why
curious.
would you vote
so
for
why are you
somebody
voting
in
for
a rally
felon?
when they say Jesus
Thank
is
you.
Lord?
That's
She
not
says
true.
you're at
You
the
just
wrong
made that
rally.
up. You just made that up. And before we talk about that
No, I didn't
nonsense,
make it up. It's all
before we
over.
talk
It's
about
everywhere.
that nonsense, no, it's on Twitter and it was a BS video. It even got community noted by Elon Musk.
Did you
because
see
he admitted
her
his
when she
mistake.
went to the church
Ma'am,
after she said
ma'am,
it? She didn't even know
ma'am,
what she was saying.
ma'am,
She just cackled
ma'am,
around.
Ma'am, what you just said, even Elon Musk debunked. Knock it off. 2, I want to
No,
make
it's
very
not
clear
Elon
here.
Musk.
Ma'am,
No.
ma'am. 2, I want to make very clear here, you haven't answered my sole single solitary question. So now I'm going to double down on it. Tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
They needed to finish building the wall.
Ma'am,
Exactly
an
what he was
economic policy that surrounds numerical digits, okay? Not the wall. So tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Matthew, thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it, man.
Well,
Answer
I
the
really
question.
do appreciate when Donald Trump, when I could go to the grocery store to buy for my child.
That's fine and
I
dandy.
just-
The inflation rate today is 2.4%, which is the same thing it was in 2018. So tell me again, what is that one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? Can you answer?
There's not one policy that I can sit here and
I
name.
agree.
I can
There
name
is not
a
one
million.
policy that you could name because there is not one policy.
Yes, there's plenty
Great.
of policies.
Then
Trump
name
is for
one.
America, point blank.
You just said there's many policies. Name one that economically benefited the middle class. Go ahead.
Trump, they say, Trump, well, you all.
Michael,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the $20 for having to deal with ignorance like this. I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you so much. So anyway, can you hurry up and answer the question? You said that you could name numerous policies, and I asked you for one. You can't do it. Answer.
I can do it.
So answer.
A policy that Trump has made.
Oh my goodness gracious. Are you stalling so you could chat GPT it? You can't just name the title of the
I don't
policy
need it
that
because I'm not
economically supported
stupid.
the middle class?
I'm not stupid that's going to vote for somebody that's going to send America to hell in a handbasket. I'm voting
Ma'am,
for a
you
true
literally
American.
are. Can you tell me the policy? If you can't, just say so.
I'm just, why
Okay,
would
so
you
you
vote
can't.
for somebody?
Ma'am, I
No.
just told you, if you can't name the policy,
Here we
say
go.
so. If you can't name
Why
the
would you
policy,
vote
say
for
you
somebody
can't.
that says you're at the wrong
If you
rally when
can't
that mentions Jesus
name-
Christ?
Ma'am,
Jesus Christ
ma'am,
is our Lord and
you
Savior.
just debunked this. Can you name the policy?
Our Lord and Savior. That's all I
Okay,
need
can
to
you
say.
name the policy?
Seeing her say that.
Thank you for the coral wreath. Can you name the policy? Okay, you can't. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's border policy is?
His border policy?
Policy, right. Don't tell me a talking point. Break down the numbers. What is his policy?
I'm not breaking down. I don't need to break down numbers.
Ma'am, I'm going to urge you to return whatever degree you said you got right back to wherever it came from. I imagine it probably came from McDonald's. You still should return it nonetheless. So tell me again, what is Donald Trump running on when it comes to the border?
Did you not see the buses dropping off immigrants?
Can you tell me what Donald Trump is running on when
and
it comes to the
them
border?
putting out people of hotels
What is
and
Donald Trump's
schools
border policy?
for illegal immigrants?
What
and
is
they get
Donald
free
Trump's border
food,
policy?
Free phones,
Folks,
free
if you haven't
everything.
already, by the way, if you like what you're hearing, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. Or if you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, are in my bio. All right,
So
answer
what
the
are you going to
question.
do for
Answer
money
the question.
when,
What I want
when
you
the
to
red
do.
wave hits?
Yeah,
What,
I'm going
what
to
are you
marry.
going to do for money?
Right.
You
I'm
ain't
going to go
gonna
right
get
to
no
the
money.
source. I'm going to go
This
right
is
to
gonna
the
be
source.
over. You're gonna
All
have to
right.
go get a real
Listen
job.
closely. I'm telling you.
You're
I'm
going to have
right
to go get a real job
Thank you.
instead of
I'm
sitting on the
actually-
internet.
Okay, calm
trying
down.
to make yourself look all cool and big because it's going to be a red wave, buddy. And when it's over, yep.
It
Red
works for
wave,
cows.
baby.
I assume it would work for you. Listen very closely, because at least cows got a little bit more intelligence to recognize when it's time to shut up and they stop mooing. You keep crowing. So listen very closely.
I do crow.
What I'm going to do after this is I'm going to go marry George Soros and become his mistress. Now, you, on the other hand, I still need a response to my question. Tell me what Donald Trump is running on when it comes to the border. What is the border policy?
What's the border policy now? What did
What
Biden
is
make
Donald
there?
Trump running on when it comes to the border? What's his border policy? Maybe that time
No,
you
you
understood.
tell me what.
Wow, so you don't know his
Tell me
border
one
policy
good
or his
thing that they
economic
have done
policy?
in the last 4
So you
years.
don't know his border policy or his economic policy? You don't know policy? You know nothing! You know nothing? You don't know his
I know
economic
right and I
policy
know
or border
wrong.
policy?
No, I know right and I know wrong.
No, man, you don't know right from left. So tell me, what is the border policy he's running on? Krista, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Krista.
They
Can you hurry
tried
up?
to assassinate him. They tried to. They're trying to do everything.
Ma'am, that wasn't even an immigrant. It was a registered Republican. Can you tell me what
I
is
know
Donald
exactly
Trump's border
what the hell it was. I
policy?
didn't say it was an immigrant.
What is Donald Trump's border policy?
He don't want. If immigrants want to come here, that's fine.
What is Donald Trump's border policy?
I'm trying to tell you. Shut up.
Hurry up.
Shut up.
By the time you're done, I could have gone through an entire pregnancy. Can you please tell me what is his policy?
Everybody
Hurry
send
up.
his idiot gifts because he's not going to have a job very much longer. Send him all
Okay.
the gifts that he can
Can you
get,
hurry
'cause
up?
he ain't
What is
gonna
the
be getting
policy?
none. His ass is going to have to go to work like
Venmo,
every other
PayPal in the
American.
bio. You're right. Now is the time to gift, folks. Venmo, PayPal in the bio. So
Yeah,
can you answer
help
the
him,
question
guys,
instead of
because he's gonna
pivoting?
be out of work.
I get
Help
that
him.
you're angry.
Send
I
him
need you
gifts.
to answer the question. What is Donald Trump's border policy? You didn't know his economic policy. You admit you don't know his border policy either?
He tries to be like Shamika or whatever the hell her
Okay.
name is.
Let's move on. What is Donald Trump's stance when it comes to abortion? Let's try a social issue. Maybe you'll be more informed on something like that.
On abortions?
Oh my God, you don't know what it is, do you?
For real, dude.
You didn't know an economic policy or border policy. I assume you don't know abortion either. Do you know an
Well,
abortion
since you're
stance?
so fucking smart, I figured you would know. But no, don't.
Oh my
not
gosh.
for abortions. No.
Okay, my
no
turn.
abortions.
All right. May I put you on mute for one moment?
Okay.
Okay. Let me break down these candidates for you. And please don't run away midway through. Don't do that nonsense, okay? I want to make something very clear here. You didn't know an economic policy, you didn't know a border policy, and you don't even know where he stands on abortion, which is arguably the easiest way to know where he stands. Okay? With Kamala Harris, you have a candidate who is a middle-class black woman who comes from a middle-class background and who has never stopped fighting for the middle class. This is a woman who became a district attorney and an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in a state that had the 5th largest economy in the world. And you MAGA Republicans claim she was too tough on crime. When you MAGA Republicans claim all the Democrats are weak on crime, somehow she's the only Democrat you say was too tough on crime. That should tell you enough. Now, also, let's recognize that she had no right becoming a district attorney in America because every card was socioeconomically stacked against her. But she persevered and then not only became a district attorney and attorney general, she also became a senator and vice president and the leading candidate for the presidency. Then we talk about what she accomplished and we look at the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, policies that we typically associate with Joe Biden, but we have to recognize she was negotiating on. This was Kamala. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act only passed because of Kamala. The infrastructure package was the product of Kamala. So when people are like, Joe Biden did this, Joe Biden did that, take that back right now. That was Kamala, period. Give her her credit. Give her her flowers. And then Kamala Harris continued fighting. Now she's running on a $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers, $50,000 for small business entrepreneurs, $6,000 for first-time parents, which, mind you, is a pro-life policy. Donald Trump, did you know, doesn't have a single policy that supports a mother after she gives birth financially? That is not pro-life. That is pro-forced birth. When you're telling a mother you're not going to support her financially so that she could feed her baby, and you're going to force her to carry that fetus to term. Kamala is saying, I'm going to give you the right to choose. And if you choose to have a baby, I'm going to support you. Kamala is saying, you know what? You want to practice your Second Amendment? I'm going to protect it. Donald Trump said, I'm going to violate it. Donald Trump is the only modern day president to have violated the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban. This was overturned in June of this year, marking him as the first modern day president to violate the Constitution, specifically the Second Amendment. Isn't that ironic? Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. Donald Trump said he was going to give us an infrastructure package. He didn't. Donald Trump said he was going to replace the ACA. He didn't. Kamala lowered prescription drug costs. Kamala capped insulin costs. Kamala gave us a border package that would have secured the border in its entirety, but your candidate blocked it. Kamala gave us an infrastructure package that rebuilt our roads and bridges, created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created, and she only added half the amount of debt that Donald Trump created. But you're going to come up here and say, well, Donald Trump is the right candidate. No, Donald Trump is the right candidate to have his ass thrown into a prison cell. That is the only thing that Donald Trump is the right candidate for. Donald Trump is not the candidate to be serving in the presidency once more. We already saw the failure of a presidency he led us into the first time. And then you MAGA Republicans come up and say, well, life was better 4 years ago. Yeah, when people were losing their lives, when you couldn't get toilet paper at the store, when inflation was skyrocketing and the economy was closed. Sure, yeah, I miss that so much. No. So now again, I'm going to ask you, because I just taught you a whole lot there. Why are you voting for a felon? Try to justify it.
Listen.
Thank you so much, Tiffany, for the $5. Love you so much. Tiffany said not all West Virginia residents are incompetent. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany.
Shut up.
Telling your kid to shut up. Wow. Great parenting. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Even my child knows.
Don't bring your kid into this.
I mean, my child knows evil and good. This is more of a spiritual warfare than anything. It's good vs evil. It's exactly what it's all in the Bible.
Evil. Donald Trump.
No, it's not.
Don't bring up the Bible. Here's my issue with you MAGA Republicans when you bring up the Bible. You use your faith as a cover-up for your hateful rhetoric and intolerance. I'm religious. I believe we're all God's children, but my God is apparently different than yours.
I agree with you on that.
But you agree with me that we're God's children, and yet you and I see God very differently. I see God as somebody who would want us to uplift our neighbors, to support our communities. You see God as a cover-up for your hate and your awful rhetoric that violates the human rights of Americans across the board. You use God as justification for stripping away the rights of women. I use God as justification for fighting for women, for protecting the right to choose. You use God as justification for undermining the rights of voters. I use God as justification for protecting democracy. You use God as justification for undermining workers and saying that they can work a full-time job but not join a union, and I use God by saying we should uplift the middle class, and that's my justification. See,
people are saying I tell my daughter to shut up, I tell my cat to shut up.
Ash, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. We use God very differently in these homes, apparently, because my God would want us to uplift our neighbors. Your God apparently is very hateful, and maybe you should find a new one. Just a thought. So where do you want to end this conversation on? We understand that you don't know much. You don't know a single policy Donald Trump is running on, and you have no justification to vote for him. So where do you want to go from here? Where, in your opinion, should I go from here to navigate this conversation? Because at some point, like, there's not much more for you to go off of, right? Like, what do I ask you? What do I ask you when you know nothing?
I know nothing.
Yes. I'm glad you agree.
You take everything Kamala said and you say it yourself.
Kamala.
Whatever. I don't care what her name is.
I mean, it's pretty easy. What's your name?
It's none of your business.
It's actually pretty simple. Hi, I'm Johnny. What's your first name?
Hi, Johnny. How are you?
You don't know your first name, do you?
Nope, don't.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. So, why are you voting for a felon? Can you?
Because, like I said, it's good versus evil. I'm voting for good.
You're voting for evil. You're voting for the felon.
No.
You're voting for the guy who committed sexual abuse and civil fraud. That is not good. Okay. Hey, chat, is that good or bad? Voting for a felon, is that good or bad? Voting for somebody who committed sexual abuse and civil fraud, is that good or bad? Oh, okay. Everybody agrees. Bad is top comment. Wow. You know, I want you to understand something. We're never going to forget that you voted for him. You understand that, right? Like in 10 years, when you MAGA Republicans decide, hey, you know what, I'm going to pretend I didn't vote for him. And when people ask, who did I vote for? I'm going to say, well, I didn't vote for Trump. Don't blame me. We're never going to let you forget this. Ever.
Good. Because I have family that's voting others.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I got a real hunch that you got family who doesn't talk to you. So you have a good day now, all right? Hold on. Quiet time. On the count of three, everybody. Chat, this one's for you. On the count of three. Actually, you know what? I got one more question for you. Ma'am, unmute. You're using religion to justify your hate. I want to know where you stand on abortion.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Where do you stand on abortion?
Well, I actually think it's a woman's choice since I am a woman. But if it was somebody that had got raped or forced upon and the pregnancy was bad, like they got raped, or in that case, yeah. But if it's just being careless, not protection, no birth control, that is your fault. You should have that baby.
Ma'am, what's your weekly cutoff? Right now, it's about 18 to 24 weeks. Do you stand by that? Because that's when a fetus becomes into a viable pregnancy. Or are you saying
I believe that at 9 weeks, there's a heartbeat. There is a living baby.
No, ma'am. That's your personal opinion. That is not the science behind it. So again, take the religion out of this.
So when people go for their first ultrasound,
take the religion out of this,
and they have a 7 or 8 week baby.
Take the religion out. You want to put in place an abortion ban before most women even know that they're pregnant. You want to ban their right to an abortion before they even know they're pregnant.
Well, if they're not being
normal.
safe, that's their problem.
Ma'am,
that is their problem.
Get your hands off of the bodies of other women. Just a thought. Okay? Or if you want to stop abortions, why aren't you currently advocating for mandating vasectomies? Did you know that there's not a single law or policy that mandates the body of a man? Only women. So why don't you instead say, you know what, women, you get the right to choose. Men, let's mandate your bodies. Why not?
Well, I've never thought about that, to be honest with you.
I got an idea you haven't been thinking about much. Yeah. So again, let's understand here that if you actually support women, you'd be supporting Kamala. Because Kamala is saying, I'm going to give you the right to choose. If you choose to have an abortion, you have an abortion. According to the restrictions of a state, for example, the 18 to 24 week current restrictions underway will remain, but she will protect your right to choose. Now, you also have Kamala who's saying if you do choose to have a baby, we will give you a $6,000 permanent child tax credit so that you could feed your baby. So that's a permanent child tax credit that will benefit the mother. Donald Trump has no such policy. Donald Trump is saying you don't get the right to choose. I, a white man, say you don't get the right to choose as a woman. And Donald Trump who says, I'm not going to give you any money to financially support your baby after you give birth. That's not pro-life. That's not pro-choice. That is pro-forced birth, and it's giving Handmaid's Tale.
Well, I just think if you're old enough to do what you have to do to have a baby, that you should be responsible.
Ma'am, this isn't, to be clear, people aren't having abortions like buy one, get one. You understand that this isn't like
you don't
get a
live
baker's
where I
dozen, your
live.
13th abortion's
Where I
free.
live,
Where you live, it's not like that either. Nowhere is abortion like what you're making it out to be, okay? But Donald Trump's abortion bans have led to women like Kate Cox in Texas not being able to receive an abortion for a non-viable pregnancy to the point where her reproductive organs were damaged. Or Amber Thurman, who, let's get Amber Thurman up here, by the way. Oh, we can't, right, because Donald Trump's abortion ban took her life.
When it's your time to go, it's your time to go. It don't matter.
Whoa.
When Jesus says it's your time to go, that's when you go.
Whoa. I have never been left speechless. That one left me speechless. That was disgusting.
Do you
Congrats.
not believe that when
Nope, that was awful.
somebody dies in a freak car accident,
that was
that
disgusting.
it's not their time to go?
That was disgusting.
Jesus takes us when he needs us.
No.
Yes, he
no,
does.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Okay, that was sick. Let's
That's
get a
not-
hocus pocus on 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof. And she's gone. Let's get up our next guest. That was disgusting. What she just said was absolutely disgusting. I mean, oh my gosh. Who says something like that? Do we understand how disgusting what she just said was? That was so gross. Thank you, Dawadi, for the $5. That is so nice. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, tell her to return her degree and get her money back. Yeah, I know. I don't think she had a degree. I think she was fully lying about that because I don't think any accredited university was giving her a degree. Nikki, hi, you're voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Fetus deletus. Parents, get control of your children. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Parents, get your kids. This is not a babysitting service. Hi, Paula. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
And Philip, so far right now it's looking beautiful.
Paula.
Some clouds out there.
Okay, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you haven't already, hit the follow button in the top left corner, join our little family, or hit that like button as well. Help us get to 1 million likes. Numerically speaking, we could probably get to 1 million likes in like 15 minutes. Realistically, 4.3. Yeah. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, sorry, I accidentally joined.
Oh, no, you're good. You have a good one, man. Let's get up our next guest. Again, folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, America. Don't be shy. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request, your favorite convicted felon of these United States. Hello, guests. Are you voting for Donald Trump? All right, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, guest. You voting for Donald Trump?
Is this for me?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Thank you. I didn't know you were going to take my call. You said all the time.
Are you voting for Donald Trump? Oh my gosh, 3 times?
Of course. You are retired. Why are you always complaining about Donald Trump being...
So we had a couple parents come up who spoke about their children who had learning disabilities, who also had autism, but were brilliant in so many ways. Pay attention to the rhetoric coming from MAGA Republicans like that one. I want you to pay attention to what they're doing. Hayden, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? John, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thanks for the love, John. Let's get up our next guest. Man, some of these people. Oh my gosh. Also, to be clear, taking a step back to that last guy, Donald Trump ain't your candidate if you're walking around like, yeah, reevaluate your life. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, goodbye. Next up. Oh, this one again. Ew.
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Can you wait a second? Ugh, I have like a hair in my mouth. Do you want a smidgen?
No.
Too bad. You weren't getting one anyway. So why are you voting for a felon?
Because Kamala and everything she's doing is dangerous.
Kamala? English is a pretty easy language. It's Kamala. Okay, so why are you voting for the felon? And this time, try to say why you're voting for the felon. And here's a challenge for you. Don't say Kamala's name. And if you are going to say her name, say it right. Go ahead.
I just don't believe that she has...
You just did it again. Can you try to say why you're voting for the criminal, sexual abuser, civil fraudster? Stick on Donald Trump. Don't mention her. Good luck.
He's going to get rid of all the woke stuff.
Wow. How old are you? Okay. Fetus deletus. Poof! And he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. Only no thank you for, being ignorant enough to vote for the guy who dodged the draft, spit on the graves of soldiers, mocked the legacy of John McCain, saluted a North Korean soldier, refused to bring home Marines like U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, refused to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers, and for voting against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the candidate who put forth the PACT Act. Are you out of your mind?
Well,
and I mean this sincerely. Hold on. I mean this sincerely. My question is, are you out of your mind?
No. Can I talk now?
Okay. No.
Okay. Let me know when I can. I'll
go talk in a corner and talk alone. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
You don't let anyone speak, you fucking gay faggot.
You stuttered on that, really?
I'm what, bitch? I'm what? Come to the UK.
You couldn't even get it out right.
Get...
You couldn't even get it out right. You were stuttering as you said it. Do I make you nervous? I make you nervous? Okay, bye. In honor of the Europeans who are getting triggered by this live stream, I'm going to go buy a barrel of tea and throw it into the Boston Harbor because I think it's time we remind them who's boss.
No.
Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
Do you want to know why?
Not really, but I guess if you want to go ahead and talk about it. Fine.
Yeah, because I have seen, there's a lot of charges against Donald Trump, sure.
Yes, many of them.
Yeah, but I have
He is a criminal after all.
Yeah, but I have seen a lot of video clips of like Biden sniffing young girls' hair. And also his
first off,
Biden's
that ain't true about Joe Biden. And secondly, even if you, to be clear, not true, but let's say in this alternate reality that was true, I still don't care because Joe Biden's redundant to me. Let's be so clear. Joe Biden could go retire and I just would not know, right? Because I do not care about Joe Biden. He's not running for office. He's not going to be my president in a few months. Right. He's so redundant to me, it's beyond belief, okay? This is like you bringing up Richard Nixon. I do not care. So why are you voting for a criminal?
It's like if Joe Biden can get away with that, then I think Donald Trump can do some of this and get away with this.
What? Hold on. That makes zero sense. What you just said was disgusting. Oh my gosh. You take the cake. You take the cake for worst argument I've ever heard. Oh my gosh. My God, chat. What was that? What was that? Wow, your argument is that you think other people are committing crimes so Donald Trump can commit sexual abuse? Oh my gosh. So let's do you want to do a do-over? You can try again. Do you want to do a do-over?
No.
Oh no, you want to stick to that? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're advocating for sexual abuse. Why?
Sexual abuse.
Do you have a wife?
What do you mean?
Do you have a wife?
No.
I can tell. So why are you voting for the criminal?
Because, Biden is just as bad as Trump. That's what
Biden's not running for president. And to be clear, you're saying he did these things. He didn't. But let's say he did. Still don't care. He's not running for president. So let's stick to the candidates. It's Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Maybe you're sundowning. Or is this why you're forgetting so much? Tell me why you're voting for the criminal, Donald Trump. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I just don't like her. Maybe that's
right. Okay. So you have no argument to be had here. Typically, when somebody calls from the center, they give a more coherent argument than this. Did you guys have your scripts tossed away? What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on? What's going on?
I have nothing to say here now.
I can tell.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Yo, how do I quit this?
You really don't know how to operate a cell phone.
No.
Call center's running out of money, huh? Oh my gosh.
I didn't have to say this. Maybe you can just.
You're welcome. Oh my gosh, what was that? Thank you so much, John, for the $5. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, John. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Hello, are you there?
I'm here.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm a Canadian, for what it's worth. Terrified Trump is going to win.
He is not going to win. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala.
Nice. Well, thank you for coming up. Let's get some
the fuck
W
up, you're
Kamalas
fucking
in the
gay.
chat. Thank you very much. Let's get some W Kamalas in the chat. W Kamalas. Trying to get up our next guest. I think we're running out of guests because all the MAGA Republicans are scared to come talk to me. Don't be scared, MAGA. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be shy. Don't be scared. Do you want to talk or no? Okay. She got camera shy. Let's get up our next one. Folks, what are you all doing for lunch, by the way? Y'all doing anything good for lunch? It's about lunchtime. It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, almost 12 on the West Coast. What are y'all getting for lunch? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Somebody said kava. Kava sounds so good. I was in Philly the other day. Kava in Philly is so good. It just hits different in Philly. I had New York City kava, and let me tell you something. New York City kava is not it, okay? Okay, y'all ever have New York City kava? Don't. Philly kava, that was good kava. Hi, guys. Tanner, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's gross. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Tanner, this isn't your first time up.
Yeah, I know. You kick me out every single time I join.
Tanner, well then I'm going to kick you out again. Goodbye. Fun fact, Tanner was waiting 45 minutes to come talk to me. That was 45 minutes of his life he's not getting back. Hi, Tanner. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am, yeah.
That's gross. How old are you?
I'm 21.
James, thank you so much for the $25 from George Soros. Thank you so much, George Soros and James. Thank you. Yeah, so you're voting for the felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser because?
I have a question.
No, you can answer my question.
I know, but you do this every time.
Yeah, and you can answer my question. Here's a life lesson for you. This is my live stream. When you step into it and request to join, because I didn't invite you, you requested, and I let you in, wipe your feet off on the virtual doormat and answer my question.
All right. Well, I'd like you to. Okay. I will answer your question.
No, yeah, I'm done playing with you. I don't ask something 3 times. Let's get up our next guest. There's a long list of guests here. I'm really not playing. Like, do I look like I'm the one? Because I can assure you I'm not. Maybe somebody else, but it ain't me. Let's get up our next guest. Bow, 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 bow. Pew, 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 pew. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get someone up here. Come on, folks. I think that like they think they're gonna come up here and like be disrespectful like that, and it's just I'm really not the one. Like, Jake, hi. You voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's gross.
Why is that gross? You're
pretty. You know why that's gross, right? So why are you voting for a felon?
Why am I voting for a felon? So
yeah.
Why? Or let me ask you a question real quick.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, there's a few reasons.
Pick a spot.
So I am younger, and
chat while he's talking. Go ahead, continue. We're not talking to you. Continue.
So I'm younger and, started working and I cannot afford to move out. I cannot afford a lot of things. And, in the last 4 years, when Trump was in
What is the
office-
inflation rate right now?
When Trump was in office, I was able to afford
What is the
things.
inflation rate right now?
Okay, but why are gas prices and why are grocery prices and why is everything else so high? Why are they lower when
Why
Trump
is
was in office?
everything else so high? Again, the inflation rate right now is 2.4%.
No, I understand
The inflation
that.
rate in 2018 was 2.4%. So if the inflation rate is down, that means that the Biden-Harris administration did their job. But if grocery costs are still high at the grocery store, why might that be?
I'm sorry, you cut out just a sec.
Okay, so one more time. If the inflation rate is identical to what it was in 2018, but grocery store costs are still high, why might that be? Chat, pick one while he figures it out. Do you? It's a 2-word answer. You know what it is. Come on.
And what's that?
Okay, again, one more time. If inflation is identical to what it was in 2018, why are costs at the grocery store still high?
No, well, why should it be? Or why are prices when Trump was in office? If inflation
So
rate
let's recognize
was roughly
something.
the
It's
same?
called corporate greed. It's greedflation and shrinkflation. Corporations are hiking up the cost on their product higher than that of the rate of inflation. For example, you look at Kroger, who's currently getting investigated for price gouging. Okay?
And
you recognize that?
That's nuts. Like, that's not.
But you have PepsiCo, for example, that owns Gatorade, and they hiked up the cost on Gatorade and shrunk down the size by 4 ounces. So that's price gouging. So when
No
you're
doubt.
saying, well, my costs at the grocery store are too high, that has nothing to do with Biden-Harris. That has to do with grocery stores and corporations. Point your finger at them. But Donald Trump is saying, you know what? Yeah, I will point my finger at them, and I'm going to give them a 14% corporate tax deduction that led to an $8 trillion deficit for middle-class consumers. Okay. You're voting for the wrong candidate here if you're concerned about inflation.
No, so I was just basically I just have a few questions for you. So,
but you can't break down why you're actually voting for the felon for me. I'm not the one voting for a felon.
When he was in office, the economy was 10 times more stable than it is now.
Well, that's not true.
How is
Also,
that not
let's
true?
recognize if you think the economy was more stable then than it is
Why can't
today.
we give people? Why
Hold
can't
on.
we give
Take a
the
step back.
hurricane? We
Take
give
a
people
step back.
$750.
Take a step back.
What is that going to do?
If you want to talk about instability, look no further than Donald Trump's Truth Social stocks as they tank. 2, if you want to talk about stability, you ought to credit Barack Obama for the strong economy he handed over to Donald Trump that Donald Trump inherited after 8 years of Barack Obama's work. Let's also recognize here that you're saying, well, Donald Trump's economy was stable. It was pre-pandemic, thanks to Obama. When that pandemic hit, the economy went into a tizzy and it crashed. That right there is not Joe Biden's fault. Neither is that Donald Trump's fault. That is a global pandemic. Understood? So when you say, well, the economy back then was more stable, yes, thanks, Obama. Obama didn't have a pandemic. Donald Trump and Joe Biden did. Okay? Great. So now tell me again, can you name one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class?
I'm sorry, what's that? My connection's terrible.
It's really not. It says your connection's fine, so respond.
Can you repeat your question without acting like a fucking asshole?
Cry more. Answer the question. You heard it.
Okay,
Your connection's
so
not
let me ask you
bad.
a question, right?
No, you're not going to ask me a question.
So-
You're going to answer the question. If you weren't listening, then say that. But your connection wasn't bad.
I mean,
John,
I
thank you
have
so much for the $5. I appreciate it, John. What'd you just say? Okay, cry more. You're running around saying the F slur. Come on. Man up. You're acting like a fucking child. Like, what is this? They come up here like MAGA Republicans run around saying the F slur, the N word. Huh? You get so emotional because I'm capable of mentally slapping you down that you guys run around insulting. It makes no sense. And it's not even really an insult because it doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. It's just you kind of crying. So you think of what it's like a child, right? When a child gets really angry, so they yell the F word and they get like really angry. So they say the first word that comes into their mind to insult the most people, but it just doesn't sound the same. It's not as insulting when it's a grown ass man doing it. Now it just looks stupid. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's gross. How old are you?
I'm 56.
Gotcha. So why do you want to throw away your Social Security?
I'm not. I would.
Oh my gosh, ma'am. Your connection is so bad, it might as well be MAGA Mobile. What's going on? Are you talking into a Nokia 1999? Might be time to upgrade. Suzette, come back. Suzette, don't leave me. Okay, goodbye. Dun, 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 dun. Folks, if you want to support me and you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Or hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. Would love to have you here. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal? 3, 2, 1. Let's get up our next guest. Whoops. Sorry. Didn't mean to pause that. Okay. Johnny, do you like Olive Garden? Olive Garden's okay. It's okay. I like Panera Bread. Panera Bread's phenomenal. I love Panera Bread. Panera Bread is like... just there's something about the onion soup, you know? You know, onion soup is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Trying to get up a guest here, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. It's what Melania says to me every night. Slowly but surely. Okay, so this guest isn't coming up. We'll try the next one. Ew, fake doctor. Let's get up the next. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum. No, 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 do, do. Okay, that one didn't come up. Let's try the next one. Bow, 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 bow.
What are you talking about?
Bow, no, 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 no. Did you just say something?
Yeah, what?
Okay, can you wait a second? Because I'm kind of doing something right now.
Why all
can you hold on? Take a second. Chill. All right. So why are you voting for a criminal?
Childish.
Are you going to answer the question, or do you want to go cry? Do you need a tissue?
Childish.
Tissue. Go on, get it out of your system. Go on.
I mean, you call out your childish, but you're...
All right, he's not going to answer. Let's get up our next guest. Maybe somebody who can be more productive in a conversation. Slowly but surely. I love when MAGA Republicans are like, Johnny, you're rude. And it's like, no, you know what's rude? Stripping away the rights of women. That's rude. Mocking transgender Americans and Americans with disabilities, LGBTQ plus Americans, Black Americans, mocking middle-class Americans, mocking small business entrepreneurs, mocking veterans. That's rude. But that's what you MAGA Republicans do. Kimmy, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross.
No, it's not.
It really is. Sorry to break the news to you, hun. So why are you voting for the criminal? Noel, thank you for the $2 for the Panera Fund. Thank you so much. So why are you voting for the criminal?
He's not a criminal. It's just a lot of people spitting a lot of shit. They should really check into Camilla saying she's black.
Queen Camilla? Queen Escort? Or Queen Consort? Queen Consort of the United Kingdom. My goodness gracious, Johnny. What a slip. So tell me again. Why are you voting for the felon?
I haven't seen any kind of proof about him being any kind of felon.
Well, then, ma'am, that's you having your head under a rock. I don't know what to tell you.
Kamala being black?
Ma'am, can you please say her name right?
She's Hindu. Indian.
Calm down. Goodness gracious. My gosh. Ma'am, I'm going to try to unmute you. Unmute now. Let's have a conversation. You know that Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts, found liable of sexual abuse, and found liable of civil fraud. But you're trying to say that you won't vote for Kamala Harris solely because what? You believe that Donald Trump is the victim of political persecution? Once you figure out how to unmute your phone, let's have a conversation and dive a little deeper into that. Can you unmute? The ignorance is beyond me. This is insane. Kimmy, come on. It's the button that looks like a microphone. Can you unmute? Apparently she doesn't know how. Kimmy, you have somebody there. Oh, she ran away. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Apparently she got nervous. Let's get up our next guest.
Hello.
Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, I am not. I just wanted to remind Kimmy that Donald Trump was accused of SA in 1992 and 1994 of a 12-year-old girl and then two 14-year-old girls.
You know,
so that's why I'm not voting for him.
They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about that though.
Even though it's written in black and white. It is literally written in court documentation.
Yeah, but they don't want to talk about that. They'd rather talk about Donald Trump's haircut, which, mind you, I stole his toupee. It's right here.
Oh my God, you got some corn?
Thank you for coming up, Kat. You have a good one.
You too.
That's funny right there. That's funny right there. Oh, I forgot to do this. We have a runner. Moo! Moo! I forgot we had a runner. We got a runner! Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes.
And what, do you think that's like amusing? Do you think that makes you quirky? You're not like other girls because you're voting for the criminal. Congratulations. So why are you voting for a felon?
Well, first of all, I don't think that he was a felon. I think that he was
How is he not a felon? The justice system says he's a felon. Are you a judge? No? Oh, are you an attorney? No?
I think you're very
Were you
rude.
on the jury?
I think you're very rude.
Oh, do you know what else is rude?
I think
voting. Hey, do you know what else is rude? What's rude is when you vote for a convicted felon. Yeah, cry more, Hazel. What's rude? Hey, Hazel, cry more. Hazel, cry more for me. Okay, but this time, cry into my cup so I could drink the tears later. So listen real closely. You're voting for a felon and you say I'm rude? Ma'am, you're voting for somebody who is violating the rights and freedoms of Americans, from those who exercise the Second Amendment to women. Right? Like, we're talking about a woman's right to choose. But that's rude. Voting against rights, freedoms, that is rude. But okay, let's not entertain this further. You tell me, why are you voting for the criminal? Go ahead. Hurry up and unmute. I ain't got all day. You know how to do it. Don't act like you don't. It's the button that looks like a microphone. Hazel, there is a button on your screen. It looks like a microphone. You simply click that button and you can unmute. It's really not that hard. It's not that hard. There you go.
I'm sorry, but I don't make my living off of TikTok, so I'm not as versed as you. And
I don't make my living off of TikTok. Thank you very much. I make my living out of being George Soros's mistress. So tell me again, why are you voting for the criminal?
Okay, he's not a criminal. It's actually the United States. The
Who says
United
he's not a criminal?
States is decomposing before our
Who
eyes.
says he's not a criminal?
The foundation.
Who says he's not a criminal?
Can I ask you a question?
No, you can answer what I just said. Who said?
What is your heritage? Let me ask
said? Hazel,
Let me
chat,
ask you a
pick a
question.
spot. Ma'am, you're going to tell me who just said that Donald Trump isn't a criminal. I need a source on this. You can't just say something and run away, right? So go get a source. I'll wait.
You know what? You believe in black people? How many black?
Did you just ask me if I believe? Ma'am, you just asked me if I. Ma'am, Hazel.
Have been convicted and later found to be innocent.
Hazel.
You told me that.
Cry more. Hazel, you just asked me if I believe in black people. Yes, I do. Do they not exist? What do you mean, do I believe in black people? What? Okay, second question. If you're curious about black Americans being wrongfully convicted, look no further than the Central Park Five, who Donald Trump took full-page ads out in newspapers to unalive them via the unalive penalty for something that they didn't do, they were exonerated on. Okay, so unmute and explain that. Chat, I'm going to pick this one, chat.
No.
I'll pick your space.
Okay.
Not you, Hazel. Continue talking.
Answer the question. Has a black person been convicted, yes or no, for a murder that they did not convict? Tell me that. Has a black person been sentenced to death for a murder that they have not committed?
Well, if they did,
yes or no? Yes or no?
Ma'am, I'm trying to speak. Can I speak?
Answer the question. You
I'm
can say. You
trying.
can say yes or no.
I'm
you
trying.
can say yes or no. What is
I'm
your
trying.
answer?
So Donald Trump probably took a full page out in the newspaper to unalive them, I'm sure, if they were exonerated. That seems to be something he does. So again,
Okay,
will you tell me?
Can you be exonerated
Will
from
you
a
tell
death
me again?
sentence? Yes or no?
Will you tell me again? Donald Trump took a full
the
page
fact
out.
that you're evading,
Ma'am,
the fact
this isn't
that you're
evading. Shut up or I'll shut you up. It's real damn easy. Listen very closely. Okay, I'm entertaining you because I'm playing tic-tac-toe with the chat and you're like background music. You're kind of redundant though, low-key, right? Because you don't know what you're talking about. You're voting for a civil fraudster, sexual abuser, felon, and you're suggesting that he is the victim of political persecution. The only reason I didn't dive into that aspect of the conversation yet is because I don't want to make you cry, but we can do that. Now, if you're going to come on here and say, well, you care about Black Americans who are being wrongfully convicted, as do I, you should then hold Donald Trump accountable for taking full page newspaper advertisements out in papers like the New York Times and New York Post to hold the Central Park Five accountable for a crime they didn't commit, where he said they should be unalived for said crime. So let's talk about political persecution. Do you think that Donald Trump was the victim of political persecution? Yes or no?
Yes.
Answer that question.
Yes.
Chat, which one did you want? Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Was Hunter Biden also the victim of political persecution? Yes or no?
No.
No, so it's a Democrat, can't be political persecution. If it's a Republican, then it is political persecution. Let's better understand this and break it down a little bit further. Hunter Biden is more politically relevant than Donald Trump. He is the current son of the sitting president. We understand that? Donald Trump is a private citizen who decided to run for the presidency after he was charged, not before. So now let's also better understand that if you're going to be a hypocrite on this subject, at least own up to it. Say your name is Hazel and you're a hypocrite. Go ahead. Oh, I think the chat just beat me.
Okay.
Good job, you guys.
I believe.
Can we get some W's,
you
chat?
Are a fucking moron.
Can you shut
You're
up for a moment?
Moron.
Ma'am,
You're
cry
fucking
more.
moron.
Cry more. You couldn't answer the simple question. You got scared. That's on you. Chat, can we get some W's for you guys? You won. Nice job. Let's go chat. W chat. That's phenomenal. W chat in the chat, please. Okay, ma'am, I understand you're crying, and this is exactly why I wasn't going to go down the political persecution route. Can you stop crying? Can you stop crying? Can you stop crying?
Don't stop.
Can you stop crying? Can you stop crying?
You're amazing.
I know. Can you stop crying? So again, why are you voting for a criminal? You said he was the victim of political persecution, but you're saying that Hunter Biden isn't, which is a hypocrisy at its finest. My next question to you would be this. Do you believe that Donald Trump committed a crime?
No, I don't.
Okay, do you believe that Joe Biden committed a crime?
I don't know. I don't know if he did
Okay,
or
so
not.
you don't know that Joe Biden did or did not commit a crime, but you know for a fact that Donald Trump didn't. That's hypocrisy 2. Hypocrisy 3 lies no further than the fact your own Speaker of the House and the Republican caucus who investigated Joe Biden acquitted him. Also made very clear when Marjorie Taylor Greene filed an impeachment hearing against him, as Mike Johnson, your Republican speaker, smacked it down, that Joe Biden conducted no wrongdoing. So your own party says he's not a criminal, but you're saying you don't know if he is. Yet somehow you know that Donald Trump isn't when the criminal justice system says Donald Trump is a criminal. Ma'am, I'm pointing out your hypocrisy and you're not listening. I'm really not your therapist. You seem to be confusing me for somebody else. If you need therapy, seek it, but it ain't going to be here. So you want to have a conversation? We could do that. If you're going to keep crying and screaming, go somewhere else. Listen, if you're going to cry and scream, take me out on a date first.
Literally, the reason why I'm doing this is because that's what you want people to do on your channel. If you're going to cry and scream, take me out to dinner first, right? I'm not crying. I'm not screaming.
You
I'm
are
not taking you out
crying.
to dinner.
We hear the shake in your voice. This isn't that dramatic. Calm down. So again, Donald Trump is a criminal. You're a hypocrite for saying Hunter Biden's not the victim of political persecution when you say Donald Trump is. You're a hypocrite when you say you don't know if Joe Biden did or didn't commit a crime when your own party says he didn't, and Donald Trump, the justice system, says he did commit a crime, but you said he didn't. You've been a hypocrite on 2 counts now. If you're a hypocrite on 1 more count, you get a free coupon for an abortion. Okay?
You still let me ask. You still never answered my question. If a black man has ever been put to death for a murder that he did not commit, you never answered that question.
Then Donald Trump certainly took out a full-page advertisement in a paper to make it happen. So tell me again, why are you voting for the felon? The question I've been asking you since the get-go of this conversation that you refuse to respond to.
You showed zero empathy for.
I show zero empathy for you.
Ma'am,
you don't care about black men. Ma'am, you don't care about black men. Right? You're voting for Donald Trump. Understood? Ma'am, you are voting for the guy who took out full-page advertisements out in a paper to unalive those who are exonerated on a crime. Black men. You understand that they are currently suing him for... Man, hold on. You understand those black men are currently suing him for defamation. Don't talk about black men up here. Tell me again, why are you voting for the felon? Pick yourself up from the bootstraps and answer the damn question. It ain't that hard.
Because
Answer the question.
You have...
Answer the question.
What was
Answer
your
the question.
What
You
was
didn't
your
hear that
question?
simple question I've now
What was your
asked 12
question?
times and counting.
What? And I've answered it 12 times. And
What did I
counting.
ask you?
You asked me if I have a problem with the justice system.
Nope, that's not what I asked you.
Yeah,
What
it
did I
is.
ask you 12 times now and counting? See, you
You've
are so
asked me-
stuck in your
you've
emotions.
asked me if
You're
I have a
stuttering
problem
now.
with the
Calm down.
justice system.
You are stuttering now. Calm down. So listen very closely and I'll ask you.
stuttering.
You are.
I'm
and
not
listen
stuttering.
very closely. I'll ask you one more. Maybe I could get an answer out of you this time. The fact that you don't know what I have asked now well over a dozen times speaks volumes to how ignorant you are. One more time, I will ask you. You're getting a baker's dozen out of me on this one. Why are you voting for the felon? I didn't even ask you for a statistic or percentage yet. If you think that's a tough question to answer, you just wait.
Okay, so let me get this right. You're asking me if I have a problem with the justice system.
No, I'm asking you why you're voting for the felon. How'd you misunderstand that?
I don't think
How'd
I
you misunderstand that question?
I think
Why are you voting for the felon? Repeat after me. Why are you voting for the felon? I want to know that we don't have a processing issue
okay,
here.
fine. I'm voting for the felon because I have a problem with the justice system. How's that?
Haha, you called him a felon. So you admit he's a felon. Great.
Thank you.
Tell me one
yeah.
policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand your question because
Oh,
you were
sorry.
putting
So
up
it's a
context.
processing issue. Let me try again. One policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. If you want, I could write it on a piece of paper if you're a visual learner.
Okay, I know that when Donald Trump was president, I had less problems with money. It cost me less money to go to the grocery store.
Why?
Because he was putting power in businesses. He wasn't
Stacy,
putting power
thank
in
you so
government.
much for the $10, and Alejandro, thank you so much for the $12. Oh, and I see your message too. I'm gonna look into that. That's wild, Alejandro. Thank you, Stacy and Alejandro, for the love. Did you say something? I wasn't listening to you.
No, that's okay. I wasn't listening either.
So you want to answer the question? Oh, you weren't listening to yourself? That's kind of funny. Wow, you're too ignorant for yourself. That's crazy. So why are you voting for the felon? Break it down. I asked you about that economic policy. Can you list it?
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know it's because I have a problem with the
The
justice
economic policy is what?
The economic policy
Is what?
Is what? I don't know. I'm a voter.
Okay.
I'm not in Congress. I'm a voter.
Yeah, every voter in this chat can name an economic policy by Donald Trump. Just you can't. So that's on you. Don't associate yourself with other voters because you can't do something that everybody else can, right? So again, everybody else can name an economic policy that Donald Trump passed. I'm talking about MAGA Republicans and Democrats. You're the only one who can. So can you tell me what that economic policy is? Go ahead.
Yes, I can.
Okay, what is it? I'm glad that you finally got ChatGPT on your hand here. What you got?
Okay, so the economic policy is that I don't know,
my gosh.
maybe economic policy. Economic policy. Oh, I know. How about the migrant one? How about the migrant one? The migrant
Ma'am,
one?
you're talking about immigration?
Yeah.
Okay, so the economy isn't immigration.
It isn't?
No.
So migration doesn't have
Do you know what
anything
the
to do with
economy means? Do you know what the economy means?
Economy
Can you
means-
define it?
Can I define economy?
Yes.
Are you asking me to define something for you? Because immigration is something that affects all of us.
Okay, everybody. At some point, when do we ask ourselves when it is time to implement a cognitive test before somebody casts a vote? Like at what point, right, yeah, at what point do we have people like Hazel complete a cognitive test before they vote? Because this is just borderline dangerous at this point, okay? All right. On the count of 3, everybody, you know what to do. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus, poof, and she's gone. Wow, the magic is real in America. Oh gosh, the magic is real. We did it, everybody. We cast the conspiracy theorist away from us. Please tap that screen. Jessa, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Oh, my dogs are barking. Guys, knock it off or you're going to Springfield. I'm talking about you. I'm sorry. Their plane's not until this evening. So why are you voting for the criminal?
His education policies. It's important to me.
The guy who says he wants to defund the Department of Education. You're voting for the man who says he wants to defund the Department of Education based off of his education. Are you out of your mind? Man, he said he wants to defund the Department of Education. What is this? Ma'am, there's no education policy. He said he wants to defund the Department of Education. Fuck are you talking about education policies?
They're literally useless.
Ma'am!
So I like school choice.
Ma'am! You said you were voting for him based off of an Hold on, give me a second. You said you're voting for... Oh my gosh, the tears in my eyes. You said you're voting for him based off of his education policies. He said he wants to defund the Department of Education. Are you okay? Ma'am, are you good?
So I like the fact that he wants to...
Ma'am, it ain't 5 o'clock yet. What are you
choice.
sipping on? Ma'am, it ain't even 5 o'clock yet. What are you sipping on? What's going on here?
I don't drink alcohol.
Well, maybe stop, taking the whatever you're taking because this ain't it.
None of that either.
All right, Jessica, goodbye.
So,
poof, there it is. Ma'am, it ain't 5 o'clock. it ain't time. It's time to put the cup down. That's what it's time for. Okay? It's time to put the cup down. Because smell something. It smells like smells like a little skunk. It smells a little skunky, ma'am. Maybe put it down. Okay? Right, folks, this is why the only thing you should be lighting up is a candle. Or else you end up like Jessa. Slowly but surely we'll get somebody who's coherent up here. Folks, we already got to 1 million likes. Y'all are too awesome. That's awesome. You're too quick. Thank you, folks, for liking the live. I appreciate the love. Let's try to get up our next guest here. Somebody commented Messa Jessa. Y'all are wild for that. All right, I think we're running out of guests here. I mean, we have a long list of guests, but I could tell by their profile photos that some of these people are either a little kooky or their parents are related. So I don't know we even want to get them up here. We might end up calling it for a little bit and come back a little later. Because I don't need to be talking to an Uncle Daddy. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't got to talk to Uncle Daddy and Auntie Mama. All right, I'll try a couple more. Gonna try a couple more. I ain't got to talk to Auntie Mama and Uncle Daddy. Uncle Grandpa, is that you? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Voting for Kamala. You are hilarious, man.
Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you for coming out, Jordan. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Folks, this is all about education, and it's also about entertainment. If we're going to be here talking about policy, we might as well have some fun while we do it. Don't you all agree? Right? If we're going to sit here talking about policy and education, we might as well be entertaining as we do it. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, but I have a question. Can you please help me with this answer?
Can you message me?
Because it seems to be a debate amongst... It becomes a debate amongst...
Message me. Message me.
Okay,
Thank you.
I got you.
I appreciate it. I'll keep an eye out for the message. Oh, he ran away. We got a runner. No! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Let's herd the cattle. Where's our cows at? No! Got a runner. I love when we have a runner. The cowbell is honestly the best part of my day. I'll tell you what. Love that cowbell. I wake up in the morning, folks, and I'm like, I can't wait to ring the cowbell as I watch MAGA Republicans sprint away. Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Hey there. I'm voting for neither. They're both criminals.
Congratulations. You're quirky. You're not like other girls. You're unique. Wow. I hope you have the attention you were so seeking. Wow, yay, good for you. You're voting for nobody. Woo! Congratulations. My gosh. Wow, you want a cookie? Hi, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
For
Fetus deletus. Poof! And they're gone. Fetus deletus is a beautiful spell, but it is banned in a couple states. Can't use the spell fetus deletus in Alabama. Let's get up our next guest. Bow, bow, bow. Michael, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, I'm a child.
Fetus deletus. Poof! Again, that is a spell you can't use in Alabama. But it is a very... Oh, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Let's try to get up our next guest. Hi, guest.
Hi, Queen.
You want a smidgen?
No. Hi, Queen. I'm voting for Donald Trump. Free prep for all. I don't want rape refugees in my ass anymore.
Okay. I think you need to have like a personal journey. Like the closets class. Like if you're going through all that and you think you're, I mean, that wasn't even being homophobic anymore. That was that was self-hate. You know what I mean? Anyway, fetus deletus. Poof, cry more. All we're getting now are fetuses. What's going on? MAGA, get your kids. Get your kids. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I love eating my corn the long way.
Congratulations. Man, MAGA Republicans today, they are in it. We might be going through all the crazy ones now. Hi, Andrea. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm voting for Johnny.
Thanks. Folks, I think we're going to call it here. Let's all go get lunch. I think they're all running scared at this point. Now we're just going through all the Uncle Daddies and the crazy ones who eat corn the long way, you know? I think we're just going through the nuts. I think we went through all the, not normal ones, but like, you know, the ones who knew how to speak a coherent statement. Because now they're all just coming up and they're like emotional. They're all just crying at this point, you know? MAGA Republicans, sincerely, with kids like that, might be time to change your stance on abortion. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Anyhow. Alrighty, folks, I'm going to go eat these smidgens. What are you guys doing for lunch? What are you guys doing for lunch? Actually, you know what? Let's do something fun real quick. Are you ready? This will be fun. Hold on. This will be fun, I promise. This will be fun, I think. Let's try. Hold on. Watch this, guys. Let's see if we can do it. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay. Oh, no, you're good. Next up. Let's see. Let's see if I can make this work. You're going to Olive Garden? Domino's? Domino's sounds so good right now. Cheddar's? What's Cheddar's? Is that a restaurant? Is that like a franchise? It might be a regional thing. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get a guest up here. Maybe. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get a guest up here. Slowly but surely. Yeah, they're thinning out. They're all running away. All right, let's try one more. Bum, 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 bum. bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba da ba da bum 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 bum. All right, you know what? Maybe we call it. We're gonna call it. We'll come back. Whoops. You ever accidentally invite somebody? I want to say, I think it's funny that some of these MAGA Republicans have been waiting like 2 hours to talk, and they just wasted 2 hours of their time. The same way that MAGA Republicans tried wasting the time of women by overturning their right to choose, a right that they fought decades for, I'm happy to waste their time, the last 2-3 hours of their life, by not letting them up here. I'm happy to do that. It's my public service. It's my public service, you know? I think that's a valid justification. Hi, Eric. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Good. I'm up.
Eric, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
You know what's funny? It says you were waiting a half hour to talk to me. Ready? Poof. That's a half hour of your life you're never getting back. Aw. You sad. Hi, Bella. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Gotcha. Bella, it says you were waiting 32 minutes to talk to me. And poof, that's 32 minutes of your life you're never getting back. Who wants to go next? Who wants to go next? Anybody else? Anybody else? Max, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Or are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, I was going to, but you make it.
Cool. Poof. It's 40 minutes right there. Let's try one more. Folks, I'm only doing this because it's lunchtime. Dustin, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, yes, I am.
Cool. And that's 56 minutes for Dustin. Goodbye. That's 56 minutes of your life you are never getting back. Thank you. Wow, I'm eating these minutes up like AT&T. This is great. I'm having a good time. Hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
And that's an hour and 7 minutes you're not getting back. This is fun. You guys want to keep going? Are you guys having fun? Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun. This is great. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hi, can you...
Hour and 14 minutes. Oh, this guy was already up. Let's get up the next one. All right, folks, let's have a real conversation this time. Let's have a serious conversation. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum bum. Okay, they're not coming up. Let me try to get one that's normal. Not normal, but you know what I mean, guys. They're not normal, but they're, you know, possibly human. Maybe. We don't really know for certain, actually. Has anybody proven that these people are human? All right, that one's not coming up. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, I'm voting for Trump.
All right, cool. And that's an hour and 13 minutes you're never getting back your life. All right, folks, that was fun. That was fun. That was like an exercise. Did you guys have fun? I had fun. That was fun for me. You guys like that? We all having fun? That was for the women in the chat who, like I said, MAGA Republicans wanted to waste your time by trying to take away your right to choose, a right you fought decades for. I'm more than happy to waste a few hours of their time too. You know, I'm more than happy to toss it right back in their face. All right, folks, if you like what you heard today, we'll probably be back later tonight. Hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. I would love for you to be part of the team we've got here. We are flipping Republicans every day and making progress, and that's what this is about. One, we do this for fun. We do this for entertainment, because who doesn't need something to smile about right now? You know what I mean? And then we also do this for educational purposes as well. So if you like what you heard, hit that follow button, top left corner. I think it's like a red, like a plus sign. Is it a plus sign? I think it's a plus sign. Hit that plus sign in the top left corner. Join our little family. Would love for you to be part of the team we got going on. We have a great community, you know? All right, folks. See y'all tomorrow or tonight. We'll be back later. Do you guys have plans? It's Friday. Are you guys doing anything tonight, by the way? Are you guys going anywhere? The movies, like going golfing, Top Golf? What are y'all doing? I feel y'all on the work thing. I ended up using a day off because I wanted to travel around a little bit today. Chillaxing, watching Smile 2. Tell me how message me when you watch it. Let me know if it's worth it. Because I was going to go to Beetlejuice, the new one. Apparently it was awful, I guess. I guess people didn't like it. Yo, somebody seen Sabrina Carpenter? Who's seen Sabrina Carpenter? Mystery. Enjoy the concert. I tried getting Sabrina Carpenter tickets. Impossible. There's like no way. No way to get the Sabrina Carpenter tickets. Have fun. Yeah, there's Smile 2. It came out, I think, last week. And it seems like folks love it. If you go see it, if you see Smile 2, message me if you like it or not. Because I'm debating seeing it. Oh, Smile was better than Beetlejuice? Gotcha. I heard that Joker was bad too. I heard that Joker and Beetlejuice were not good. Alright, folks. Alright. See you later, everybody. Have an awesome night.
President.
Oh, can I be so for real? Let's be so for real right now. Instead of harping on Joe Biden, because let me be so right. I hear you, but instead of harping on Joe Biden, because can I speak?
Just say it. I asked
May I speak? Okay, so let me speak now. Instead of harping on Joe Biden, somebody who I can't explain or express in any capacity how redundant he is to me because he's not going to be my president in a few months, let's be so clear. If Joe Biden was locked in a basement right now, I wouldn't know because I just don't care. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are the candidates running in the race, and in a couple weeks, one of them are going to be president-elect. So let's talk about them. My candidate is a prosecutor. Your candidate is the kind of person that she prosecutes, the felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser. So can you please justify to me why you would want to vote for that instead of telling me if I can denounce Joe Biden for whatever nonsense you think I should? Your candidate is the criminal here. So justify that. Do you denounce Donald Trump for being a felon?
I will happily answer the question you just asked me if you answered the question I asked you first.
What?
The question was...
This is as, and I mean this sincerely, this is as redundant as me asking you if you will pay attention. There are two candidates in the race. It's a little early to be sundowning. Kamala,
he's been for
Donald
3.5
Trump.
years.
Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. If you bring up Joe Biden, I might as well ask you if you will denounce Richard Nixon for Watergate. It does not matter because they're redundant.
Hello, he's still the president.
And he won't be in a few months. So again, you're asking me, will you talk about Joe Biden? And I don't care about Joe Biden. I care about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But you seem to be stuck in the past.
Say he was the greatest.
Dude, pay very close attention. Your
Can you see the pictures above me?
Right. He seems to be confused.
They're above me.
Your candidate,
not president.
Your candidate was ranked the worst president by 154 Republican administration experts and specialists. But you're going to tell me to talk about Joe Biden when you should be making a case as to why we would vote for somebody who was ranked the worst president in our nation's history by the guy, like this felon, this civil fraudster, like... You want to talk about Joe Biden? Dude, look at your candidate. This is basically Joe Biden if, if he was a criminal, a civil fraudster and sexual abuser. But you want to talk about Biden? Yeah, right? If Joe Biden was a fascist. But you want to talk about Joe Biden?
Saying that Kamala Harris is the best, right?
Kamala Harris is far better than Donald Trump, yeah.
No. Far better than who?
Literally everybody, which is why no Democrat chose to run against her.
Say it out loud. Just say it out loud.
Did I not just say it out loud? Did I hesitate? Did I stutter?
Say Kamala Harris is better than Joe Biden.
Okay, say her name right.
See, you won't say it.
She's better than Joe Biden. Are you dumb? Did I stutter? I think I've said it 5 times. Let me repeat it again. Kamala Harris, the woman who ran for the candidacy, and because in no other alternative did Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, Gavin Newsom decide to run against her, speaks volumes to how overqualified she was. You understand there's a reason nobody ran against her? Because she would run circles around everybody.
Hey,
this is why she's ahead in the polls. You understand?
I will agree.
This is why. This is why. I don't care what you agree with. This is why she's ahead in the polls. This is why she's ahead in fundraising. This is why her events are far better than Donald Trump's feeble little rallies. Okay.
Well, I get you.
Great.
But I right now, after you answer this question, I will say that
You have asked me a dozen questions and you haven't answered a single thing I've asked you.
You still haven't answered it.
Okay, this isn't an SAT. Oh, you probably don't know what that is.
One question.
So let's try again.
No, see, like
Let's do a little back and forth here. Listen, this isn't a speed date. You're not asking me question after question. Let's do a little back and forth here.
I'm asking one question.
Right, you've asked me a dozen questions.
No,
Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet?
Over again because
is it my turn yet?
No, is it my turn yet? Because
you've asked a dozen questions. So my turn. Okay.
A dozen.
That was rhetorical. It is my turn. Let's play a little policy game here because you want to discuss character when your candidate has no character. Okay, except the character is running in his head like a Disney movie because he doesn't know where he is. So you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Go ahead. One thing he passed during his first term. Go on.
I'm not answering your question until you answer mine.
That's because you can't.
I'll give you one easier. Can you name one Donald Trump policy?
I'm going to do what you do. I'm not going to answer the question.
All right, Christopher, what's your question?
My question was, do you think that Kamala Harris was a better president or going to be a president?
He already answered your question. He said unequivocally yes. Multiple times he has unequivocally said that Kamala Harris is better than Joe Biden. Like 4 times. No, Christopher. See, I think this is your biggest problem is that you keep talking and not listening. Okay. No, Christopher. He has already said that. I agree with Johnny that Kamala Harris has a better agenda and plan than Joe Biden had going into his office and will most likely be a better president than Joe Biden was. Okay, I guess only time will tell, but I also believe that. Okay. No. See how I just answered your question. Johnny's answered your question. I answered your question. You said if we answer that one question, then you would start answering questions. Okay. So he's answered your question. I've answered the question. Name one policy from Donald Trump that benefited anybody but the top 1% in corporations.
What are you talking about?
That is the question.
Like now or?
No,
in his 4 years as president.
Name one policy that Joe Biden's done.
This is
no, Jesus freaking Christ, dude. Name one Trump policy. Name
this
one Trump policy.
Invest in education.
Name one Biden policy.
The Chips and Sciences Act. Perfect. Now you go ahead and name one from Donald Trump.
Benefited everything.
The Chips and Sciences Act. There you go. Now you name one from Donald Trump.
What did that do?
No. You said name one policy. I answered. Now you please give me your Donald Trump policy.
For the people that don't know what it is, what is that?
You don't know what it is. The people in here 100% know what it is. You just don't. So why don't you know any of Donald Trump policy? Why do you want to vote for this guy so bad when you don't know a single thing that he did?
Because when he was the president, everything was better.
Okay, when he was the president, COVID happened.
Yeah, that was the one problem, but besides that, everything was good.
Besides that, everything was good, but that was a thing that unalived millions of people, right? And it happened while Donald Trump was president. So if Donald Trump becomes president again, can I expect the fact that we're going to get another pandemic?
The end of his presidency.
So Christopher, if Donald Trump comes back, can I expect another pandemic?
I mean, do you want one?
No, but if you're saying that just because Donald Trump gets in office, then all the same things that happened in his last presidency are going to happen now, then I can also expect that in his next presidency, we're going to have another pandemic, correct?
Well, that doesn't make no sense.
Neither does what you're saying. Okay, that's why I'm not asking you what was going on in the world while Donald Trump was president. I asked you what Donald Trump did.
Before the pandemic, everything was good.
You're not understanding. Anyways, you're not understanding. What the hell?
What
the fuck was that?
John.
Is that me?
Yeah, you can come back up, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny just got flagged. You can pop right back up, dude. Yeah. So anyways, you don't know any of the policies. You don't know anything that Donald Trump did. You think that for some reason that Donald Trump just being in office is going to give you some, I don't know, like paradise or something like that when you don't know any of the things he did. Well, I can name a ton of things that Joe Biden actually did that actually helped helped me, helped the middle class, helped America.
I'm just going off of what happened in reality. When he was president, there was no wars. There was better, like everything was cheap. Everybody lived better. Then Biden comes in and everything's fucking shit. And now there's wars.
We're fighting wars. And again, Chad, Syria, Pakistan, Yemen, freaking We were in Afghanistan. We were fighting wars all over the place. What do you mean there was no wars?
There was no wars, no new wars.
No new wars.
Wars.
So cool. What new war is the America in now?
The new wars that got started with.
No. What new war is America in right now?
I don't know. Israel and fucking.
We're not fighting a war in Israel. Israel's fighting in Lebanon and Pakistan. We're not fighting there. What new war are we in?
Russia and.
The United States isn't fighting in Ukraine and Russia. Russia and Ukraine are fighting each other. We're not in that war. What new war is the United States in?
I think you got me. Oh wait, no new war started. I didn't say America in.
Oh,
war.
okay. So that you think the president of the United States controls all war for all decisions for all countries across the planet?
But nothing happened in his.
So how do you feel about why? Like, what do you think that FDR's role was in when in the 1930s Germany attacked Poland? How do you think FDR did in that?
Well, not too good.
I don't know. What did he do that caused that?
Wars happen.
Exactly. Thank you. We got there, Christopher. Good job, buddy. Okay. Wars happen. Wars happen between countries all the freaking time, all the way across the planet at all the freaking times. And the U.S. president has very little to do with most of them. Okay.
Do you believe America's the world police?
I believe sometimes we police way too much.
Yeah, exactly, and I agree with that. But at the same time, if you're
police stop unalivings from happening? Do police do just because we have police, does that mean that freaking banks aren't getting robbed?
Police in the States.
Hold on. Just because we have police, does that mean that the freaking people aren't getting robbed in the United States?
No, you're talking about United States. I'm talking about world police, not United States.
Oh, okay. So you do recognize that crime still happens even with police, so therefore war can still happen with a freaking world police, correct?
I'm talking about world police. But
okay, so you do understand that wars can happen even with a world police, correct?
The police have balls and don't.
Now, I'll tell you what Balls is. Balls is actually supporting our allies. Balls is actually strengthening NATO, right? Balls is actually telling our NATO allies that we actually trust them. Balls is actually going up against Putin and telling him that he's a freaking dictator and he shouldn't be allowed to go into Ukraine. Balls is freaking going up against people like Netanyahu and freaking going against him when he's trying to wipe out an entire region of the United States. Balls is actually freaking condemning people like Kim Jong-un instead of freaking like going over there and legitimizing an authoritarian dictator. Those things actually show strength. You know what does not show strength, Christopher? You know what does not show strength? Trying to freaking be Putin's puppet, right? Going over to freaking Russia and being like, oh yeah, we'll pull out of NATO if that's what you want, Daddy Putin. Like telling Bibi Netanyahu that we're going to give him whatever the hell he wants to be able to flatten the entire region. Like going over to freaking Kim Jong-un and legitimizing his government. That is weakness. That is not freaking strength.
But if you're saying that though, when he was in office and that was weakness, there was no new wars. But then Biden comes in and does all.
Donald Trump did not have anything to do with other countries not attacking other countries.
That started. He helps NATO. Like Trump didn't help NATO. He didn't do all that kind of crap. No war started. Now Biden comes back in, helps NATO, and war started. So
and who's in NATO that's at war?
Huh?
Who's in NATO that's at war?
No, your whole thing was
no. You specifically said that somehow strengthening or weakening NATO is somehow freaking causing these wars. What NATO country is at war?
No, you said not strengthening NATO doesn't cause new wars.
Yes, telling Putin that he can attack our NATO allies is freaking weakness.
Trump weakened NATO, and there was no new war anywhere. Not against the United States, anywhere.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. What do you think that? What do you think? No, that's fine. I'll engage with your ridiculous statement for just one quick second.
Ridiculous
no, I'm going to show you how ridiculous it is right now. Can you please explain to me what Donald Trump would have done to stop the Ukraine and Russia war?
It wouldn't have started.
Why?
Because he was in relations with Putin.
And?
So like he had balls, and Putin knew that.
So you're right. I agree. Putin would not have attacked the United States. I completely agree with that.
No. I didn't say United States. Did I say United States?
Why did Putin attack Ukraine?
I had nothing to say about the United States.
Why did Putin attack Ukraine?
Because he knew Donald Trump is as crazy as he is.
Then why did he say that he was going to be attacking Ukraine since he came into the Russian presidency in 2001? 2001?
And did he?
No.
When did he attack Ukraine?
What, dude? He didn't attack in freaking 2000 and 2001. So are you saying that Obama was super strong also? Or are you saying that Bush was super strong? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you just said Putin said he was going to attack
he doesn't
Ukraine.
attack Ukraine because of the U.S. president.
Okay.
The U.S. president does not have anything to do with. What about when freaking like when what's that freaking region on the other side of Russia? I'm forgetting the name. That freaking Russia attacked like 5 years ago.
But what did you just say? You just said that Putin threatened to attack Ukraine in 2001, right?
No, he said he wanted to put back together the USSR.
In 2001.
Yes.
So between 2001 and now, when did he attack Ukraine?
When they tried to join NATO.
Like what year?
2014.
He attacked Ukraine in 2014?
Yes.
And the war has been going on since 2014?
Yes.
Since 2014?
Yes.
And really? I mean, really? Like, it's been
Yes, in 2014, Ukraine was attacked by Russia and where they annexed Crimea. That is when the war between Ukraine and Russia started.
Okay, so why wasn't that big news?
It was huge news.
No,
What are you
wasn't.
talking about?
Like the
You
big
couldn't
news
turn
now
on the
is he-
TV without that. How old are you? How old are you? Not a trick question.
Where has the war started? The war started.
That wasn't an English sentence. How old are you?
41.
You are 41 years old and you did not hear any news about freaking Crimea being annexed in 2014.
I don't care about Crimea. I'm talking about Ukraine. I know it's in Ukraine. But I'm saying the war hasn't
I
started.
don't get paid
in
enough to talk to
Ukraine
you. Just thought I'd let
since
you know that.
Biden. Since
I don't get
Biden.
paid enough to talk to you.
Oh, you get paid? Yeah, I know. You get paid.
It's just crazy that you're sitting up here trying to argue a war that you don't even know. Like when you don't even know, when the annexation of Crimea is. Yet you think you're professional enough in this situation to be able to intelligently talk about a war in Ukraine. That's crazy.
Like that, but all the real news out there shows you the contrary to your shit. And you got all these.
Was that an English sentence, Johnny? Am I losing it?
I decided to step out of this one because this one's. I was taught to choose kindness, and I ain't got anything nice to say, so I ain't going to say anything nice at
I'm
all.
just saying the war didn't start till Biden.
The war started in 2014.
Right.
And there's been no big news about all this shit going on since 2014.
They have literally been showing aggression on the Ukrainian border since before 2014.
On the border. Oh, not invading the country.
They invaded the country in 2014.
Christopher, this might be as ignorant as suggesting that the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Okay, this might be as ignorant. Oh, like they can't see me.
Yeah, they
Hold
can't
on,
see you. I was just
come
seeing
back. Let me come back.
Yeah, you're talking about border.
It's not a new war if it started in 2014, Timmy.
Johnny, hi. So you saying that this conflict hadn't begun well over back in 2014? I mean, that's as ignorant as suggesting that the conflict between Israel and Gaza began on October 7th. This has been a decades-long conflict. Where have you been?
Damn near a century, I think, at this point, right?
Right.
Christopher, can you answer? When was there peace in the Middle East?
Oh shit, I'm still here.
Oh shit. I don't know. I don't know why you're still here either. I'm actually questioning myself on that, Christopher. When was there peace in the Middle East?
No, I'm actually amazed because, like, usually when you get proven wrong,
when was there peace in the Middle East, Christopher?
Never.
So you're saying that during Biden's presidency there was no peace in the Middle East?
I wasn't talking about the Middle East. I was talking about Ukraine and Russia. Don't change the subject now.
You already were talking about Israel and Gaza.
But that was the previous question.
So we have a peace in the Middle East, which is a century-long war, and we have a Ukrainian war that started in 2014. So please explain to me what new war happened under Biden. So what new war happened under Biden? Michael, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me? Because like both of them have like broke out.
Doesn't really make much sense when you think about it now, does it?
Which ones broke out?
Doesn't really make much sense, does it?
Which ones are big news according to your news networks?
I don't care. It's big news. The freaking genocide in Sudan wasn't big news, and it was freaking one of the worst atrocities like ever. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the American people.
Are you talking about like it's like really popular for you on Twitter or something?
No, the news. Your news.
My news? I don't watch the news.
Okay, you're a liar.
Okay, what's going on here? Let's start from the get-go of what this conversation is. You're suggesting that Donald Trump would be better for foreign policy, and you're suggesting that no new wars began under Donald Trump?
I didn't suggest anything about
then
foreign
what
policy.
are you suggesting?
I'm just saying when he was president.
Do you understand that foreign policy has everything to do with these conflicts? So when you bring up the conflicts and then I mentioned foreign policy, that's redundant.
See, that's what you all on your side think. Everything that's been wrong for the past 3.5 years.
Okay, great. So let's start something off anew here and try this in a different strength. I want to better emphasize on this matter that you have no understanding when it comes to foreign policy. There's a lack of understanding here because you just said you didn't mention foreign policy. Excuse me. You just said that you didn't mention foreign policy when you quite literally mentioned this conflict that surrounds foreign policy. So this is your own misunderstanding. You did. The conflict between the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is foreign policy. Do you understand how that has everything to do with it? That's like saying you want to talk about the stock market, but then when I talk about the economy, you say I ain't talking about the economy. Okay, Tomater, that's not how this works. They go hand in hand. Now, again,
also, did you say DOJ?
I think he did, and I just wanted to.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't even cut you off.
No, I'm like,
we can move on, man. I don't
knows where he is. I think the bigger issue here is he doesn't know where he is.
Like, sorry, when he said DOJ, he's like, you don't even work for the DOJ. Like, what?
Right, I don't work for the DOJ.
You're right. Katie, thank you so much for the Cash App. I really appreciate you. All right, let's see if I don't know. I didn't like that one very much.
That was weird.
Yeah, it just got really weird.
It was
really
giving
quickly.
JD Vance.
Yeah, it really was. It really, really was. What's going on, guest? How are you?
I'm okay, I think.
You sure?
Yeah.
How old are you?
23. Born on 15th September 2001.
Where are you from?
The UK.
Gotcha. Are you voting for Donald Trump, or are you not able to vote?
I can vote, but I'm voting Kamala.
What? I'm so confused. What's happening now?
Can you just say you were a Trump supporter like 2 seconds ago?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to Amazon, buying a box of tea, and throwing it in the ocean. Who's down for a little Boston Tea Party? I think it's time to do another one.
You literally just said that. I literally just those words literally just came out of your mouth. Hello, guest. How are you?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to click.
That's okay. Well, you have a rule, and it's gonna be me or Johnny. If you come on accident, you got to call one of us pretty.
Both of you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm excellent. Are you a Trump supporter?
This is the first time I've been on your live, but I've watched Johnny several times. And I just want to say, Johnny, you changed my mind from voting for Trump to Kamala.
Aww.
I did extensive research on all the stuff that you talked about, and you're right. And I that's all I can say.
Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say 2 points. One, are you a Republican? Are you like you're a Republican?
No, I'm not.
Independent?
I actually voted for Trump in 2020. I did not in 2016. And I'm not sure why I did. Yeah. And so, no, I'm actually a registered Democrat. And
Gotcha. Well, we're glad to have you back home then. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking the time to research into Donald Trump. There's always a conversation to be had when it's a normal Democrat and normal Republican, but we have a normal Democrat and Donald Trump. And I voted for Democrats and I voted for Republicans. So I feel you, sister. So I appreciate that you took the time. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me up, guys.
Thanks for coming up and saying that too. It's really awesome when we get to hear that. Like I said, I know you're new to my live, but I think I can speak with Johnny when I say that. Like after we talk to like all of these Trump supporters, like every single day, like it is really nice to know that like somebody's listening every once in a while.
God, I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't. It is so infuriating to listen to these people sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's worse in person. You really think it's bad on here? I think it's worse in person.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for coming up, Megan. I really appreciate it. Can we get W's in the chat for Megan? Big W's in the chat for Megan. That's absolutely awesome. Is someone
I'm gonna go cry. I'm gonna go cry now. Oh my gosh, I love Megan. Megan's my new favorite name. Love Megan.
Hello, Cody. Well, we're trying to get somebody up, y'all. Please keep double tapping that screen. Let's get this thing up to 500,000 likes. I really appreciate it. Also, make sure you hit that follow button up there. And if you don't follow Johnny, make sure you're hitting that follow button over there. And that way we can do more stuff like this. It's really awesome. We appreciate you guys. Also, Cody, are you there? You keep jumping in and out. You there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you a Trump supporter?
Okay. I am.
All right, 1 second. Also, if you'd like to support the live, I do have all my pay links in my bio. They're all at Polypolitics, just like my name. And Johnny also has all of his pay links in his bio. So if you'd like to support, that's a great way to do it, to keep these, to help support these lives and stuff like we both do. So it's really amazing. Thank you guys so much. All right, Cody, what's on your mind, man?
A lot, man. A lot right now.
All right, well, let's start someplace.
I guess we can start with I'm voting for Trump. And there's a few things I guess I could talk about. Number one, I've kind of lost trust in the Democratic Party over the past couple of years. We'll start with, I guess we could start with this $10,000 student loan forgiveness that they tried passing through. That could have benefited me a lot. And
How could it have benefited you?
Yeah, I mean, they run their campaigns on
Law Raiders, what's going on? Thanks for coming over. All the Law Raiders.
She wants to give this $25,000.
Yeah, I heard that. How is it going to help you? How could it have helped you?
For the loan forgiveness?
Well, you said the student loan forgiveness, right? You said it could have helped you. How could it have helped you?
Oh man, it could have. I mean, I understand. Like, I'm a teacher, right? So I'm a school teacher. Not making a lot of money, but went to school to become a teacher, and I love what I do. But that could have helped me a lot, and I feel like
how could it have helped you? I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Are you telling me that you didn't get student loan forgiveness and you wanted it, or are you saying that if they didn't give student loan forgiveness, the money could have gone some other place? I really don't understand what you're saying. Because if you're talking about that, you would have liked the student loan forgiveness. Yeah, I bet a lot of people would, and that's why. And that's what Joe Biden tried to do. He actually tried to give student loan forgiveness to a large majority of Americans, but he was actually stopped by the Republicans in Congress, and that's why it was only limited to federal workers.
But that's why I kind of feel like I'm going towards Republican now, because it's like they're promising us this. She's going to give $25,000 for new homeowners, and it's like, well, if you couldn't get the $10,000 passed, how do you in your mind think you're going to get $25,000?
What did Donald Trump actually?
I'm losing.
Let's make this right. So you shouldn't be making the case that you should vote against Democrats like Kamala Harris because you feel as though they can't get it done as Republicans keep stopping them. You're making the case why you should vote Republicans out of Congress so that you could get the House majority and then pass exactly what Kamala's running on. It's the same way where Donald Trump said he was going to replace the ACA and he didn't. He said he was going to have an infrastructure package. He didn't. He said he was going to pass a border bill. He didn't. Where's the wall? Did Mexico pay for it? They didn't. Kamala Harris gave us the infrastructure package when we had a Democratic Congress. Then we get a Republican Congress and they stopped the border bill. So let's be very clear. It's Republicans who are refusing to accept progress. If you want progress, if you want your student loans forgiven, if you want bills and policies that will benefit the backbone of America, thus being the middle class and working class like yourself, then you would be voting for Democrats up and down the ballot. That's what you would be advocating for, but you're not. You're voting for the Republicans who are responsible for stopping the very policies you seek to pass. That is odd. That is hypocritical.
It's odd, but at the same time, it's kind of my world at this point. It's like nothing's happening. Nothing's going through.
But you're saying you're going to vote for the guy who literally is making nothing happen. Like, just like Johnny said, like he promised all sorts of stuff, got nothing done. He asked almost no meaningful legislation that actually helped anybody during his entire presidency. Now he's not even in office, and he is also stopping freaking legislation. Like, the legislation that you want is being stopped by Republicans. Why do you think Republicans are then going to pass the stuff that helps you?
Well, I think I'm to the point now where I'm kind of voting for Donald Trump based off stuff that's not working with the Democratic Party. At this point, someone has to get in there and kind of fix what's going on. Like, I know he might not put these ideas forward to help, pay student loans or do this and that, but like at least what he runs on, he gets through. You talk about...
Because again, and I'll repeat this because maybe you missed it. He said he was going to replace the ACA. He didn't. He said he was going to pass an infrastructure package. He didn't. He said he was going to pass a border bill. He didn't. So you're saying and trying to make the case that he passes what he runs on. He doesn't. And he's not even running on policy anymore. For example, he says he's pro-life, but he doesn't have a single policy on his platform that benefits a mother financially after he forces her to give birth. Okay, so you're saying he pushes through policies that benefit Americans. He doesn't. He has a record of doing quite the opposite. I
don't think, as far as everything goes with policy, listen, I don't know much on policy. I'm not, can you still hear me? Yeah, I see. Okay. I'm not super into policy, but I guess we'll talk about the border because the border is driving me up the wall.
You want to pivot?
I said what I had to say, and I just want to move on.
You said what you had to say, but it was incoherent and negligent.
I don't know,
respectfully, you're teaching kids. Really?
Yes, but we don't. We keep politics out of school. We don't.
Right, but if you can't understand a simple discrepancy between what you're voting for and what you want, then how can anybody trust you to teach a child right from wrong? Think about this.
No, that's a little. No,
not really, totally, because you're voting. Think about it this way: you're voting for a convicted felon.
Politics has no right in school. So
it does, because politics is everything.
It has no say.
Think of it this way: you're voting for the candidate. You're a teacher.
Correct.
You're voting for the candidate who says he wants to defund the Department of Education.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
And yet that is what he's running on.
But that's never going to happen.
Okay, all right, hold on. And Roe v. Wade wasn't going to get overturned. You said that was never going to happen. Your party said that. I'm not done. I am not done. Your party said Roe v. Wade would never be overturned, and then it was. You said, don't worry about it, it won't get overturned. And then it was. So don't worry. Department of Education, I know Trump is running on overturning it. I know he's running on abolishing it, but it won't happen. Really.
Yeah, you're also running for the guy who supports, like in Florida where I live, book banning in schools, right? People that are actually being like handicapped, like teachers that are being handicapped across the board. Like, that's crazy that you're going to vote for someone like that. I think one of the mods muted him. Cody, I just sent you an invite to unmute. Also, there's a little button right below your little box, Johnny's box right there that can mute. Hi.
Yeah, I think about he was in for 4 years, right? And nothing happened with teachers, not a thing. Nothing happened. And then when it comes to the book banning, you got to look at what's being taught and what people are looking to ban. We should have say.
Maybe I missed it. What do you teach?
I teach health and physical education.
You're a PE teacher?
Correct.
Copy. All right. At what level? Like middle school, high school?
4th and 5th grade.
4th and 5th grade. Okay. Thank God. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're literally saying, like, your argument is, this is your argument. And I just want to put it like all into a freaking, like an entire, like, thing. The Democrats are saying stuff and they're not getting it done. So I'm going to vote for Trump because he's going to get things done. But the things that he says he's not going to do aren't going to get done.
I don't understand that, because things he wanted to get done when he was in for 4 years, you look at what
I want to take it back. Something I suggested here, because I, in my personal mind, was instilling doubt that some teachers may be improperly teaching those based off of politics. Now, knowing you're a PE teacher, you're teaching nobody nothing. You're just having kids run around a track. So I take it back. Teachers haven't let me down. Just you. Just you.
That's kind of
thank goodness. No, not really.
Say,
thank
John,
goodness.
I mean, that's kind of hypocritical.
Thank not really. Thank goodness gracious that you aren't.
For what I do for a living?
No, not at all.
What
thank
is
goodness
that?
gracious.
John, what is that?
Thank goodness gracious.
Relieved on what?
Excuse me.
See, look, you're bashing me. No, excuse me.
I'm not bashing
you're bashing me.
You're excused.
On my career.
You're excused.
And you're over here talking
goodness
like I
gracious.
do nothing? What a shame, man. Big disgrace on your end.
Are you okay? Did this make you that emotional?
Okay? I mean, I'm fine, but you act like you can just throw shade out there and no one can call you out on things.
Fly away.
Wow.
All right. Thank goodness gracious you're not teaching math or science.
Or civics.
Or civics.
Well, see, that's the Democratic Party. There you go. You call people out for
we believe in
discriminating
math,
on
science,
people, and
and civics.
here you are discriminating. Are you kidding me?
Discriminating? This is really what you think discriminating is?
That's hypocritical.
Really?
On your end. I mean,
no, what we're hoping, Cody, what we're thankful for is that freaking when we have things like getting rid of the Department of Education, when we have things like freaking fascism, right? Like they're trying to be instituted in our governmental system. Johnny and I are just very, very thankful that you are not teaching our freaking children. Like, oh, it's okay to just let fascism go in. It's okay for us to ignore the Constitution. It's okay for us to just freaking divert from democracy.
I would have changed my whole career.
Cody, I mean this sincerely. Okay, and don't cut me off and get all emotional. I mean this sincerely. I'm glad that you're not teaching kids math because you don't understand the discrepancy between Donald Trump's economic stance and what's a good economy.
No, I mean,
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm glad. You're crying. This isn't that emotional. I'm glad you're not teaching kids science. Okay, calm down. I'm glad you're not. Okay, cry more.
And you yell at Trump for making fun of people.
Himself.
And here you are doing the same thing.
He can't control himself.
You should know 1, 2, 3. Yeah,
eyes on me.
Right? Oh, what is that?
1, 2, 3, eyes on me. 1, 2, 3, Cody, eyes on me. Okay, Cody, let's get it under together. Are you calm? Let's use our inside voices. Okay, so the point is, I'm glad that the only thing you're teaching anybody how to do is to run across a track. Because again, you shouldn't be teaching science or math if you're voting for Donald Trump.
That's on your end. Have no idea what you're talking about. So stick to your subject.
Thank God.
You have no idea what I teach.
Yeah,
you
I
have
am
no
sticking
idea
to math and science. I'm not teaching anybody to run across a track. That's on you. I'm teaching, math and science, something useful. So anyway, listen, what I want to make very clear here is if you're going to
something
vote
useful,
for
you probably
Donald
could have
Trump,
benefited from a phys ed teacher helping you out, buddy. You dumb shit. Holy shit.
Why is he so emotional?
I have no idea.
Oh, he ran away.
Oh, we got a little runner.
Cowbell. Moo! We got a runner! Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo! That was wild. He got so emotional.
He got real. We started talking about his teaching, and he went off real quick.
Like you know that he hates what he does. If he got that emotional, it's like, dude, if you said from the get go you were a PE teacher, then yeah, I would have stopped talking about policy with you from the start.
What was funny is he didn't say PE teacher at first. He was like, I teach health and sciences and physical education. And I kind of stopped. I was like, oh, wait, you're a fucking PE teacher. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, cool. A 4th grade PE teacher. Yeah. Copy. Got it. Yeah. All right. What's going on, guest? How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Are you a Trump supporter?
No. I just had a quick question across the platforms because I've been on part of the ladies' lives before. How come nobody ever brings up Citizens United?
We do. I mean, it's not super. It's just not super relevant for this exact election. But I hear it talked about all the time. Just not as much recently. There's bigger issues, I guess.
I feel like it is the biggest issue, and I just don't feel like anybody really. I get your point because right now it is, a bigger thing with Trump.
We're not going to fix Citizens United before the election.
Right. Let's talk about that after the election.
Okay, so after the election, all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, man. As if you're not a Trump supporter, please jump out of the guest request box. I'm only looking for opposition right now. Thank you so much.
Dude, Polly, I meant to mention on my live
What's up,
today,
brother?
like
What's
at
up,
least a
brother? I'm
dozen
on patrol.
people were like calling us brothers. A lot of people think we're brothers. Like a lot of people, man.
Dude, after the last live we do together, like all I could hear was the two daddies. Like, how,
What?
two daddies.
That's funny.
Yeah, I love that one. All right, Zach, sorry. You had a lot of background noise as we were talking about it.
What's up, brother?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, are you a supporter?
Yes, sir. Trump supporter. Yes, sir.
All right, man. What's on your mind?
The border, the Afghanistan withdrawal. I thought Biden and Kamala destroyed the Afghan withdrawal.
What about it?
Oh, $80 million worth of devices left behind.
Not true.
Not true. Oh, why is it not true?
Because that is actually equipment that was given over to the Afghan National Army over the course of 20 years. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So I'm being a dumb Trump supporter.
Yeah. What else is new?
What else?
It's not mine. I don't know. Like,
See,
I told you.
When you have ammunition to say, okay,
What just happened?
I have no clue. I
there two
do
of
not
them?
know what that was.
I think there were two of them.
I think there was two. That was.
At least he admitted. I guess W's in the chat. W's
in the chat. Like,
I guess.
Hello? Dispatch?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
Oh, I didn't ask to join. I apologize.
You sure did, bud.
Did I?
Yeah, man. That's how you end up here. I don't just randomly select people out of here.
Man, I apologize about that. You know, I just love hearing you in the way. You my whole damn, long as you on, I'm listening to you guys.
I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, man.
The other guy you got with you? Oh, yeah, he's hell.
Oh, yeah. Johnny gives him hell, bro. Like this.
He make Timmons look really bad, don't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. All right, Dispatch. Thanks for coming up, man.
Man, I
get it from my mom. Yeah, these folks never messed with a rural Pennsylvanian. Once they get a little bit of rural American in there, they all realize, oh, not the right one to mess with.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous combo.
Right.
It's scary. Anyways, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, I'm a huge fan. I am a friendly, but I just wanted to ask you one thing about a previous guest, the PE teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I really enjoy it most when you guys engage with them where they're at.
Is that a turn signal?
It's hazards.
Oh, that is like super annoying.
Sorry, I can turn it off there.
All right, just make it quick, man. We got to keep moving.
Absolutely. I like when you gauge people where you're at, and I was just a little disappointed because he was up until the point where
Get over
guys
it.
started attacking it. He
No,
was being
sincerely,
respectful. I mean,
no.
it was a great
Can I make something
conversation.
clear to you? And first off, I want to preface this with something my mother would say in this scenario. Get over it. Okay, the fact of the matter is, when you're voting for Donald Trump and your mind is set in stone, as his was, because he proved his ignorance from the get-go of the conversation, it's no longer about changing his mind. It's about informing those who are tuning in to ensure that they are further educated on the matter. For example, when somebody comes up and says, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, even though I understand no policy, background, character, morals, or values behind the candidate, then it's no longer engaging with them. It's proving that they're a hypocrite, which is exactly what the point of the conversation was. But then when you come up and have empathy for a Trump supporter who's trying to strip away the rights of women, who's trying to strip away the rights of LGBTQ plus Americans, who's trying to strip away the rights of Black Americans, who's trying to strip away the rights of union Americans, you are quite literally uplifting and empowering them to do said act. Don't do that.
I mean, it's not what I
Don't
was
do
trying.
that. But that's what you did. Don't do that
No,
again.
It's not that I
Let
was
this be a lesson.
empathizing with
I'm
him.
not asking you. I'm telling you, don't
It's
do
not
that
that I
again.
was empathizing with him. It's the
But you
people who
are.
are listening.
No.
That it was
I know
a
how to do
teachable
this.
moment. I'm
Thank you.
talking
It was
about.
not. The teachable moment was for those listening in, not for the ignoramus.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
right,
I
and
wasn't
that
talking
was
about
exactly
him.
what was taught. You should not be emphasize that. Oh my goodness gracious! You should not have empathy for a
empathizing.
MAGA Republican who is trying to strip away the rights of women. Don't
No,
do
I
that.
don't.
It's not
I
cute.
really don't.
It's not cute. They're not going to like you anymore for having empathy for them.
No,
okay?
it's not. That's not what I was.
But that's what you
trying
did.
To do.
Again, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Don't do that again. It's not cute. Okay? Great. I'm really not the one.
I always do think it's really funny that, like, when people come up here, they're like, "You're running your live wrong." It's like,
right?
I think I got this. Like,
right? We're good. Yeah. We know we are. Literally, a woman came up just before and said that she flipped her vote because of us. So yeah, thank you very much. We're doing fine, man. We're good.
Hello, Brad.
Why has the U.S. debt increased $500 billion in the last 3 weeks?
Why are you 12?
What was that nonsense?
I don't know. I love the kids that come up there and they try to get like the really deep voice, like they're older than they are. Like,
hey, hi guys, why they're talking like Senator Bennett. They're giving Michael Bennett. They're like, hello. Oh my gosh.
Hello, Jamie.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How old are you?
35.
35. All right. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, but my sister actually told me to come on here and let you knock some sense into me.
Sounds like you have a really smart sister.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you should listen to your sister more. Can we get W's in the chat for the sister?
All right.
So for respect for your sister, I'll at least start this out respectfully. So what's on your mind, man? What do you got questions about?
Okay, so my main thing I want to say is that probably I work a lot of overtime. So when I hear the no tax on overtime, that was something I was really getting, I guess, excited about. Anything over 8 hours, I get time and a half, and 4 more hours after that, I get double time.
Do you know why you get that?
What's that?
Do you know why you get that?
I said, why is that?
Oh, because it's the law, right? You get that because of the labor laws within the United States, right? That's what forces companies to do that. Are you familiar with Donald Trump's Project 2025?
No, but I.
So
heard
Donald
that-
Trump's Project 2025 is a large thing written by the Heritage Foundation and hundreds of his former staffers that will be on his staff again. And in Project 2025, okay, it pretty much gives the employers the power to pretty much get rid of overtime in general. So that law that freaking forces your time and a half pay, not the double time pay, that's an extra thing, but the time and a half pay, the employers wouldn't even have to give that to you anymore. So you can't get taxed on overtime you don't have.
Okay. So,
numerically, let me explain the digits on this as well. I'm a numbers guy, okay? In 2017, Donald Trump had his Jobs and Tax Act, okay? And this act was passed giving middle-class Americans a 1 to 2% tax cut. Think of that tax cut as the same exact thing as the overtime tax. Like the same thing, you get the same amount back, almost identical. Donald Trump then played with tariffs. And for example, he had a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This led to higher costs at the grocery store by about $230 billion. So the money that people got back in their pocket that they saw on their pay stub from that 1 to 2% tax cut was effectively stripped out and more from his tariffs. And this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. It was a failure in a trade war, both foreign policy and economically. Now, Donald Trump is doing this again. He's going to give you an overtime tax cut and you'll see it on your pay stub, but you will lose more out of pocket as costs go up due to the tariffs he's going to re-implement, like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, but the additional 60% tariff on China and 10% across the board. This will lead, according to Penn Wharton economists who have always gotten it right, to a $3 trillion tax hike on the middle class and $2,500 to $3,900 coming out of the pocket of middle-class Americans every single year. So Donald Trump is a businessman, and this is how he plays. He puts money in your pocket on paper in your pay stub so you see it, and then he takes more out of your pocket where you won't notice it, like the grocery store. This is on purpose. He does it on purpose, and he did it once before. This is why Republicans ran against him. It's the same carbon copy plan he's doing again.
And just to add one more thing to that tax plan, also, you saw that Donald Trump did sweeping tax cuts, especially in his in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but he didn't cut spending anywhere. Right, which is actually what increased our debt. That's why he put more, on our national debt and had the largest deficit of any president in 4 years in our history. Right, $8.4 trillion worth of debt. Right, so if you actually cut taxes in order for a budget, you probably have a budget at your house. Right, if your income gets cut, that means your spending has to get cut. Right, you're not living at the same level. Donald Trump increased his actual living expensive, or the United States budget, kept spending more while also cutting taxes for rich people in the process, which is actually a huge freaking net negative for not only us right now, but us in the future.
Okay, I definitely see what you're saying as far as seeing it in my paycheck, and then I'm going to be spending more anyway, so it's just still kind of screwing me over and not really any benefit to me.
Not to mention the fact that I think it's completely not feasible. I don't actually think that he's actually able to freaking take tax away from overtime. It's kind of very similar to the no tax on tips thing, which is really more of a hedge fund, policy than it is anything else. Not really for your baristas and your bartenders and stuff like that. But again, even with Kamala Harris's plan on that, I don't think either of them are feasible. But that's just my opinion.
I think what's also important to recognize here is the same way that you were able to catch on there to what he was doing, as I explained it. A lot of MAGA Republicans don't. You sound intelligent. MAGA Republicans is the electorate that Donald Trump relies on. He relies on people who are incapable of noticing little scams like this. Again, he'll put more money into their paycheck so that they see it on paper, and then he relies on stupid people not to notice they're paying more at the grocery store. That is a businessman tactic, a bad businessman tactic. But that's him being a businessman. And I think that that's something we need to recognize, that when these MAGA Republicans run around saying, oh, he's a businessman and he's going to help us. No, honey, he's a businessman and he's going to hurt you. That's the fact behind it.
Damn. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, and just to add on quick to that too, I think that people, I really can't stand this whole, this rhetoric about, oh, Trump's a businessman, that's why we need to run the United States. The United States is not a business. Stop thinking that, right? The entire point of a business is to make money, right? The U.S. government's job is not to make money, right? It's supposed to be to freaking help its constituents, right? It's supposed to be able to keep things balanced and to freaking make sure that they have the services and everything that they need in order to have a good, healthy running country, good, healthy running economy, right? So when you have those two different things, right? One is to make money and one is to keep things balanced and keep their constituents happy. They're not the same thing. So being a good businessman does not really in any way equate to being a good politician.
I got you. I definitely do appreciate that. I'm definitely seeing a whole nother side to the no tax on overtime now. Damn. Okay.
Don't be nervous, man. Breathe.
I am a little nervous.
Breathe. John and I are both very nice until you make us not. Okay, so we're cool. You're chill. And I know why your sister's into us. Like you said, you sound like an intelligent dude. You know what I'm saying? So you sound intelligent. You sound like you're receptive to information, and so we're just here to provide it. You're good.
Thank you. I guess the other thing I wanted to ask about was, as far as the border, there was, I guess, to talk about how when we had the bipartisan bill from the Democrat side, and then I guess Trump said, blame me if it fails, right? And so there was the argument as, we have this here for you, this could be solved. But then my question was, it just seemed also from the Democratic side that it took a long time for the bill to even come about. So that also seemed like an election, I guess, ploy as well, to kind of wait and be like, oh, we have this bipartisan bill here for you right before election time.
Well, let me start with saying, you're saying it's a Democratic bill, and in the same sentence, you're saying it's a bipartisan bill. Bipartisan means
you're right.
Bipartisan means that both parties are agreeing. It wasn't a Democratic bill. It was actually more primarily led up by Senator Lankford out of Oklahoma. And he's a Republican. He's a very, very conservative Republican in the Senate, right? So it was actually primarily written by him. But let's start with the fact that within the first week of the Biden presidency, they introduced a border bill. That was almost immediate. Congress didn't pass it. Trump tried to get an immigration bill passed. Couldn't do it. Obama tried to get an immigration bill passed. Couldn't do it. We have been begging for new immigration policy for a very, very long time. The actual original policy for our immigration was actually built in the 1950s, and I think the last update to it was in the 1980s, right? We are not in the same immigration situation.
So Donald Trump could get another wife into the country.
Yeah, right? He might need a new one soon. Where is Melania?
Good question. She's making money off that book. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah,
she's getting the prenup money.
But yeah, man. So this was the reason why this one became so important. It's not because it was an election year or anything like that, or the Democrats were trying to push something. It was because it was the first actual piece of immigration legislation that we actually thought had an actual chance of passing because it had sweeping support on a bipartisan measure, right? Which hasn't been happening, right? And that's the biggest issue with it being gone, right? Because no matter who gets elected now, that same immigration policy, well, maybe if Kamala Harris gets it, it might get passed. If Donald Trump gets in and doesn't have a supermajority, there is no way that immigration bill is getting passed, right? Because it didn't include things like Dreamers, like DACA, like other protections that Democrats have been fighting for a long time, and they were willing to give up those protections as long as it was to help Biden in an election year. They're not going to give up that stuff to help Trump at all.
I got you.
I think, and I have worked on legislation, and let me tell you something. The bill process, the bills that I've worked on, they have taken months and years, and most times they get caught up in either legal committees or external House committees or review, and they never hit the floor. The fact that Kamala, Joe Biden, even Mike Johnson were able to work in a bipartisan way to get a bill on the floor that accomplished what everybody wanted and would have passed and made the conversation surrounding the border redundant speaks volumes to how Kamala is willing to reach across the aisle to get something done. I mean, this is a bill that would have offered millions to border states like Greg Abbott to shut him up for once. It would have built the wall that Donald Trump had wanted, secured the border with border agents, which is what Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer wanted. Everybody would have got what they wanted, but Donald Trump blocked that bill for one sole purpose, and that's because if the border is secured in its entirety, how could he run on it? He'd rather run on a problem instead of solve it. And this is the same thing he's been doing with the ACA, for example. He's been running for the presidency for a decade and still doesn't have a healthcare plan that actually replaces the ACA in a comprehensive manner. That's because he doesn't want to replace it. He wants to say he's going to replace it. And he's been saying it for 10 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, and even after this bill was taken down, the Biden administration came out. Biden went on stage and was like, hey, we need to fix immigration. I'll come help me, or I'll come help you. They were being very bipartisan and we just need to get this done for America. But Donald Trump doesn't care about America, right? He cares about himself. He's a narcissist, right? And so unless he gets a net benefit from it, he doesn't care how that affects the American people.
Okay. Yes, this definitely is eye-opening. I feel like I've got, heard things wrong, got wrong information, because I was definitely under the impression that this was only introduced a few months ago, and that it was this big yay, we have this bill that can help everything, but then Donald Trump is just trying to block us from doing it. But I didn't know that it was from day one they were trying to,
In 2019, Donald Trump got on TV and begged Congress to pass an immigration bill because the immigration was spiking so high, and he couldn't get it done, right? That's why he had to resort to things he really just got, I'm not going to call it saved because it wasn't a good thing. But if COVID hadn't have happened, you wouldn't have seen this huge reduction in immigration anyway, right? And people talk about things like the Remain in Mexico policy, but that was really just to affect legal migrants, right? It had nothing to do with undocumented migration in the United States, right? We've needed this legislation for a long time. And while there are parts of that legislation that I'm not a fan of, personally, it would have done a lot more than what we have right now.
Saved is kind of technically the right phrase there, though, because again, pandemic was awful, but if it weren't for the pandemic, he would have had a recession. He would have had the market crash that economists were expecting. He would have absolutely had a further spike in immigration. I mean, he was,
without Title 42, without Title 42, without COVID, he never would have gotten Title 42, which was the border shutdown. So
I'm just thinking of the economists who were expecting that recession, and then it was right around the time the pandemic hit, and then the pandemic stopped that because it caused its own recession. That's wild. Wow. Huh.
And then they were expecting the recession afterwards, right? And they said for sure we're going to a recession, and somehow Biden saved us from it, which is insane.
That's insane. That really is crazy. Man, I love numbers.
Yeah.
I love numbers.
Is it true?
Okay.
But Jamie, like I said, man, you sound like a smart dude, man. And I always encourage, dude, we're not blowing smoke up your ass, dude. Go check out everything that we're saying. It can be easily found, easily researched. And you can fact check us to the bone if you think that we're bullshitting you on anything. All right. We encourage that.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And listen to your sister.
Yeah, for sure. I will.
All right, Jamie. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down, brother. You have a good one, all right, man?
All right, you too, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to go get dinner.
I was actually just thinking how hungry I was.
Right?
I was literally just thinking that. I was actually thinking that before you came on, and then you came on. I was like, all right, I'll hang out for a little bit.
Sorry.
I do have to bring up someone real quick. I'm going to bring up Santana. I think he wants to ask you something real quick.
Oh no!
No, it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. I'm just gonna let him say. What's going on, Santana? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Johnny? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good, good. Listen, so I know you don't remember me.
You have a really nice smile. Wow.
Thank you.
It's like such a small photo, but it's so white. Oh my goodness. Nice to you. I gotta do something with mine.
Oh, listen, my parents gave them to me, so I thank them.
I got it from my mama.
Exactly.
The only thing I got from my mom is a lot of good insults to throw at MAGA Republicans.
There you go.
And the intelligence. Anyhow, so what's up?
No, listen, I just wanted to stop in, and so no one knows this. Polly doesn't know this because I've never shared this story. But so I've been, building a community, a platform here on the TikToks, and it started with Your Live, right? So the reason why I do what I do is because I used to sit and watch Johnny's live, and it used to be like maybe a couple of hundred of us just hanging out, and I was like, I really like this dude. And I remember coming up and having a conversation with you and just, talking about politics, but it was super respectful. It was super informative. And I was like, I like this. I like what he's doing. And I want to do something like that. And your lives are the only reason that I do my lives now. And that was it.
That's so nice to hear. That's phenomenal to hear. My story, why I started them, isn't as kind-hearted. I watched Donald Trump and his Butler County rally, and then I was like, oh, not going to an in-person event again. Gonna do some online stuff. Mine was trauma-based. I like yours better.
Yeah,
can we trade stories?
Listen, if you can have my origin story anytime.
I appreciate you saying that.
Are you still trying to do that panel?
I am. I'm actually, there's something else, and I'm going to reach out to both of you guys because there's something else I'm cooking up. So
I'll tell you this, Johnny. He did a panel, and it was me, Mr. Jones X, Navi, just all like black creators across there, and it was just talking about like why black men vote for for Trump and how we get to them and the reasons behind it. And it was like a super, super educational panel. And I know he had mentioned to me once that he wanted your take on one of the panels that he was doing. Of course, not telling you to do it, but at least open the message and take a look because it might be something, because I really did have fun on there and I thought it was like really, really educational and really, really good.
Yeah. No, I love panel discussion, so always down.
Yeah. No, listen, it's different than what you guys are used to. It's not as combative, right?
Oh man, but I like the fight.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta tussle. But no, look, I'm actually cooking up one other thing, and I'm gonna reach out to both of you guys. So we'll talk. No pressure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Santana.
Thanks so much. Nice to hear from you. Good to see you again.
We actually had a really good panel. It was like really, really good. And like it was just a time where we actually like I said, because we live in this like combative space all the time. Yeah. And it was nice to just sit back and just be like, let's talk about what's really going on here, like with a bunch of creators and like-minded people. So I think we did it for like an hour and a half. It wasn't anything crazy, but it was a really good panel. But anyways, y'all, I think we are going to shut it down. Johnny says he's hungry. I'm super hungry because I haven't eaten since this morning. So we are going to shut this thing down. Y'all, again, thank Johnny so much for coming and spending time on this live. It's absolutely amazing. Johnny, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate you, brother. Make sure if you don't follow me, you follow me. Make sure if you don't follow Johnny, you follow Johnny. And we will see you guys tomorrow. You going on later tonight, Johnny, or are you?
I might. I don't know. I'm debating it. We've been traveling around meeting voters in person, and so I'm like, do I want to... I don't know. We got to figure it out.
Well, if you do, I'll be looking. I'll come by and hang out for a bit if you're on later.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
Brother.
The Scream guy, when he came up here talking, I think your analogies, that you're a really smart guy. So just keep doing what you're doing, even though I'm on the other side. So I'm not going to come up here and bash you. So I think that's pretty messed up.
It would probably be a dumb thing to try bashing me. Nobody's ever successfully done it. So
I know, of course. Yeah.
But anyway, bye, Jay.
All right.
Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on up. We just had a MAGA Republican attesting that I am a great guy. Very funny. Very funny. Very nice. You look at Russia and you go to China. You ask everybody. Johnny's a very nice guy. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, wait, my hands are too big for this. Hold on. I got Italian hands. Hold on. Very nice. Very nice guy. Very nice. So, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
That's gross.
Why am I voting? Why?
I didn't ask why. I said that's gross. Did I stutter?
Oh, good. No, that's good.
Yeah.
Donald Trump does not support other countries like Kamala.
Okay. Whoa. Let's take a step back. So that wasn't coherent. Do you want to repeat? Try again.
Biden and Harris are supporting what, Ukraine with $93 billion? I don't know why. I mean, they dropped the nuclear.
Who sends money to Ukraine?
Kamala.
No. Kamala doesn't have that authority, both legislative or executive, to send money to Ukraine. Who sends money? And by the way, mind you, this is through weaponry, not blank checks. But who sends that weaponry? Like, who has the authority to do it? No, it's not Biden. So try again. Who sends it?
No, Biden signed the bill.
Okay, so, all right, we need a civics lesson here. So Congress assigns money. Congress's sole purpose, the same way the Supreme Court's sole purpose is to interpret the Constitution, the Congress's sole purpose is to allocate funding through policy and public service. They're the ones with the wallet. So as you're saying, Kamala's giving money, you recognize it's not Kamala, it's Mike Johnson, your Republican Speaker of the House.
Well, then what about the damn hurricane? The $750 per person. What about that?
Right. So what was the $750 for?
Yeah. What about our country?
No, what was the $750 for?
What about our people? Answer
what
that.
was the $750 for?
To recover. Because they lost their homes.
Okay, so no, actually that's not what it was for. The $750 was to provide immediate relief for food and clothes, period. And a lot of people in the chat wrote that. It's good to know that we have some intelligent people here, because this guy, So let's recognize that money was not to rebuild a community or rebuild somebody's home. It was to put clothes on their back and food on the table as soon as possible. The money that comes from the 100% reimbursement on all local damages that Kamala is implementing, that is going to rebuild communities. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars there to rebuild communities. Okay. Now, hold on. You're saying you want more money, and I agree. There should be more money. You're right. So, Devin, thank you so much for the galaxy. That's so nice. So, you want more money going to those impacted by the hurricane. You agree?
Yeah, now.
I 100% agree. We are on the same page. And this, honestly, might be the smartest thing you have said all day. So now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you the phone number for Mike Johnson, and you're going to call him. And you're going to ask him to allocate more funds to those impacted by the hurricane, because he could call a special session in Congress right now to do so, but he refuses, which is why people from both sides of the aisle, including the governor of North Carolina, have asked him to deliver funding, and he's refused. Do you want to run away? Should I get the cowbell? Are you going to run? You running away because I'm asking you to call Mike Johnson? Scott, my voice is still coming out of your cell phone, and I will be here for the rest of your life. You can either leave the live stream properly if you're going to run away, or shut down your phone entirely. But you can't just say, oh, I'm going to run away. That's not how you properly leave the live stream. So my voice is still coming out of your phone. There you go, Scott. Welcome back. So you're going to call Mike Johnson or run away?
I was trying to go to a screen so I could write his name.
No, you aren't. Get a pen and paper.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I'm in my bed. I'm a paralyzed veteran. I served our country. I'm not going to run away. I'm trying to go to, here, I'll type it in.
Great. You ready?
Number.
202?
I'm ready. 202.
225?
225.
2777.
2777.
Great. Call him.
Now it's in our chat, and I got it. I'll copy.
Great.
Copy.
Call him and ask him. Tell him to allocate more funding for those impacted by the hurricane. He could do that right now, but he refuses.
Oh, no problem. I will, but you know what? Hey, why?
Do it now. Why not? The best time to do something is now.
Hey, call me, and Biden had the power to say, we didn't need the money now.
Yeah,
why?
The best time to always taught me, why wait when you could do it today? So give him a call.
Why is Kamala and Biden not asking now? We need the money now.
Right.
Huh?
So Kamala and Joe have asked Mike Johnson for funding.
Okay.
As has the governor of North Carolina.
Oh, but they can send 93 billion to Ukraine. So what about that?
Yeah, that's Mike Johnson again.
Okay,
So
hey, that right there is why I'm not
back to the
voting
get-go of this conversation. Mike Johnson gave money to Ukraine and then didn't
Okay.
give money to North Carolinians. So
Me,
again,
my wife, my family.
here's what you
we
should
just
do.
voted for Trump.
Here's what you should
Okay.
do. Give a call to Mike Johnson with the phone number I just gave you. Go ahead.
And what's your name now? Your name is what?
George.
Cool. Okay, I tell him George. Say call.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bye.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Great. He's making that call. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, hit the follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. You know me, good old George. Hit that follow button in the top left corner and join us. We'd love to have you as part of our little blue wave we got going on. And if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support my mission as I continue meeting voters across the state of Pennsylvania, feel free to do so. My Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. All of those funds are used towards gas and travel as I continue meeting voters across the swing state, which, mind you, nobody warns you on this, but the distance between Erie and Philadelphia, way longer than... Oh, and he left. We're just gonna... Moo. I knew he was going to run away. I knew he wasn't going to make the phone call. Like, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Knew it. Story of my life. I travel to keep her warm. It's Let's try to get up our next guest. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get someone up here. Yeah, folks, you can't know this. I'm actually a singer. I'm really talented. Hi, Gerald. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Wow. Just like Gerald Ford, the Geralds are always running away. No matter how many times you try to talk to one, they're always running away. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Thanks for the Elvis haircut. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Depends. How are you? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no.
Okay, then I'm doing very good. Thank you for coming up. Doing very good. He goes, how are you doing? I said, depends. Are you voting for Trump? He goes, nope. I go, great. We're doing great then. Yeah, doing very good. Having a great day, actually. I ate some smidgens before. That was pretty good. Hi, Marcus. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
No, Daddy, I'm not voting for him.
Okay. Bye, Pookie. Let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Chat, pick a space. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
That's gross.
Yeah, but
as long as you know.
The reason why I got on here is because I want to prove all your misinformation and all that you have talked about, all of it, and I do have proof. And now,
okay, yeah. Chat, which one? I assume they're gonna say middle top, right?
Do what?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Do what? He goes, do what? We're doing something. You're kind of the side mission. I'm playing tic-tac-toe with the chat. So anyway, why are you voting for a criminal?
Policies, immigration, jobs.
Policies and immigration.
Yep, immigration's a big old thing.
Okay, can you tell me about Donald Trump's border policy?
Build the wall, deport all that has come over illegally.
How did I lose? I already know. Guys, I already know. How did I lose that?
Listen,
can you give me a second? Can you hold on? Not everything's about you, guest. Shh, quiet time for a second. Sit tight for a real second. How did I miss that? That is the first time I've ever lost tic-tac-toe, especially to well over 1,000 people. Y'all are too good. That's wild. I hate y'all. I love y'all, but I hate y'all. That's wild. All right, Trouble, let's unmute here. Can you hurry up and unmute? It's the button that looks like a microphone. Spoiler alert. It's right in front of you. Here's an invite. There's an invite for you to unmute. All you got to do is accept the invite to unmute. It's so simple. Anybody could do it. He's definitely still talking to himself. We're all aware of that, right? Like, he is absolutely talking to himself right now. So, Trouble, you're on mute. What you need to do is unmute. See, there's a process called Mute.
No,
There you go. Now you have an echo. So scroll out of the app and then scroll back in.
I think that's you.
Okay. Leave the live stream and come back. Try to request again in just a minute. I don't know why he's like having this much trouble. He's having too much trouble with something so simple. Oh my gosh. Slowly but surely. Let's get up our next guest. I can't believe that y'all just beat me at tic-tac-toe. Oh my goodness. Trying to get up the next guest. This one's not coming up. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? No, fetus deletus. Poof. I mean, that was a fetus, right? We're all well aware. Oh, whoops. This guy. Let's try to get it back up. There's trouble. Yay, Trouble! Welcome back. We're so glad you're here. Certainly not sarcasm at all. So, tell me, what is Donald Trump's border bill? Go ahead.
Okay, so he's planning on deporting most of the illegals that are here.
That's not a policy. What was that? That's called deportation. You know that they're doing that now, right? That's nothing new.
No, they just started doing it 6 months ago.
No, deportation has been underway since like... dude, to be clear, there's never been a day that
in 3.5 years.
Take a step back. Deportation's not new. You're deeply confused. So deportation is not new. That didn't start 6 months ago. All right, you're not listening. You're not listening. Deportation did not start 6 months ago. Okay, this guy is delirious.
And I'm right.
You're delirious. You think? Okay, come on. Deportation did not start 6 months ago. You think they just started deporting people 6 months ago? Then why wasn't Donald Trump deporting people 6 years ago? Okay, unmute. Why wasn't Donald Trump deporting people 6 years ago? You just said that you only started doing it 6 months ago. So during Donald Trump's presidency, they weren't deporting people? That seems like a bad... Alright, I'm done playing with you. You have an echo again. This guy is both technologically and literally illiterate, so I'm just done playing with him. Done playing with him. He literally is like, deportation started 6 months ago. Buddy, you understand Donald Trump was president 6 years ago, and he was also deporting people. This isn't new. And then the echo, it's like, if you're going to be technologically illiterate, please don't join TikTok. Just a thought. Let's try to get up our next guest. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, you actually just talked to my... I'm sorry. You talked to my brother Jamie earlier on Polly's page, and I just wanted to say thank you.
You're not voting for Trump. Okay.
Yes, sorry, brother.
Oh, Jamie! Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
you're the
you did.
sister.
I am the sister.
You're phenomenal. Thank you for feeding him to the wolves like that. That's great.
Yep, I had to. We were running out of time.
No, hey, thank you for doing it. I appreciate you, and thank you for stepping up and being like a good sister like that. Can we get some W's in the chat for our guests here? Thank you again. You have a good
No
one.
problem. Thank you too, Johnny.
So for those of you who don't know, that was right there. That was an incredible sister who sent her brother to talk to politics, Polly and I, and we taught him basically anything he wanted to know about Donald Trump and the electorate because he was leaning towards Donald Trump. And she's just a really good sister. That's a good sister looking out for her brother. That was phenomenal. Michael, hi. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's gross. Congrats.
Why is that gross?
Well, it's definitely not attractive to be voting for somebody who committed sexual abuse, right? So why are you voting for the rapist, felon, civil fraudster?
Because he's a better option than Kamala Harris that hasn't done anything for the past 3 years and a half.
Do you want to try again pronouncing her name?
Okay, I'll just call her Harris. Sure.
Mm-hmm. You could call her Vice President Harris.
Vice President Harris, sure.
Okay.
the convicted felon, rapist, whatever he is, will run this country much better, which is proven that he did in those 4 years from 2016 to 2020.
Well, you're just delusional now. So let's better understand this. I remember Donald Trump's first term as president. Thank you very much. I remember Donald Trump's first term as president, and I also recognize that in no scenario would putting a felon, civil fraudster, sexual abuser into the highest office in the land better represent our country. Americans, we're kind of crazy, I'll be real. But we are not that crazy. Let's be so legit right now. We do some wild stuff. We don't do that. Okay? So now what I want to better understand here is why you are advocating for a criminal to be our president instead of a prosecutor who prosecutes criminals like Donald Trump.
Like I said, even if he's a convicted felon, a rapist, whatever it is, it proven, right? Because you can agree the economy is shit right now, and that is under the administration. Yes, it is.
You just said we could agree on that. What are you talking about? What's the inflation rate?
So you saying that
today?
you saying that the economy is good right now?
Yeah. So what's the inflation rate today?
Can you go buy a house right now?
Thank you. What is the inflation rate today?
It has skyrocketed. I don't know the exact numbers, but
you don't know the numbers. So let me get this right. You're saying the economy is garbage, but you don't know a single numerical digit for a borderline basic stat. That's absurd.
I don't have to have.
But I mean, say it again.
Okay, so I don't have to have the
one
stats.
More time.
Okay,
you do need to have the stat if you're going to talk about how
even
the
now,
economy is garbage. Let's try again.
Okay, so
what is the inflation rate right now?
Hold on.
What is the inflation rate? Next word to come out of your mouth ought to be a number. What is the inflation rate right now?
So if I don't have the number, it doesn't matter.
You don't have the number, then your opinion on the economy is redundant because that is the easiest.
Oh, so I don't buy groceries. I don't buy a house. I cannot buy a house right now.
You don't know what the inflation rate is. Let's try this again. What is the inflation rate?
This is how you know that these fucking voters are.
What is the digit? What is the digit?
Because I don't have the numbers.
What is the digit?
Okay,
you want to cry more?
All-time high.
You want to cry more? What's the digit?
Okay,
what is the digit? What is the digit? What is the digit?
I buy the groceries.
What is the digit?
I cannot buy a house.
What is the digit?
I do not have it.
What is the digit?
I do not have it.
Great. So you want to talk about how you perceive the economy, yet you don't know the simple, basic, borderline stat that describes inflation. Are you out of your mind? Are you? That is the most absurd. No. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Here's what you're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do.
So go to the grocery store right now, buy a fucking gallon of milk, it costs 17, and go buy it now. And how much is gonna cost?
Quiet. That was a public service to everybody. Quiet time for you. You're gonna go get a stat. Oh, you ran away! Oh, moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle. Hey, that was wild. That was wild. He literally didn't know a simple basic stat. He's like, I want to talk to you about the economy, but I don't know what the inflation rate is. Are you out of your mind?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing so good. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
And just like that, you ruined my day. Thanks a lot.
Then you ruined my day.
Pretty sure your day was already ruined if you were voting for Donald Trump. So anyway, why are you voting for a criminal? It's always a great day when you're stripping away the rights of women.
Why are you voting for a woman who wrecked a family and slept with a married man and broke the? Why are you voting for her? If somebody,
I'm not voting for Melania Trump. Melania Trump's not running for president. You just asked why I'm voting for a woman who slept with a married man and ruined a family. Go talk to Melania and go talk to Melania Trump and Marla Maples if you want to. But I ain't voting for Melania Trump. I'm voting for Kamala Harris. So tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal? Go ahead.
I like him.
Oh, you just like a criminal? You see the criminal and you're like, oh, he's a bad boy. Oh, he's a bad boy. Love that. Oh my gosh. So why are you voting for the civil fraudster criminal? Do you want to break this down more
I'm gonna
strategically,
tell you why.
maybe?
Okay, last election I voted for Biden.
No, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did.
No, you didn't. If I had a nickel for every time you MAGA Republicans told me you voted for Biden in the last election, I'd be a fucking
I've always
millionaire.
voted Democrat.
Okay, sure. Yeah, all have. Every single one of you have. It's crazy. Crazy. I mean, all of you say the same exact thing. You're all lifetime Democrats who voted for Biden. Literally. So then how is that possible? Like, how is that possible that all of you are former Democrats? Crazy.
I don't
crazy.
let me talk. I don't like anything that's happened under the Biden administration.
Like what?
I do not like that they have the Palestinians putting their flags over the United States flags. Is that like okay?
Donald Trump stripped down the United States flag at our Capitol and threw up Trump flags via his rioters. Ma'am, Donald Trump's rioters. Yeah, you don't want to talk about Donald Trump, you just said? Yeah, guess what? When you're voting for Donald Trump and you just talked about Palestinian flags replacing U.S. flags, look no further than your candidate, Donald Trump, who on January 6th, through his rioters, stripped down the U.S. flag from our national capital and put Trump flags as its replacement. What was that kind of hypocrisy? What was that hypocrisy? Do you first admit what you just said was a blatant walking, talking hypocrisy?
What about the Iranian deal? Trump stopped.
Try again. Do you recognize what you just said was a blatant hypocrisy?
What'd I say?
You said you're upset that Palestinians are replacing the U.S. flag with their flag. You're voting for the guy who replaced our flag with a Trump flag at the nation's capital on January 6, 2021. So you understand that you are quite literally a walking hypocrisy.
No, I'm not. I also don't listen to me.
Try to explain to me what I just said. Maybe you'll better understand.
I'm going to tell
if
you
it comes out of your mouth, maybe you'll better understand it. Do you understand what I just said? No. Do you understand what I just said?
You want to understand what I'm saying?
Do you understand what I just said?
That you think Trump put up his own flag?
It's not I think. He did.
I don't believe you.
Look it up.
He put a flag that's...
Look it up. No, go look it up, Pookie. Go look it up. Go on. Oops, I'm getting an advertisement. Oh my gosh, I got an advertisement. Oh, I'll wait for that. Shari, come back. Don't run away. Great.
Okay,
did you look it up?
I looked it up, but I didn't see it.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Show it to me. Show it to me on your phone.
Sure.
Go ahead. Show it to me now. Where it said he put up his own flag on the January 6th. Go ahead.
So do you just pretend like the insurrection didn't happen? Like in your mind, do you live in a fairy tale where it just didn't happen?
No, I know it happened.
Okay, and yet you're still going to vote for that. That's insane.
I also know that all these Palestinian rallies are not they're not peaceful. They call them peaceful rallies. They're not one of them is peaceful. Also, okay, I'm Jewish. I do not like that they are going on all the college campuses, harassing all the Jewish kids who go to college. And I don't like all the anti-Semitism. And they don't do one thing about it.
Can you do me a favor?
They don't back Israel.
Oh, wait, can you do me a favor? Sonia, thank you so much for the $5. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Okay, just need you to shut up for a second, okay? Hold on, ready? So first, I want to show you a good little zoom in on this photo. Ooh, let me see if I can get it right. Now, these are also completely accessible to you. The fact you're pretending like you can't find them is on you, not me.
I didn't see it.
This is them ripping down the flags from the Capitol.
Okay.
And these are the flags they're about to replace them with. Are you ready?
What do they say? Yeah.
Boop. Now, hold on.
What's it say there? Let's see what it said.
Pardon me. Here's them taking the flags from the Capitol and throwing them upside down.
Okay.
To suggest that we're overthrowing the government on January 6th. Again, these are all things you could have looked up, but you didn't. So you're upset with flags you just said. You just said, pardon me, you just said that the U.S. flag was getting overthrown by a Palestinian flag. I disagree that they shouldn't. Okay, that's great. That's okay. I hear you. And I agree that shouldn't be happening. I also agree that they shouldn't have done it on January 6th. Donald Trump did exactly what you're criticizing. Donald Trump did exactly what you're criticizing other people for doing. So you are a hypocrite. Do you admit? Do you admit? Do you? No, quiet Pookie. Quiet Pookie. Do you admit that your candidate not only threw out the U.S. flag and replaced it with his own, but also violated Chapter 4, Title 1 of Flag Code by signing it? Do you understand that Donald Trump treats the U.S. flag like a used napkin at McDonald's?
Was he actually there?
You just muted yourself. My hands are here. Unmute. I did not mute you. Great.
I know.
So,
was he
will
there?
you
Did
hold
he
Donald
put it up
Trump
himself? Was he actually there January 6th?
He bust rioters there and they did it for him. Are you out of your mind?
Right. He told them, oh, yeah, put my flag up.
Oh, my goodness
gracious. How do you know that? What proof? What proof do you
know
have
what's
of that?
wild to me? Is that you're making the case not to vote for Kamala because you said Palestinian Americans are replacing the U.S. flag with the Palestinian flag. Kamala's not doing that.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Pardon me. But you suggested that's a reason not to vote for Kamala. Did Kamala do that? No. But now you're saying
Biden
Donald
has
Trump.
not stopped.
You are talking
Biden
too
has-
much and not listening enough. So I'm going to explain this one more time. I've chosen kindness. Don't mistake my kindness for ignorance. So let me explain this one more time. Donald Trump replaced the U.S. flag with his own campaign flag at our Capitol via his rioters on January 6, 2021. You, by your own logic, said that you disagree with Palestinian Americans replacing our flag with the Palestinian flag. Now I'm telling you, you're blaming Kamala for that when that has nothing to do with her whatsoever, but you won't hold Donald Trump accountable for doing exactly that, just with his own campaign flag instead of the Palestinian flag. And the fact he violates flag code time and again by signing the US flag, by putting the flag on a Bible. Things like this, okay? So what I need you to do here is either one, notice your hypocrisy, or two, at least concede that you're a hypocrite and that you refuse to hold Donald Trump accountable for violating flag code and overthrowing the flag on January 6th. Up to you. You could be a hypocrite or admit you're wrong. But you got to do one before we continue.
Okay, I admit I'm wrong. Okay, what?
Perfect.
Okay, so what has Kamala or Biden done to stop anti-Semitism?
Ma'am, I'm a Jewish American.
Oh, you are. I love you. You
Yeah.
are. Shalom. Do you like that they're going on all the college campuses?
You know what I got a
and
problem
harassed?
with? And you...
Johnny Pomelade is not Pama. What's your last name?
What was that?
Is that
Okay.
your name?
That
What's
was
your last
not my
name?
name. I don't think that was
That's what
literate.
it says on the top
So
of your
here's
page.
what I want to better
What's your
understand
name?
here. From one Jewish American to another.
Are you Jewish, really?
Yes. So from one Jewish American to another, let me tell you something.
Say the bracha.
Ma'am,
Say the bracha. if you're Jewish.
blah, blah, blah.
I love
We can
you.
continue. Okay. My point being, as a Jewish American to another Jewish American, I want to make something very clear here. You're voting for the wrong candidate. Okay. Kamala Harris, when you look at the, for example, conflict between Israel and Gaza, has a very straightforward stance. Ceasefire, two-state solution, bring home the hostages. Donald Trump has no such stance. Donald Trump has made very clear he will dehome the Palestinian people. That's going to lead to a regional war. You don't want more loss of life. You want an end to the conflict that has been going on for decades. Donald Trump's not the guy because he doesn't understand foreign policy. The same way that MAGA Republicans seem to trust him to negotiate a deal to end the conflict between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky, Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a deal to bring home a Marine who was detained by Vladimir Putin. How in heck would he negotiate a deal to end that conflict? How would he negotiate a deal to end the conflict between Israel and Gaza? He's not the one. Now, I also want to further emphasize this. I'm not done. I also want to further emphasize this on 2 points. I explained her stance. Now, again, Donald Trump is the same guy who said if you are a Jewish American, you need to have your mental wellness and head checked if you vote for a Democrat. That's on video. This was recent. That's not normal. That's not normal rhetoric. No, that leads to anti-Semitism.
You want to
period.
know? You know how
I
many
ain't done.
Christian? Wait, I'm not done.
Third, you have Donald Trump who said, and you can go look this up, that he wanted generals similar to that of Mustache Man from World War II. Go look that one up. If you don't know that, go look that up. That's a breaking story. 4, Donald Trump, the same guy who is, and I remember a diary growing up, a diary about a girl named Anne. This is a book that I was raised on, okay? Donald Trump is blatantly speaking on policies that align with what happened to her. You look at mass deportation. Donald Trump is saying, let's use the military, weaponized against its own people, prosecute those who harbor illegal immigrants, whether they know or not know, and then detain those illegal immigrants to a place we don't know where. Okay, that's not normal. This isn't normal rhetoric. So when you come up here,
CNN.
When you come up here,
I've never heard this stuff,
ma'am. But then take it from me. If you're not going to recognize the blatant anti-Semitic remarks and ignorant remarks he's making, I can't help you. But all I can do is tell you exactly what I know and for you to do more research on it.
Can I ask you something else? What do you think about the Harris-Biden administration threatening Israel to stop sending them arms. This is the second time they've done this. Stop sending them weapons. If they don't stop the war in Gaza, they're going to stop sending. This is the second time they threatened.
Yeah, ma'am, the conflict needs to stop. Period. Period.
You know what? And it's not even Gaza. It's Hamas.
And
what's
so,
Hamas going
to
do?
be clear, any deal that takes place needs to consist of the removal of Hamas and also the removal of Netanyahu.
Right. Okay. But they first have to get rid of Hamas
and Netanyahu. Let's be very clear. Hamas and Netanyahu are not putting the people first. They've made this completely about some sort of awful politics that takes the lives of those who are innocent, both the Palestinian and Israeli people.
Can I tell you something?
The Israeli people, hold on.
Me and you went to Palestine, they'd shoot us for being Jewish.
No, take a step back. First off, the Palestinian people have made clear they don't want Hamas. The Israeli people have made very clear they don't want Netanyahu. So let's not play games anymore. Okay? So again, you're going to vote for somebody who is outright anti-Semitic like Donald Trump. You're going to vote for somebody like he is. I'm not playing with you.
Wait,
2, you're going to make something. Take a step back.
Jewish.
That's so dandy. Wow. Congrats.
Yeah. Who opened the embassy in Jerusalem?
Thank you. Take a step back. So again, Donald Trump saying
Jerusalem.
Donald Trump saying if you're a Jewish American who votes for a Democrat, you need your head checked. That incites violence on us. The people who are on the same side as you voting for Donald Trump are carrying around that little symbol from World War II that you and I know a lot about. Maybe you're on the wrong side.
I think you're on the wrong side.
My side's not carrying that symbol. Your side is.
Your side.
No.
Your side's not.
No.
Your side's
My
not.
side is not carrying that symbol.
So what?
That's you.
Do you know who Rashid
That's
Tlaib is? Do you know who Rashid Tlaib is?
I don't care. Is she running for
He lives
president?
in Dearborn, Michigan.
No? Great.
You should see, wait. You should see.
Pay very close attention one more time. There's no breaking through to you. What you're doing is blatant hypocrisy. The same way you said you care about the U.S. flag getting replaced by Palestinian flags, which, mind you, has nothing to do with Kamala and shouldn't be happening, you won't hold Donald Trump accountable for replacing the U.S. flag with his own Trump campaign flag. Okay? You are blatantly being a hypocrite through and through. And you are holding Kamala to a far higher standard than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump can peddle blatant anti-Semitic rhetoric, and you're like, thank you, Trump daddy. That's not going to work.
From the river to the sea means?
Do better.
Do you know what from the river to the sea
This is
means?
nonsense. What am I supposed to do with you?
What does the river to the sea?
Ma'am, it does not matter to me. I told you 3 times now.
So
the conflict needs to
Israel
end.
is gone.
You are not helping.
I'm trying to explain something to you.
Listen closely. You're making us look really dumb. Listen closely.
Not dumb, it's very smart.
You are making us look really dumb. So here's what I'm going to tell you now one more time. If you actually care about ending the conflict, if you care about supporting our people, here's what you're going to do. You're going to shh and go do more research. Because you're making us look really dumb, Sherry.
How am I making us look dumb?
The fact you don't know is it just speaks volumes.
No, well, let me hear.
I've explained 3 times as you yelled over me. This is giving roaches for raid.
Because of the flag. Let me hear.
Ma'am, you're on the same side that's carrying that symbol from World War II.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You are, and you're not on the right. You understand? You're in the wrong.
You're on the side where they want to kill all the Jews.
Ma'am, that's not true.
From the river to the sea.
Oh my goodness gracious. This is appalling.
Come to Dearborn.
This is appalling.
Come to Dearborn,
This is
Michigan.
appalling.
Our congresswoman
Ma'am,
in Dearborn, Michigan.
This is appalling. So let me make something clear.
Can I tell you something?
No, you may not. Let me make something very crystal shiny clear for you, okay? 3, 2, 1, and eyes on me for this. You, instead of voting for Kamala, who said 2-state solution, ceasefire, bring the hostages home, let's end the loss of life, are voting for Donald Trump, who has no such plan and is looking to incite a regional war for his own political gain. That is on you and your lack of foreign policy experience. I am not done. 2, you are on the side that is carrying that symbol from World War II, and you're going to play with me how you're on the right side of history? Our ancestors would be ashamed of you. 3, when you come up here and you say to me, oh, I'm going to vote for the guy who said Jewish Americans need their heads checked, you are outright out of your mind. That is unacceptable. So yes, you are making us look immensely foolish. So here's your homework.
I'm going to give you your homework.
Here's your homework.
Mm-hmm.
Do some research into the background of Donald Trump. And it's a simple Google search that I was able to conduct back in middle school. You can do it now. Okay? Let's not say another word. Do your homework. Come back in a week and let's conversate. This is beyond help at this point. You are making us look absolutely foolish.
No,
do better.
You're the one who's absolutely foolish.
Let's get up our next guest, folks. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 300,000 likes. Goodness gracious. That was shameful. Hi, Billy. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, bye, Billy. I'll miss ya. It's sad when somebody votes against their own interests, and I mean that sincerely. I mean, it's so blatantly spread out who Donald Trump is and isn't for, and Donald Trump's not for her. So it's genuinely upsetting when you see somebody who is so deep in the hole, I guess, is the right way to explain it, where they don't recognize they're voting against their own interests. It's sad. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I came up more so as for you to. I just got here. I don't know what you guys have been talking about or anything that's been
We were
going
talking
on.
about Rice Krispie treats. I had a good recipe for that. We played some tic-tac-toe. I lost. We talked about Brangelina. There's some rumors that it could work out, but apparently it's not. Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
I am more so trying to get persuaded to vote for Miss Harris. Right now, I am leaning towards Trump. I'm a conservative libertarian. I'd like to vote for Chase
libertarian.
Oliver. I'd like to vote
Ew.
for Chase Oliver.
Yeah.
Do you know
Can
who
I break something
Chase
down
Oliver
for you?
is?
I don't need you to come up here and do the whole thing where you libertarians have this organized slate of pretending you're bipartisan and then trying to use it as a platform to tell me about Chase fucking Oliver. I don't care. So
No,
you're not. Pay close attention. Now let's
I'm
not
thinking
play.
about voting
Let's
for
not
Trump.
play.
I'm not
Let's not
voting for the
play. Let's
Libertarian
not
Party.
play. Let's not play. Let's not play.
One of the reasons I am scared of a few of her plans.
You shouldn't be. Her plans are straightforward and they make sense. They're moderate and they quite literally benefit everybody. Okay? For example, Kamala has a plan
maybe I
that
don't
benefits
understand
first-time
them right.
parents with the $6,000 permanent child tax credit, and that money comes from the original 14% corporate tax deduction, so your taxes don't go up. Instead, your kids will get more money back into their pocket. Donald Trump has no such plan. But you tell me what policy you're confused about.
The one plan in particular that scares me a lot is the unrealized gains tax.
Okay, first off, unrealized gains is not going to affect you if you don't have $100 million or more. If you're making over $100 million, that will affect you. Because you, I, and nobody in this channel aren't making $100 million. It's redundant. It does not drive up housing costs. It does not drive up costs across the board. It does nothing but take money from the wealthy so that it can be recirculated into the population and benefit those who need it. That is a normal policy point. That's not unheard of. Neither is that unusual.
Now, isn't that how all taxes it came into existence? Say, for instance, even the
So you're
income tax.
taxing
Even
rich
the income
people.
tax was just for the rich people.
Right, so
When
you're
it first came out-
taxing, follow with me on this, you're taxing rich people.
Correct. Now I'm
Great.
getting taxed.
You don't have $100
So,
million.
Not right now, but
Right, and you
eventually,
never will.
I got a feeling it's going to be just like any
You
other
will never
tax.
have $100
That's what
million.
scares me.
Sorry to be the buzzkill.
It's not going to be $100 million later
It will always
on.
be
Later
$100
on,
million
it's gonna-
or more.
Later on, it's going to be $1 million, and then it's going to go
No,
to
it's not.
100,000.
You're blatantly lying, exactly doing what I told you you would. You take
no,
a
I'm not
policy,
blat-
I'm not done. You take a policy and you lie about it to misinform people so that you can then talk about your loser candidate, Chase Oliver. Let's make something very clear, okay? Kamala or Donald Trump is going to be your president. Kamala is saying she's going to tax the rich, and that's great. Donald Trump is saying we're going to cut taxes for the rich, and just originally, like how he gave the 14% corporate tax deduction and that led to the $8 trillion deficit, you ought to make the right choice this time instead of trying to go back down memory lane with Donald Trump. Because, fun fact, didn't work out too good for us the first time. So you can vote for Kamala and get a tax cut, and then watch as corporate taxes get stripped out and put back into the pockets of the middle class, or you can vote for Donald Trump and lose money. It's up to you.
I don't think you quite understood me.
I really do. I really do. You're saying that she's inevitably going to lower that threshold to $1 million. That's BS.
No, not her, but in
Nobody
the future,
will.
I can definitely
No.
see.
No,
I could definitely see it becoming
that's not
just
how
like any other
policy
tax.
works. It's not how policy works.
Okay. Well, that didn't really persuade me to vote for.
Not trying to persuade you. I know you're unpersuadable. Do you think I'm this dense?
No, you.
Apparently,
just
you
have
do.
a lot of.
When you come up here
That
and you
was
say you're a
very
libertarian,
prejudiced.
pay very close attention. When you come up here and you say that you are a libertarian, and you mention Chase Oliver's name, and that you want to talk about why Kamala's policies scare you, but you're
No, you cut me off
bipartisan.
before I could even
Stop
finish
it.
my first
You're not the
sentence.
first to do this nonsense. Let me make something clear. Kamala's policy is very straightforward, and you recognize that because you didn't question how it would be implemented. You didn't question what the stats or the numerical code digits behind it were. Instead, you said, well, at some point, I think that threshold's going to lower to $1 million, even though nobody said that in any right mind anywhere.
No, eventually I think
Just
it's
you. But that is
Eventually, I
okay.
believe
And
it's gonna get
eventually,
to
guess
hundreds of
what? Guess what?
thousands.
Eventually, the Big Bang's going to happen again, and the Earth is going to implode. Your point
Okay.
has
Okay.
nothing to
And
do
let me-
with
can
Kamala
I
Harris.
read-
Has
can I-
nothing to
can
do
I
with the
read-
policy.
Can I restate my entry?
If you'd like
I
to
am a-
try.
I am a conservative libertarian who would like to vote for Chase Oliver, but right now I am
There you
currently
go.
leaning towards Trump. And I
so
am
am I
asking
supposed
you
to play with you?
persuade me
Right.
towards
To be
Harris.
clear, I'm not going to persuade you. That's not my point of doing these conversations. What I'm doing is pointing out your blatant walking, talking hypocrisy. The fact of the matter is you're willing to vote for Donald Trump, who cut taxes for corporations and then took money from the middle class and also
Who pays
increased our
corporate
deficit by
taxes?
$8 trillion. Let's also recognize that instead of voting for Kamala, who is saying, hey, let's take away that corporate tax deduction, ensure corporations and wealthy people are paying their fair share, and then give middle class tax cuts, you're trying to instill doubt in that process. You're suggesting Kamala won't do that without any reason to do so. So do you really think that you are going to lean towards Kamala or that I'm going to persuade you? Let's stop playing. So why are you voting for a criminal?
For one, to me, I think that it was all
Political
ploy.
persecution.
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go.
I
So
do
everybody in
believe
the
it
chat, you
was.
see how this wasn't going to get persuaded? Political persecution. It was all political persecution. That makes zero sense. But you really thought that you were going to fool
I'm
me
just
into
an
thinking you could be
outsider watching
persuaded.
both
You're just
sides.
an
That's all I
outsider.
am.
You're not an outsider. This involves
I'm
you.
literally on the sidelines.
Are you a
listening to
voter?
Both sides.
You're a voter?
Yeah.
This involves you. Don't act like it doesn't. Okay? Because one of these
Yeah.
two are going to be your president. So you just said it was political persecution. What makes you think it's political persecution? Break that down.
All right. First, they started.
Are you driving right now?
No, but I am at work.
It's a little noisy. You want to tone that down?
Yeah, I make about $200K a year,
Congratulations, I ask. So do you want to tone down the volume?
and I plan on making more in the future. And I
So,
got a
folks,
feeling
let's
in the
explain this
future,
right.
It's
Quiet
gonna-
time for you, baby. So listen very close, everybody. This guest came up here and he said he's a libertarian. And then he said, Johnny, I want you to persuade me to vote for Kamala because I want to vote for her. I just can't get myself to do it right now. And I said, that's not true. No libertarian is saying that. And he said, well, I'm leaning towards Trump. And I said, right. But
yeah, because
quiet time. So he said, well, you know what? I am leaning towards Trump. And I said, okay, now you're starting to tell the truth. And he said, tell me about Kamala's, capitalized gains tax policy. Tell me about that. And I did. And he said, well, I think it's going to lower the threshold. Right now, it's $100 million. If you make over $100 million, you get taxed. If you make $99.9 million, no tax. And so he said, well, I think it's going to lower to $1 million, even though there is no such proof that that would ever happen. Neither has anybody ever said that, not even Donald Trump, just this random guy. So that was conspiracy theories that he was spewing. Then I said, quiet time, you're in timeout. And then I said, okay, why are you voting for a criminal? And he said, I think it's political persecution. Folks, this is not somebody who can be persuaded. This right here is a Trump supporter. Quiet
Yes, I
time.
can, actually.
This is
My first-
quiet time. This is a Trump supporter. Quiet time. You didn't vote for Obama. Notice everybody how every time a Trumper comes up here, they say they're a lifelong Democrat who voted for Democrats. And
I swear to
Joe
God,
Biden.
I fucking
Quiet
did.
time. Quiet time. So let's recognize that he quite literally is a MAGA Republican pretending to be a libertarian who apparently voted for Democrats, who is leaning towards Kamala. Get it together. If you're going to have an alias, do better than this. Okay? At least when Trumpers come up, they just say that they were Democrats and they lie. You're over here saying I'm a libertarian who likes Chase Oliver but wants to vote for Trump but would like to lean towards Kamala. And I voted for Democrats. Get it together. Okay?
I would like to see my...
Bye, Pookie. Let's get up our next guest. That was insane. Folks, if you're going to try to trick me, do better than that. That was insane.
Hey.
Matthew, you have an echo. Fetus deletus. Do better than that, folks. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App are in my bio. Those funds are used as I travel the state and continue to meet voters. Robin, hi. Are you voting for the criminal? Okay. Did I scare you, Robin? I didn't even say hi yet. Okay, Robin. I talk to you anyway. Bye. Rude. Anyway, I guess I'll get over it. Hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's disgusting.
Oh, yes, I know.
Well, as long as you're aware.
What's this so disgusting? I ain't gonna vote for somebody who wants to kill our kids at birth, even before birth.
Pardon me? Are you talking about Melania Trump? Melania Trump's not in the race, and whatever abortion she had have nothing to do with you. Leave that pro-choice, beautiful woman alone.
Your candidate that wants to do it.
Excuse me, my candidate's not Melania Trump. I just said that. Leave that beautiful pro-choice woman alone. She has done nothing to hurt you, okay? That woman is just decorated for Christmas and summer
she don't
and
even know
doing
what
nothing
she's
about her
talking
day.
about.
Melania knows what she's talking about.
What she's talking about?
Why do you keep making fun of Melania? She knows what she's talking about.
Are you a girl or a guy? Are you confused?
It depends on the day.
Yeah.
So why are you mocking Melania Trump so much? Like, what did she do?
Nobody say you're saying that. You don't know what else to say.
You just said that Melania Trump has no idea what she's talking about. You said that Melania Trump is like having abortions and stuff. I don't know. What is it?
You have
What'd she
nothing
do
else
to
to say,
you?
but you just trying to put people down.
You just mocked Melania Trump.
No,
I'm putting
I
people
mocked
down.
your candidate.
You just
her name's
verbally you just verbally
her name is
mocked
Kamala.
Melania Trump. That's not
Her
nice.
name's Kamala.
Anyway, so what's your issue with Melania Trump? I feel like she's okay.
Kamala. Is her name Skamala or Skamala?
Melania? You're not pronouncing Melania right.
No, you're not pronouncing anything right.
Okay, I think you're confused.
No, I think you are confused. You don't know.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know.
Actually, I'm Johnny.
You're a guy.
So
or
why
a
are you
girl?
so confused? Are you like
Are you
mad?
a guy or a girl?
Did I already trigger you?
Tell me
this
what
quickly?
are you? Have you
Did I
decided
already
what you are
trigger
yet?
you? It depends. Somebody drop a 20 in my Cash App, I'll be a guy. Somebody drop a 50 in my Cash App, and I'll be a woman. I don't really care. So listen very closely. Here's what I want to know. Why are you voting for a criminal?
Yeah, Obama, Clinton.
Oh, he has no idea where he is. It's a little early to be sundowning.
Obama.
How are you already sundowning?
His son. They're all criminals.
Okay, you even pronounce criminal right. Are you good? Are you sundowning? It's a little early, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I live in Texas, so you should know what time it is out here.
Oh, that explains a lot. Maybe next time come up with a different state.
Oh,
So
yeah.
why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm not. I'm voting for a man that believes in equal rights amendment.
Joe Biden? Nice, but Joe Biden's not running, so it's Kamala now.
Joe Biden. You always want to turn everything around.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
So why are you voting for the felon?
Why are you voting for what?
Did I stutter?
Yes, you did. I didn't understand what you said.
Okay, so let's be clear. A stutter means that I'm stuttering. You have a processing issue, so I'll repeat it for you if you ask
Okay, yes,
politely.
please do that.
You're welcome.
That, confused
Why are you
person.
voting for a felon?
Oh, yep. No, I'm not voting for Kamala.
Okay, you don't even pronounce the name right, but you're up here thinking
because
you're
I'm
doing
not trying
something.
to
The only
pronounce the
thing you're
name right.
cooking is horseradish and spinach.
Oh,
do something better than this.
You
One
could
more
do that better.
time. Can you answer the question?
Oh.
It's pretty simple.
It ain't-
Why
it
are you
is simple.
voting for the felon?
I'm not. I keep telling you that.
Okay, so you're voting for Kamala. That's awesome. Let's get some
No,
W's
ain't
in the
nobody
chat for
voting for
Alex.
Kamala.
Let's get some W Alex in the chat and some W Kamalas. Thank you, Alex, for voting for Kamala. That's awesome.
Ain't nobody voting
You just
for
said
that.
you're not
ugly
voting
girl.
for the. You just said you're not voting for the felon, so obviously you're voting for Kamala. That's
I'm a
awesome.
felon.
Let's
I'm
get
a
some.
felon.
Oh, there we go. Finally got
I'm
it
a
out of
felon.
you. So you're a felon, and that's why you're voting for the felon because you're two peas in a pod.
Because
You can probably share.
first you gotta
Congrats.
be.
You can
gotta
probably share
Look,
the
don't you gotta
same.
go to court for all that?
Hold on.
Don't you
You
gotta
can
be
probably
proven-
share the same
proven
prison
guilty?
cell as him. Congratulations. What is it? You want him to become your president because you think your prison cell is going to be in the Oval Office? You're not going to be bunkmates.
Oh Lord.
Fun fact, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's pretty easy not to
think
commit
you're
a
trying
crime.
to be funny? Yeah, I don't even.
It's
think
not
you're
really me
funny.
trying to be funny. There's nothing funny about you
The only
voting for
thing
somebody.
you're funny because you don't know.
Quiet time, Pookie. Nothing funny about you voting for a guy who's trying to strip away the rights of women. Listen very closely. Here's my issue. You just said, "Oh, you ran away. What happened?" Aww. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. We got a runner. No. That's insane. Are you voting for the criminal again?
Because that between him and the law got nothing to do with me, and you don't want to try to make me guilty about that. Okay.
Okay, it is a beautiful accent, but I do have no idea what you're saying.
Okay, well, try. Because
I really can't. Can we, like,
I've been watching your show, and I've been wanting to connect.
I'm
with
trying
you.
to help you. I just want to make sure Donald Trump doesn't deport you. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm not afraid of that. That's a big game. Okay.
Not a big. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Because I think he's better than the other lady. That's the only reason.
He's better than Kamala. That's what
Yeah.
you're saying, and why so?
Yes, she's from Oakland. I live about 1 hour from Oakland. I've been in Oakland many times, and that town is totally garbage.
Okay,
town.
so you don't like her hometown, so you're not going to vote for her.
No,
Wow,
no.
nothing weird about that.
Listen,
okay, Donald Trump. Ready? Hold on. Donald Trump is from
listen,
Queens.
listen,
Hold on. Take a step back. If you think Oakland is cray cray, wait until you go to Queens and see Donald Trump's hometown.
Well,
Those people, now they're
the
pretty
whole-
cool.
the
But
whole-
they're cray cray. You want to talk about people who are a little
Listen,
kooky?
the whole
There's some
state
kooky
of
people for
California-
Queens.
The whole state of California is fucked up. Okay, the whole state. I've been here 50 years. Okay, I have 9 kids and 23 grandkids. You know, I worry about them. I don't worry about me. I'm done. I'm 70 years old. How old are you?
I'm 82, but I have the same plastic surgery.
you
Well, no, wait,
don't-
no. To be clear,
Okay,
I
if you
am.
don't res-
Wait,
if you
wait.
don't wanna
No, I
respect
am.
me-
I
if you
am.
don't
I
wanna
am.
respect
I
me-
am 82. To be clear, I am
No, no.
82. However, that is because I have the same plastic surgeon as Laura Loomer, and this
you're
is
playing game, and I don't like that about you.
It's not really a game.
You gotta be serious.
a game. Would be fun. There's nothing fun about you voting for a criminal who's trying to strip away the rights of
You
women.
make fun of people. You make fun of the people. You don't respect anybody. And I hope you respect me. Okay.
Oh, do you know
I
what you
don't
should
play- I don't-
respect? Do you know what you should respect? When you want respect, you respect other people. But you're
Okay.
voting for the guy who's stripping away the rights of women, and that ain't respecting women. You're voting for the guy who mocks LGBTQ plus. I'm speaking. So you're not.
Well,
So when you vote for the
that's what you
guy
like to do.
who's
You are
stripping away the
dictator.
rights
You
and
are
freedoms of
fucking dictator.
LGBTQ plus Americans,
You are a
don't say you
dictator.
want respect. Quiet time for you. You're in timeout until I tell you come out. Okay? Again, I'm helping you. I'm educating you. You're welcome. You said you want respect. Then vote for women. Respect women. Protect their right to choose. Otherwise, don't expect women to respect you. Respect LGBTQ plus Americans by fighting for their marriage equality, or don't expect them to respect you. This goes across the board. You want to vote against their rights? Don't expect them to respect you. Unmute. You know how to do it. Come on. You got this. Come on. You have an invite to unmute whenever you're ready. It's a big thing on your screen. It says, would you like to unmute? You just hit, yes, I would. Again, so it's the big notification on your phone. It says, would you like to unmute, Omar? You just click, yes, I would. I think I scared him. Oops. Oopsie poopsies. Do you want to hurry up and unmute? Like, I really don't have all night.
Okay, now got it.
You did it. Yay, Omar.
Okay,
Let's get some
listen,
gay Omars in the
listen,
chat.
listen,
He did it.
listen.
It only took 7 minutes.
How old are you? How old are you?
I said I'm 82. If you don't want to believe it,
No,
that's fine.
why
You want me
don't
to
you tell me
make
the truth?
fine? You want me to make up an age? You
No,
don't
no,
want to
no.
believe my real age? I can make
You
one
look
up.
like, you look like 21, okay?
Please, I wish. That was so long ago. I haven't been 21 since 1952.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
32.
No,
Well, it
you see,
depends.
you
It
play
depends.
games. You
It
play
depends.
games.
It really
You play
depends.
games,
When do you
okay?
consider a kid?
lady-
Because if it's like
the-
before 24 weeks and you're saying that's a kid,
The lady
so
you
realistically
choose-
my number is 64. However, I kind of,
Be serious, okay?
fetus
The lady you
elitist.
choosing- The lady you choosing have fucked up. The whole state of California is fucked up because of her. Okay?
Profanity.
Yes,
My
yes.
goodness.
Because you don't respect me. You know, you should respect me. You say my acting
I
beautiful.
don't respect you.
Well,
I thought I made that clear. I don't respect people who are voting against my right to marry. Neither do women respect
Because-
people who are voting against the right to
because
choose.
you hate
Neither
Trump.
do union workers
Take it up to him.
respect
Don't take it up
people
to
who
the
are
people.
attempting to
If you-
overturn their right to organize. We
you
don't
hate
respect
Trump,
you.
Go
You
take
don't
it up to
deserve
him.
it.
Okay, if you hate Trump, go take it up to him. Because I hear a lot of people hating him.
Go take it up
but
to
nobody-
him.
Go take it on him. Why you take it on me? Or
Go take it
people
up to
that
him.
go-
You came here.
Yeah,
You came
yes.
to me.
To tell you
You
what I need to tell you.
requested to join my live.
Yeah, what man? This is your.
You stuttering now? Okay,
Did you
you
borrow?
came to me. So
No,
why are you
I-
voting for the felon?
Because he gonna do better than the lady. Simple.
Do you want
He's
to break
gonna
that
do
down a
better.
little bit more? Because that's not a comprehensive
Well,
statement.
he's
right?
a businessman, and I am a businessman. So we have the same mentality about business. Okay. I'm a
Really?
businessman.
So did you also have 6 bankruptcies and $488 million in debt?
No, but I have two of them. I have two of them.
2 bankruptcies?
Yeah, because I need
Wow,
it.
so you're both failures. Congrats.
That's what the BK is for, to help people when they're down, okay?
Oh,
You make it look
gotcha.
like if you
So
go
you both have
BK,
bankruptcies.
you
You
make it
know,
look-
shocking
Yeah.
twist. If you go bankrupt once, okay, learn a lesson. If you
Because
do
I
it more
have-
than once,
I
like
had
you
a
have Donald
business-
Trump,
I have-
maybe
I
it's
have
time
a
to
bus-
choose a different profession.
I
May I
have a
recommend
business-
working at Staples?
I have a business, and Kamala fucked it up. That's why I failed.
Makes
BK.
0 sense.
To you, because you never have a business.
You just like to blame everybody else for your
You
businesses.
never have a fucking business.
Yes, I have.
You are making money out of Trump and out of the lady. You are making a lot of fucking money. Okay?
This isn't
That's your
coherent.
game.
This
That
makes
is
0
your game.
sense.
That's your
And to be
game.
clear, all my money comes from George Soros, my daddy.
No,
So
no,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to better understand something
You are
here.
thinking
I'm
about-
trying to better understand something here. You're not breaking down why you're voting for the felon. If you
Yeah,
can't
but
do such a
you
thing, then that's
lucky-
on
you
you.
lucky-
But the same
nobody-
way, think about it
Listen.
this way. The same way you keep referring to the vice president of the United States as that lady, you have 0 respect for anybody, and then you run around demanding respect.
are-
You deserve
we are in
no
a free-
respect.
we are in a free
No.
country.
So here's what we're going to do. I put you back on mute. It'll probably take you 20 minutes how to figure out how to unmute. So in this time, let's take a moment and recognize that you are calling Kamala Harris, the sitting vice president,
see,
that
I did-
lady. So you have 0 respect for the vice president of the United States, but you think you deserve respect? You're out of your mind. You're out of your league. Hurry up and unmute. Probably don't know you're on mute.
Dumb.
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat, please?
You gotta respect all the people. You have
You have an echo. Fix it. You have an echo.
You have to respect me.
You still have an echo. Fix it. Scroll out of the app and scroll back in. Out of the app and back in. Scroll out of the app. You still have an echo.
Anyway,
you can keep unmuting. You still have an echo. Scroll out of the app and scroll back in. Do 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 do. do. What happened to my music?
Why are you afraid?
Scroll out of the app and scroll back in. You have an echo. What am I doing? There's no way he's going to be able to be technologically literate enough to figure out how to scroll out and scroll back in. Let me get up our next guest. Oh, this guy was a recent guest. Let's get up our next one. If you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button. Help us get to, oh my gosh, how many likes are we at? Oh my, y'all are too quick. Help us get to 500,000 likes, you crazy gooses. You're too fast. Knock it off, or the Republicans are going to start saying we're ballot stuffing again. Oh my gosh, y'all are too fast. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Absolutely not. But can I say something to that guy in Spanish?
Yeah. Well, wait.
Please allow me. Hey, thank you.
It
Thank you. We
depends.
love you. I
You
love
know what
you.
the guidelines are, right? For like TikTok
Oh.
stance?
Yeah, I do, honey. I
Alright,
do.
you're good. Go for it.
Omar, yo sé que me estás escuchando. ¿Cómo es posible que tú votes por un criminal, un violador que ha violado a mujeres, una persona que no tiene dignidad, una persona que no tiene respeto a nadie, una persona que ha quitado los derechos de la mujer? Él es un asco y todo lo que usted dice que está culpando a Kamala Harris está muy equivocado. Y debería de veras pensarlo muy bien, porque usted está en una liga, en un lado muy equivocado, que hace mucho daño a los demás. Y usted es latino, usted debería, estoy segura que usted ha escuchado el dicho, el latino es el peor enemigo del latino. Es increíble porque se cree blanco. Y usted es latino. Thank you, hon. Appreciate it.
It's such a beautiful language. Honestly, you could have sat there and called me an idiot and I wouldn't know. It sounded so nice.
Caro mio, yo parlo l'italiano.
Thank you so much for coming up. Have a good one, okay?
You bet. Bye-bye.
All right, let's get up our next guest, folks. Spanish is such a beautiful, beautiful language. Oh, hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm voting for Donald Trump, yeah.
Okay, so next time somebody says they're voting for the criminal, and obviously that's referring to Donald Trump, and you know that, save us both some time by just saying, yeah. So why are you voting for the felon?
Well, let's see. Vote for Donald Trump to get everything back to normal. Fruitcake.
Back to normal?
Yes. You're just fucking...
Were things normal during the pandemic when loss of lives were at an all-time high, when people were out of business, when small businesses were fractured, when employees were unemployed and without jobs, struggling to put food on the table, and many quite literally starving? You're already off to a strong start with your slurs and your blatant cries for humanity. I mean, you're out of touch. Like, you're emotional. You're irrelevant. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Tell me, why are you voting for the criminal? Try to explain further on this statement.
Because he's the strongest one. That's why.
Makes zero sense. Try again, but this time be coherent. I'm sure you could figure it out.
I'm pretty sure you can figure it out, too.
Okay, can you do something coherent here? Maybe make something of substance. Like,
can you go suck a dick?
Okay. I don't know why you want to watch me do that, but you could drop a 20 in my Cash App and we could talk. You're nasty. You're filthy. Let's get real. What is with the hate criming? Look at this loser. Look at this guy. Blatant loser. Good riddance. Take out the trash. Goodbye. Reparations. Like now. I ain't even playing. I'm gonna end this live. I'm done. I've been on live for like 6 hours today. We've had a long day. I do not need to sit here and get hate crimed by people who are closeted. Are we out of our minds? I mean, listen, it was in his voice. We all heard it. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? The closet's class. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App in my bio. Reparations for this nonsense. I'm not getting hate crimed for free. This is some, no, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. And folks, if y'all got a crush on me, listen, like that last guy, sir, if you have a crush on me, just say it. You can ask me out, you know? You don't got to sit here saying you want to watch me do dirty things. It's weird. It's not normal, right? Especially when you're an elderly man. It's just not normal, right? Like, you know, try to tone it back a little bit. It's not normal. I don't know who taught you it is normal, but figure it out. Hello, guest. Are you voting for the criminal?
Yes, I'm absolutely voting for Donald Trump.
That's disgusting.
Yes, sir.
Well, as long as you know.
Well, I mean, you feel how you want. I'm more curious.
It's not really how I feel. It's how the country feels, right?
Women's rights, honestly. I'm just curious about that. How is this man getting rid of women's rights? I'm very curious.
Really? You tell me.
No, you tell me, because you're the one.
No, go ahead. Do it.
No, I'm actually curious.
I got to imagine you have an inkling of intelligence to your name. Do you have an inkling of intelligence to your name?
Well, listening to your
That
lie,
wasn't rhetorical.
I would say I would ask you that actual question.
That wasn't rhetorical. It was a yes or no.
You're going against women's rights, but you can't produce.
Do you
an
want to cry
actual
more?
response to that?
I want you to explain it because you're not this oblivious.
I don't understand.
You tell me.
I'm just curious.
How did Donald Trump?
It's a real question. You're really saying it.
And I'm trying to respond as you're crying. Do you need a tissue?
No, please.
Do you want me to grab a
I'll give
tissue
time.
for you?
I'll give you time.
Okay. So again, ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so listen very closely, Mr. Emotional. The gaslighting is beyond wild. Take a step back and recognize that you know exactly how Donald Trump violated and stripped away the rights of women, which is why I'm not going to entertain you, because you're just going to turn around and say, that's not the rights of women. You tell me. Pay very close attention, because everybody in the chat knows.
Dude, my man has got a tax policy.
Quiet time, Pookie. Everybody in the chat knows how he violated and stripped away the rights of women, too. But I'm not going to entertain you acting as though you don't know how that happened or what took place. 2022. So you tell me, how did Donald Trump violate the rights of women? Unmute and you tell me. Because it seems you're out of touch if you don't know this, which shows how blatantly ignorant you are. What is the response?
I'm just asking.
And I'm asking you.
I'm not
or
trying
so
to
I'm
have a fight.
telling
I'm just
you,
asking. You're
this
putting
isn't
it out
a
on
fight.
social media.
Let me be very clear. This ain't a fight. If this was a fight, you would be well aware. 2, you're going to tell me how Donald Trump violated the rights of women. Everybody else knows, but it seems you missed something. Were you under a rock? Respond.
No, I'm asking
So
you.
how did
It's
Donald Trump violate the rights of women? Go ahead.
I'm asking you. Like,
Respond.
I mean, you're saying, I'm just asking.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you to
asking.
respond. I am not asking you. I am telling you to respond. Forcing women to lose their right to choose, to uphold the rights of yourself as you selfishly stomp on them and their freedoms. You're not even replacing Roe v. Wade with some sort of policy that would economically benefit them financially after you force them to carry a fetus to term for 9 months. Your party has no exceptions either. Grape incest life for the mother, and you're saying no exceptions. That's your party. Look no further than Texas, where Kate Cox couldn't get an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy, which was never going to become a baby. Your party said no freedom for Kate. You forced her out of the state because I'm speaking. Then Amber Thurman, who is no longer here to tell her story because your party refused to give her an abortion.
Crazy.
You have a processing issue, and that's on you. So let's recognize your party stripped away the rights of women.
I don't get it.
Your party won't support a woman after she gives birth that you forced her to give. And yet, instead of mandating a man's body, you continue to try to justify why you should mandate a woman's body and strip away her rights and freedoms. And then you gaslight women like you are now by saying Donald Trump never stripped away any rights of women. I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you try to gaslight women? You're trying to gaslight every woman in this channel by telling them that Donald Trump didn't blatantly strip away their right to choose, which was the law of the land for 50 years, where daughters today have less rights than their mothers had growing up. How dare you try to gaslight women after you strip away their right to choose? So here's what we're going to do now, okay? First off, I see the aggressive unmuting. You're very emotional, and that's fine. You should be emotional. I'd be emotional too if my candidate was about to lose the presidency. But that's your candidate. So let's recognize this live stream, this TikTok channel, my analytics. It says that you've been waiting to talk to me for well over 30 minutes. So the same way you wasted the time of women by overturning their right to choose after decades of fighting for the right to choose, I'm going to waste your half an hour. 30 minutes of your life you're never going to get back, I'm going to kick you out. Goodbye. That's 30 minutes of your life you're never getting back, and I'm more than glad to take that from you. It's not a lot, but it's 30 minutes of your life that belong to me now. Hope you're happy. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Goodbye. Let's get up our next guest. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5. Where did I get my shirt? So this is from OG of the HRC. She is an incredible designer. Very, very talented. I also want to say a massive thank you to Kylie. Not this Kylie. Kylie, are you a Republican? Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll get to you in just 1 second. Not this Kylie. This Kylie sucks. But Kylie L from Venmo, thank you so much for the $10. And Elisa, thank you for the 25. And Heidi, oh my gosh, y'all are too nice. Okay, thank you, Elisa. Heidi, thank you. Can we get like 100 W's in the chat for Heidi? Heidi, thank you so much for the $50. That's so nice. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Kylie, everybody. All right, so this Kylie, back to this one. Hi.
Hi, I honestly didn't mean to request. I was seeing if it would work because I have less than 1,000 followers, and then it let me request, and I didn't unrequest.
You're good.
But I am voting for Trump as a woman.
Okay. Did you want a cookie or sticker or something? I don't have anything to give you.
I can talk if you
have a Sharpie.
I do need that for class. That'd be great.
Ma'am, if you're voting for Donald Trump as a woman and you're in class, maybe drop out of school now, okay?
Oh, I'm about to graduate.
You are? What'd you study? Congratulations. That's so exciting.
Business hospitality. Yeah.
That's an
I want to
important
open
one.
up my own medical spa.
Good for you. That's an important one, especially because once you launch that business, Donald Trump will come right in and slap it out of your hands by destroying the economy. So you have something to look forward to. Your first bankruptcy. Let's understand that Kamala Harris has a policy to support first-time business entrepreneurs with a $50,000 down payment. Right now it's $5,000. She wants to make it $50,000. Right off the bat, she would be the candidate you should be advocating for.
Well, back when I was in high school and Donald Trump was president, I feel like my dad's a business owner. I just feel like everything was so much cheaper, like way cheaper. Like gas was $1.30, and now it costs me like $7.
Gas wasn't $1.30 under Donald Trump.
It was in South Carolina.
Well,
yes,
ma'am,
was.
gas was $1.30 back when Obama was president, and you ought to thank Obama for that. Okay?
Well, it's everything. Inflation is just extremely high, and also all the illegals coming in.
What is inflation right now? What is the inflation rate today? You could just say you don't know. I already know you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the exact
I know
number.
you don't know, and that's okay. However, let's recognize it's 2.4%, which is identical to what it was in 2018. So when you say inflation is high, recognize you just lied, because inflation today is the same exact thing it was when Donald Trump was president in 2018 before the pandemic hit. I'm not going to blame Donald Trump for the 9% inflation rate. That's not his fault, because that was the pandemic.
Yes.
So pre-pandemic, we're back to what it was.
Well,
do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
His border policy, well, he was building a wall. People are crossing our borders right now under the Biden and Kamala administration, and they have to come in legally under Trump. They have to come in legally.
Do you know what's wild? And what's
Yes.
so wildly disrespectful is that you said the Biden Kamala administration. You purposefully said her first name so you could pronounce it wrong instead of just saying the Biden Harris administration. Notice how you didn't say the Joe and Kamala administration. You said the Biden and Kamala administration just so you could purposefully pronounce her name wrong. Is that not insane? Like, that is beyond disrespectful. So let's get back into this then. Donald Trump wants to build the wall. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to fund the 2,000 border agents required to monitor it?
Yes. That would be great. Keep our country strong and safe.
Okay. And you want to pay for those salaries? Okay. Do you want to cap immigration? Donald Trump says he's going to limit immigration, that if you have a water bottle and you fill it to the top, then you got to put a limit on it before it overflows. Do you want to do that?
That sounds good too.
Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers? To be clear, I said ILL, not LE. These people are not welcome. They are illegal. Do you want to block illegal asylum seekers?
I'm not really sure about that one.
That's weird. This is the only one that I think I actually understand. You don't want to block illegal immigrants.
There already are a bunch of illegal immigrants.
Right. So would you not want to block more from coming in?
Yeah, of course.
So do you want to block illegal asylum seekers? What's going on here?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, me either. Do you want to block illegal immigrants from seeking asylum? Do you want illegal immigrants here? Yes or no?
No, I would like for
Okay,
them
look
to
at that.
come in legally into our country the right way.
Great. So now, last point. Do you want to give millions of dollars to border states? Donald Trump says it's states' rights. Do you want to give millions to border states to secure the border how they see fit? You want to do that?
I'm sorry, it was breaking up.
We don't got a buffer every time here. Do you want to
No,
give money
like,
to border
actually-
states?
Border states?
Correct. Greg Abbott says he wants more money. Donald Trump said, I'll give you millions of dollars to secure the border how you see fit. You want to do that?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, great.
I
Can we
feel
talk
like
about
the
Kamala's
country has a
policy
lot-
now?
What?
So to confirm, you support the block on illegal immigrants, the block on illegal asylum seekers, the cap on immigration, the 2,000 border agents to monitor the wall. You support building the wall, the construction on it, and you also support states receiving border funding. Can we now talk about Kamala's policy? I didn't just want to talk about Trump's. I want to talk about Kamala's. Are you ready?
I appreciate you letting me talk about it.
Sure. So, are you ready?
Yes.
That was Kamala's policy. You just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border through and through. You didn't even negate one single step. So, do me a favor. Say, my name's Kylie, and I just endorsed Kamala Harris on the border. You could even do it like Miley Cyrus did on Disney Channel, where she's like, my name's Miley, and you're watching Hannah Montana. And then she draws the Mickey Mouse thing with the wand as the Disney Channel theme song plays. Like, you all know what I'm talking about. Here you go. You want to do that? Here's the wand. Go ahead. Say, my name's Kylie, and I just endorsed Kamala on the border.
I think that you've got it backwards.
No, because that's on our website. And Donald Trump does not even support building the
She doesn't even
wall
have any
anymore. He's made that very
policy.
clear.
She doesn't even have any
That was the
policies on her
policy.
website.
She clearly does have policy if that is the policy. So again, here's the wand. Do the thing. Go ahead. Don't be a hypocrite now.
How do you know I'm not doing it?
Because you're not saying it.
Oh.
You going to be a hypocrite or are you going to own up to what you just did?
I think...
So let's get this right. You were in never any scenario going to ever consider anybody but Donald Trump, because when I said that was Donald Trump's policy, you said, great, I endorse it. Then I said, haha, tricked you. That was actually Kamala's policy, and now you no longer support it. That's insane.
No,
That's called being a sheep.
She's
You
letting
understand?
illegal immigrants
Take a step back.
into
There
our
are less
country.
border crossings today than there were under Donald Trump,
That's
and my
not
statement
true.
stands.
That's
That
not
is true. That is
What-
true. And
where
my
are you
statement
getting this
stands.
from?
Take a step back, border security. 2, my statement stands. What I just said about you being a hypocrite is true in the realist form. You quite literally just endorsed Kamala's border policy because you thought it was Donald Trump's. When I told you it was Kamala's, you no longer supported it.
I don't
That
think
is
that
called
was
blatantly
Kamala's.
being a sheep. That is Kamala's.
Listen.
Excuse me. You don't get to say you don't think that's Kamala's. That is Kamala's. This isn't even debatable.
If I had a phone like you to look up...
Go. You have a phone right here. You're talking to me on. Go scroll out and figure it out. Go on.
Well...
Go. You have 60 seconds. Do whatever research you need to do. Go.
No, I don't feel like it.
Okay, right.
Listen,
It's not a matter of you feeling or not feeling like it. You're a hypocrite. Congratulations.
Okay, well,
That's
tomorrow...
absurd.
Tomorrow,
No.
I am
Take a
going
step
to
back.
vote for Donald Trump as a 21-year-old
Right, 'cause you're a
female,
hypocrite.
and I'm going to get some McDonald's to celebrate.
Okay. Take a step back and recognize you're a walking, talking hypocrite who stands on nothing but ignorance. Let me be the first to break it to you as a fellow Gen Zer. That was the most pathetic argument I've ever heard what you just said. You quite literally endorsed Kamala Harris on the border, and then when I told you it was Kamala and not Donald Trump, you said you no longer support it. So you stand on nothing but whatever mommy and daddy told you to vote for, and that is pathetic. You are voting against your own interests as somebody who aspires to be a businesswoman by voting against the $50,000 down payment for small business entrepreneurs that Kamala Harris is running on, and voting for Donald Trump, who steamrolled small businesses with his tariffs to begin with. And I should know this because I was one of those small business operators who relied on produce that Donald Trump slapped down with his 50 to 25% tariff on agriculture. But you are voting against your own interests, and not only are you doing so, you are doing so proudly. You're voting against your own rights as a woman. You're voting your rights away, both when it comes to reproductive freedom, but also your rights as a business entrepreneur. You said that you were about to graduate with a degree in business administration, and my suggestion to you would be to throw it back and return it with an envelope, hopefully to get your money or maybe a tax rebate on it, because what you're going to want after Donald Trump becomes president is a red cloak and a white hood, you handmaid. That, what you just did, what you said, what you're voting against, the hypocrisy It's appalling. Hopefully that was enough for you, though. You have a good one. Bye-bye. Ugh. Listen, when a Gen Zer comes up here, they ain't gonna look they're not gonna make my generation look like a fool. Ain't gonna work. Gen Z's voting with Kamala. Gen Z is voting with Kamala. We ain't playing this. It's giving self-hatred. Like, it's really giving self-hatred, you know? Anyway, folks, I think we're done here. What do you guys think? Let's get some Kamala supporters up here. Let's talk. I want to talk. I want to hear from some Kamala supporters. I want to say a massive thank you to Angela, Desiree, and Adrian. Adrian, thank you so much for the love on Cash App, as well as Desiree. And Angela, thank you so much. Angela really is one of my most favorite names. I mean, I've never met an Angela I've ever disliked. Like, love Angelas. Let's try to get some Kamala supporters up here. I want to talk to some of y'all. I want to hear from you. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, request to join the live stream and let's have a chat. I want to spend some time talking to y'all. I want to hear from you. Hi, Kylie. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. We're alive. We're well. It's a beautiful day. Well, night. It's middle of the night now. I'm sorry. I've been at my computer for a while. The sun went down a long time ago. So are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Absolutely. I'm the scientist from Wisconsin, and I live in Madison. So it's so awesome to see all the Harris signs around town. It's so awesome.
Well, tell us more. So why are you voting for Kamala?
I just want to stand up for women's rights. I came from Green Bay, which is way more conservative. And then I came to, yeah.
Green Bay, gotcha.
Yep. It's more up north, obviously. And then I came down to Madison and got my degree in biology, and I've been living here since, and I don't think I'll ever leave.
Oh, that's awesome. I love Wisconsin. I really want to get up there at some point. I'm from Pennsylvania. And similar to you, I grew up in a more rural conservative area. Well, the Poconos. I'm like up north. Not really the Poconos, more so like, up center north, but,
right.
Closer to New York and upstate. And I get it. I feel you.
Right. Yeah,
Anyhow.
It's really beautiful in the fall right now. All the colors are changing and the weather's
so
beautiful.
nice.
Yes.
So nice.
Very good for my mental health.
Thank you so much, Kylie, for chatting. I appreciate you taking the time.
Have a good night.
You have a good one.
Bye.
All right, folks, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, request to join the live.
It was pretty easy, actually.
Mhm.
It wasn't difficult at all. But we did have about a 2-hour wait. And in some places in San Antonio, about a 3-hour wait out in the heat. So,
yeah.
But the lines were long. There was a lot of support there. My issue now, well, I've had it since all of it started, was that I do have a lot of family members that are MAGA Trump supporters.
Yep, I hear that.
We went to a comedy show and they were poking fun at Trump, and my sister just did not like it. Like, I went with her, she's still my sister. We don't see eye to eye on that, but her family's in the oil field and they're afraid how it's going to affect them. And even though my family, we have a family member as well in the oil field, my whole problem with it is that I think more about my kids and how I want my kids' kids to grow up the way that I did. And my niece's rights and the women's rights in my family, my mom's Social Security, my mom's Medicare, and that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, I think that a lot of folks don't recognize, especially with Social Security, and I need to read more into the details of Donald Trump's plan. From what I understand at the get-go of this, even Fox News is attacking him for this. His plan surrounding Social Security is going to cut benefits by 33%, and then sunset the entire plan by year 6. So it's like, you have 6 years. Basically, he's saying, everybody, you have 6 years of Social Security left, and you lose 33% of the benefits during those 6 years. I'm like, that is not, even Fox News attacked him for this. It's like, what kind of plan is that?
And people rely on that.
Right.
It's something that we've all put money into, and for somebody to take it away, it's not right.
Mary, thank you so much, Mary, for your support. I just received your message on PayPal. Thank you, Mary. And it's really insane. Listen, again, like you paid into Social Security. That is like, people call it like an entitlement or like that's your benefit or whatever. Like, no, that is yours. That is yours. I don't like how they play with, like how Donald Trump's playing, like, yeah, let's cut it and let's sunset. And like, that's not, what? That's like, this is your money.
Yeah, that's money that people have put in there and rely on it. At some point, I'm going to get it. And I'm already in my mid 50s. So it's something that I'm going to rely on in order to just live, like pay my bills. It's something that we're going to need. And I don't want to rely on my kids. I don't want to put it on them to help me when I'm at that age. Right. And and I want, when I have grandchildren, for them to have the same rights that I did growing up. God forbid something bad were to happen. I want my granddaughters to have the right to make their own decisions on their own bodies. Right. And this man, I don't understand how he has daughters and doesn't think about the future, and they're young.
Well, I don't think he likes Tiffany. I mean, I'm pretty sure he looks at Tiffany and he's like, that maybe I didn't disagree with abortion. Listen, Donald Trump's not a fan of Tiffany, let's be real. I mean, he's a little too into Ivanka, and that's a different conversation. But the fact of the matter is, when the rights of women are on the line, when you have mothers who grew up with more rights than their daughters have today, I think it's just, like, I don't know why this should sound an alarm for more people than it apparently has. Like, you have young Americans who woke up, but there are just some Republicans who looked at it and just didn't think twice. And I don't know, it's deeply upsetting to see folks so willing to watch their rights be stripped away. It's just beyond me. I mean, and I don't know, I have the same opinion when I look at LGBTQ plus conservatives. When there's like I'm a Trumper, but I identify with the LGBTQ plus community. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, I do have some of that in my family as well. And I don't understand it. They don't understand how insulting what comes out of this man's mouth says. I mean, he has he doesn't consider anyone else but himself.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. And we have women in our family that have had those medical issues where they've come at us and they've said, the baby has 30% chance of living. There's a good chance that you might not make it. And we've had to make those decisions.
Right.
And it's difficult. It's a sad decision to make.
I want to bring up some more guests too. I want to thank you for coming up and taking the time to talk about this. And also thank you again for taking your son to vote. I think that that's a memory that, I remember my first time voting with my mom. And in fact, the first time we voted, she voted for me because I had ran for office. And so I think that's just like a memory that I know I'll always remember. So I know your son will always remember that too. So thank you for taking your son to vote, especially for anybody listening in too. If you have kids and the first time voters, go with them. They will forever remember that moment. That will be one of the greatest moments of their life. It may not look like but it means a lot.
He was intimidated a little bit, but he did it. It was great. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, folks, let's get up our next guest. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, feel free to jump on into the guest request and let's have a chat about it. I want to hear from you. I know that it says if you're a Trump supporter, ignore that. Nicole and Tommy. Tommy, thank you so much for the love, and Nicole as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, folks, so much for the love. I'm grateful for it on Cash App. Thank you so much. Let's get up our next guest. Again, if you're voting for Kamala, feel free to jump on into the guest requests. I want to talk to you. Hello. Ooh, your name looks gorgeous. How do I pronounce it? Sierra?
It's Sierra, yes.
Sierra. Gorgeous name. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So are you voting for Kamala?
I am indeed. I actually already voted.
Did you? Hey, I'm loving that all of y'all already voted. What was the process like?
I live in Missouri. It was about an hour wait for myself, and then my sister and mom went the day after me, and I think it was about an hour wait as well. Yeah, it was great. It was a
Can we
great
get some
experience.
W's for Sierra in the chat, please? Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, is it Kuntz? Kuntz is running for your Senate seat?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's cool. Are y'all feeling good over there? I know that's a really tough race, but y'all did have Claire McCaskill, so I feel hopeful.
Hopefully. I mean, fingers
Yeah.
crossed, but I don't know. Like, everything about this state just screams red, you know?
No, I get it. So why'd you vote for Kamala?
I mean, LGBT rights.
Yeah.
I think that she supports that. Abortion rights, obviously. Social Security. I have older parents that are in their 60s. So, I mean, that's kind of nice for them. And I want them to be protected, really.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you for putting your family first as well. You know, speaking of LGBTQ plus rights, that anytime I think of Kamala, like you guys know in the chat too, like you folks know when you think of somebody and you always think of them in the same exact outfit. Like when I think of Obama, I think of him in the tan suit. When I think of Kamala, like, you know, that rainbow jacket she had that was like bedazzled. Oh wait, I think it's on here. There. That it's literally on here. This is her pride outfit. I don't know. Anytime I think of Kamala, I'm like, this is the fit she's in my mind. That outfit. Yep. Anyhow.
I also wanted to ask, where did you get your shirt from?
Oh, so this came from her name is OG of the HRC. So like OG of the HRC, like Hillary Rodham Clinton Human Rights Campaign. And she designs like 90s themed shirts. And I'll tell you what, it's like, I'm like, I swear, not sponsored. She makes like great 90s themed shirts, and I like merch. Like I like Kamala's merch. I think it's nice, but like these are just thicker t-shirts. They're like nice washed. They're cool and cheap.
I love it.
So, but thank you so much for coming on up, Sierra. It was nice to meet you.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Alrighty, folks. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, feel free to jump on into the guest request. I'm going to try to talk to some more folks. I want to hear from you. I want to hear, especially if you voted. Johnny, tell us about you. Okay. Hi, I'm Johnny. I am a Gen Z activist and digital strategist. I started doing live streams in July after attending Donald Trump's rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania, when that tragedy unfolded. Basically, I had an issue with crowds afterwards and decided I wanted to continue meeting voters, but instead of doing it in person, which is what I typically did as I traveled the country and met voters face to face, I did some live streams. And I found this great community we have here. A lot of my work, again, though, revolves in public service. For example, a little more about my background. I want to make this quick. I am the youngest Pennsylvanian to win a Democratic nomination in the state. I almost won the Republican nomination too, because Republicans like what I have to say. I think it's because they thought I was funny. I'll be honest. I do a lot in digital strategy. For example, I created the website that tracks Donald Trump's debt as it increases with interest. I am the guy who camped outside of the Supreme Court for like 6 days for Donald Trump's immunity hearing. I was there for his Colorado ballot hearing as well, camping on the steps of the Supreme Court. The cases were wild, very comprehensive, which is why the rulings were a little beyond my understanding, but comprehensive case nonetheless, and they did well. What else about me? I originally come from Threads, that platform, but I have a wide array of experience in the social media industry, serving in administrations and campaigns from the State House to the White House. I'm on a first name basis with Kamala. She knows my name. What else? I like puppies. Hi, Nova. How you doing?
Hey, Johnny. Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So now you tell me about yourself.
I already voted.
Did you?
Yeah, I voted at the end of September. I was kind of early, so I already voted for Kamala. It was my first time. I'm 18.
Oh, that's awesome. What was the process like? Was it okay? Was it easy? Was it like, you could be honest, if it was crappy?
Like, I it was kind of confusing just because I had never done it before. I didn't know like the sheets I had to fill out before I got there to do my absentee. So then like I got there, I had these sheets, I had no idea what to fill out, and then like the ballot box, I was just so confused. But like it only took 15 minutes because I went in like September, so there was really no one there.
Oh, nice.
But that was pretty good though.
The first time always sucks. Like that's what I was saying. I'm like, if you could always go with a parrot or something, like, because oh my gosh, like it sucks. And you know, I don't know. Plus, I mean, I don't know what it's like in your state, but you know, where I am in Pennsylvania, we have folks outside in booths and stuff, and like Trumpers are hecklers, and it's
yeah, they don't give a fuck. Luckily, I'm in Minnesota, so we're pretty blue here, but.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So why did you vote for Kamala?
Honestly, this election was like really personal for me. I've been watching you for like, I think a month now, but like something with like Donald Trump is just, especially like the whole grape thing. I experienced sexual assault, like blank for, you know, like 5 years of my life. So having someone like that in the office, like I watched the person who assaulted me play on the Minnesota Gophers football team, and that already is like hard enough for me. So I can't even like fathom how E. Jean Carroll feels like watching this man actually be the president. Like that's so sickening.
Right.
It's just so disgusting.
Yeah. My heart is for you. That breaks my heart to hear. But know that we're not going to let him become our president. We're not going to let him become our president. It's just, it's too much of a spit in the face to LGBTQ plus Americans. It's a spit in the face to women. It's a spit in the face to veterans. It's a spit in the face to, I mean, everybody who fought for decades to have any rights or freedoms in this country. Yep. I mean, even Melania doesn't want that guy to become president. Let's be so real. So
she hates him,
right? Like, listen, I'm telling you, my personal opinion. You know how she like just released that book?
Yep.
I got such a feeling that is her making some money before she dips, because
I think so. She signed that prenup again.
Yup. She's like, get the bag and then run.
She's getting out of there.
Yup. Anyhow, well, thank you for coming up and taking the time to chat about this. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, Nova. Have a good one.
You too.
Folks, again, if you are voting for Kamala Harris, jump on into the guest request. I want to chat with some of y'all. I want to meet you. I want to say hi. And I want to hear from you as to why you're voting for Kamala, or why you did already vote for Kamala. I already voted for Kamala, too. So that's one Pennsylvania vote for Kamala. Hi, Sarah. Are you voting for Kamala?
Yes, sir, I am.
Why so?
Well, I am one that has a blood disorder. And if I became pregnant, my life could be in charge. But on top of that, I have a nephew that was 24 weeks in the state of Michigan. So we all know in the state of Michigan, at one point it was 24 weeks. So to see the impact that happened to our family with that, to make that choice was probably the hardest day of our life.
Yeah.
Thank God, grace, whatever anybody wants to believe in, that he is 23 years old and is actually voting for Kamala himself, which proud moment. But other than that, I'm in education, and right now our education is shit. And I do not want to lose.
Sure. I mean, you've seen some of the Trumpers who came up here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly something's wrong with the education system if people are ending up like that.
And I work with the special education system. So if I don't have that, national federal funding, we have a lot of left behind students, and we can't have that. And, Michigan, I stand with Big Gretch. I've standed with her since, COVID.
Big Gretch. I love Big Gretch.
We'll always stand with her. She has done so much for our state, and I can only hope and pray that Kamala does as well. I mean,
yeah. I think in part what a lot of MAGA Republicans don't understand is that while we talk a lot about abortion, we talk a lot about the Second Amendment, or we talk a lot about LGBTQ plus rights or the economy and immigration, education is so important, and they're overlooking the fact that Donald Trump is very proudly saying he will dissolve the Department of Education, meaning no budget. That leaves it to states like Arkansas, for example, which are struggling academically to fend for themselves in a more competitive national education system against states like New York that are persevering educationally. And so, when it comes down to those kids having a future or a college degree or exception, it's going to be really hard for that kid who didn't have access to a well-funded public school to get into that school against somebody from New York who did have access to more opportunities in a well-funded public school. I mean, you don't have the Department of Education. Okay, say goodbye to any extracurriculars or further academics outside of your daily 7-period courses you take. Like, you say goodbye to drama club. There goes your arts admissions to Stanford. Say goodbye to your football team. You won't have athletic budgeting anymore. Say goodbye to that scholarship for Harvard. And so this is something where I think MAGA Republicans aren't considering the issue with dissolving it. And early education too is a big one. I had served on a nonprofit long time ago for a early learning center. And it's just so critical that kids have access to an early start with their education. And I don't understand why MAGA Republicans oppose this. I mean, they should be striving to get better educated, and it seems like they only want to make it worse.
Yeah, and like in our county, and I live on the Lake Shore, so Muskegon County, we're doing what we can do to help, those early learning, the GRPS groups, and we open more and more, but yeah, we can only do so much for our county.
Right.
As well as we're seeing Trump signs going left and right. Our county can't handle that because we will fall. Just because we're right next to Lake Michigan, we will still fall. Yeah. Our crime rate. Again, that's something that we have to deal with as a state. To bring it down in our county. But I think as Trump wanted to say, I am a proud cat owner. So for those who want to rock on my see if I troll, go right ahead. However, I had
I'm a
one
proud dog owner.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in rural, Muskegon County. I was a 4-H'er. My family has always been Republicans. I'm going to tell you, I had a cat that I worked with autistic kids. He passed away, and when that happened, like when he said that, I've never been so angry at one man so in one sentence.
Yeah.
That night. It's like, no, that they're my kids and they will always be my kids. So
yeah.
I thank you for allowing me to come up and say my piece. I've tried a couple times with you being live with a Kamala, but I love what you say and what you do, and your 1, 2, 3 eyes on me makes me laugh.
That's the educational background coming in.
Yeah, and it just makes me smile. Behavioral kids is what I work with, so we have to use it constantly. So It's just great. I appreciate you and everything you do.
Thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you for stepping into the educational field, because it's a very noble profession that's constantly under attack. And so there's nothing harder than serving in that industry. And so what you're doing is incredibly important. And thank you for that. And thank you for coming up and taking the time to talk. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, folks. I want to get up like a couple more folks if we could do that. If you are voting for Kamala Harris, jump on into the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Let's get up Gigi. Hi, Gigi. How you doing?
Sorry.
You're good. So are you voting for Kamala?
Yep, I already voted actually. I'm a first-time voter.
Nice. Oh, let's go. How was the process? Was it if it was crap, it's fine.
It was very easy, honestly. I did a mail-in vote, and my boyfriend also voted for Harris. He's also a first-time voter. Very important election.
Yeah.
So my whole house voted blue. I've even convinced some of my family members to vote blue. So very.
Can we get some WGGs in the chat? Like, that's awesome. Thank you, Gigi, for your work. So tell us more about, is it like a specific issue, overarching, like, do you hate Donald Trump? Why are you voting for Kamala?
Yeah.
Tell us more.
My family, they tried to push Trump down my throat when I was growing up. A very conservative area I lived in. I lived in the rural area in Michigan, so a lot of Trump supporters, but I grew up thinking Trump was this great guy. He's awful, did my own research. I would never, ever support someone like him, and I implore everyone to reconsider supporting him because he's a terrible person and terrible for our country.
Yup. All right, now the important question. Do you have any cats or dogs? Because we were just talking about
Yeah,
cats and
I
dogs.
actually have 2 cats. One's name is Barbecue and another one Plum. They're very
Don't
important to
send
me.
Barbecue to Springfield, Ohio. JD Vance is going to get his hands on them. That's funny though. Well, Gigi, it was nice meeting you. Thank you for coming
thank you
up
so
and
much.
thank you so much
Yeah.
for not only being a first-time voter and understanding the importance of voting, but also like getting your friends and family to do it. That's phenomenal.
Of course,
Thank you.
it's so important. And thank you so much for doing these lives. It means a lot to me, and I'm sure a lot of other people.
Hey, our generation has got this.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully. Have a good one. All right, folks. Not everybody commenting hide barbecue. That's too funny. We love barbecue. We stand for barbecue. But just don't bring barbecue to Ohio. Hello, Elizabeth. Are you voting for Kamala?
You know I am. I've been
Tell us more.
I have been protesting this business for over half a century, 53 years. I can't believe I'm still protesting it. I can't believe we've gone backward. Oh, but can I back up? Mm-hmm. You're new to me, and I tuned in, and you were reading them to filth, honey, and you made my night. I'm a fan for life, for keeps.
Hey, I
So,
appreciate
thank
that.
you.
Somebody,
Thank you.
my mom taught me very young to always choose kindness, always be respectful. But my dad taught me to read people to filth.
Absolutely. Take
So
no mess.
I get the best of both worlds.
Absolutely. Well done. Well done. And it breaks my spirit because this is going to be wildly unpopular. For a woman to be able to support Donald Trump has to be steeped in self-loathing. I understand where it comes from. I sat in a bank with my mother after I graduated from high school and applied for a HUD loan for a starter home. And that little man in that shark skin suit behind the desk looked at all my paperwork and nodded, and he said, everything looks in order. And he says, so who's going to sign for you today, baby? And I said, oh, I am. And I looked at my mother, a daughter of the Depression, who had dressed up special for this occasion, so proud to see her daughter being able to purchase her own home. And I said, well, I am. And my mother smiled, and he looked at me and he laughed, and he looked over at my mother and he said, who's going to sign for her mama? And Mom said, oh, I'm sorry, do I need to? And he said, no. Why don't you read here for me, ladies? And he put that paper on and spun it around, slid it back to the table and tapped right there. And where I had put my signature, it stated clearly, and this was the terminology, if applicant is female, signature must be under a man's.
I'd be throwing hands. I would be throwing hands.
Oh,
That's
no, we didn't. My mother and 3 of her friends went to protest with me, and the very next week, every husband took every one of those women to the doctor, 2 different doctors, and they all got strung out on Valium. No, you don't speak up. So you have to understand that QMAGA women, and I will not give up that Q, nor should you, will never, they're not going to give that up. If you can't get a loan on your own until November of 1977, you can't walk into a bank and obtain a loan on your own. And men don't have to pay child support when they leave a family until, 1982. And a woman cannot walk into a bank and obtain a business loan on her own in order to be financially solvent until 1988. Who's got the money?
Right. Well, and the self-loathing thing, I think, is very true in so many different aspects. It gives roaches for raid. I mean, look at LGBTQ plus Americans who say they're voting for Donald Trump. In what sense is that a good idea? I'm sorry. You're quite literally saying, oh, I can't wait until Donald Trump takes my right to marry. Huh? Like, what is that?
Isn't it deep? It breaks my spirit. It really does. And I know who the men are who are all about Trump. These are the people, and some of these women. These are the same kids who, God bless you, fellas. Y'all didn't get laid in high school, and you're still bitter about it. and
Donald
now
Trump is one of them.
Now, honey, didn't she say he was a mushroom? Now, so now they get to stand behind the schoolyard bully and say, "Yeah, give it to him, Donald." And then here comes Kamala, right? And they start throwing all their sexual innuendos out. You know why? Because she's hot. Because they think she's hot. Because she is hot. And
she is hot.
Right, but she's way out of their league, and they know it, and it's just like in high school, and they're still bitter about it.
I'll tell you now, Obama and Kamala might be the hottest. Once she becomes president, he was the hottest president we've ever had.
Hello.
When she becomes president, I'm pretty sure he lost that title.
Oh my gosh, she's breathtaking, and she's so high spirited, and that just intimidates the hell out of these men. You're supposed to have your little girl voice and dress appropriately, but be a whore in bed, and it's like, oh yada yada, that's over. Y'all, listen, all you men, all you QMAGA men folk listening in, it's over, baby. It don't matter, even if Trump come in. You see, it's over. So you go ahead. This is their last spin. They know it's over.
Yeah,
so,
which is exciting.
And one other thing I want to get out there, and then I'm going to shut up and go. If you ever in your life thought that your vote did not matter, we have a man's voice recorded. All I need is 11,780 votes. In the United States of America, there's 240 million eligible voters in this country. 240 million. I only need 11,780 votes. Donald Trump is telling you himself with his own words how much your vote matters. It is, I know it sounds corny. Can we please bring civics back into class? But it is a structure of the people.
Yeah.
Your vote is what runs this. You don't like who's in office? Shut up and vote. That's all.
We're going to win this because we ain't going back. I'm so stoked. All right. I'm going to hit you up with the follow. We're going to have to catch up after this because between your thoughts on, I think we meet in the middle on this stance of the whole roaches for raid thing. So I want to have a more deeper conversation after we win.
Yes.
Talk to you later. You have a good one.
Thank
Okay.
you. And thank you. It's to hear, again, I'm an elder. To hear a young man, it makes me emotional. Speaking up for women like you do is just so beautiful. Bless you.
You know what? Listen, it's all of our rights on the line. I think a lot of folks say, it's women's rights on the line. And yes, women's rights are on the line and we need to fight for women.
Indeed.
But women are the start because, this reminds me of a poem. First they came for, gosh, I don't even remember the poem. Beautiful
That's
poem.
right.
Though. But you know what I'm talking about.
And I did nothing,
First
then they came.
Exactly.
Yeah.
First they'll come for women and then they'll come for me.
Yes.
And they are already trying to put marriage equality on the chopping block. We quite literally are in this together. But we're going to win. And we're going to give women the right to choose once more. We're going to reinstate the protections of Roe v. Wade. And there's no turning back on this. There is no way but forward. We are not going back.
We're not going back, baby. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening.
Thank you for coming up, Elizabeth.
Bless you, my love. I look forward to it.
Nice meeting you.
Take care. Same here.
Massive thank you to Danny for the $10 on Venmo. That is so nice. And Daniel, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much, Daniel. I'm going to try to get up our next guest. Hopefully I have a Dan coming up here. I saw a Dan and I wanted to get him up here. Where is Dan? Here's one Dan. Hi, Dan.
Hey there, Johnny.
Hi. Are you voting for Kamala?
I can proudly say I already have, sir.
Why? That's awesome. Okay. Y'all, I am loving so much that all of y'all have already voted. Do y'all understand that every Trump supporter who comes up here, they're always like, I plan on voting for Donald Trump on November 6th, or they get the date wrong and stuff. We are so organized. We're we already voted. They're like, what day is the election again? I love this. Dan, why'd you vote for Kamala?
Gosh, that could be a long conversation.
I got time.
Do we have to pick just one, really? I mean, what overwhelming obvious reason do we need to choose from?
Floor is yours.
So, I guess long story, medium short. So, grew up traditional conservative. My parents, fantastic people, but they drank the MAGA Kool-Aid just like full hook, line, and sinker. It's just what they're used to. Actually are fantastic people, just horrifically ignorant and really tough to try to reach them, you know? But one day, I think this was about maybe a year and a half ago, had a cousin who he was the son of my mom's sister. They were the part of the family where they couldn't watch the Disney Channel growing up because they, quote, were sympathetic to the gays, which I thought was a little wild at the time.
I had cousins who did the same exact thing.
Really?
That is insane. Yeah.
I didn't even know growing up that they were like all that into it.
They literally weren't. It made no sense.
It's weird. It's like they've been consistent since the 90s. So I was born, we'll call somewhere between 1990 and 1992, in that range. But so funnily enough, and again, probably don't want to weaponize someone's sexuality, but it is a little satisfying when they end up with the gay son, and then they're having to come to terms with the fact in classic, conservative fashion of, oh no, now that this is my schmishmortion or my issue, now all of a sudden I understand it and I have empathy. And I got faced with this really, really weird question. I'm curious if you've ever gotten something similar. So my mom...
Dude, I've been talking to Trump supporters for quite some time. Let me tell you, I get some weird questions, okay? One of them... Never mind. Sorry, continue.
So this is the wildest question. And I'm sure talking to Trump supporters, you've ran across some good faith ones. I'd be shocked if you haven't seen something like this, where... I know it sounds wild, but... So my mom asks me one day, she calls me up, she's like, hey, I heard the wildest thing. Someone at church today told me, is it harmful to gay people if over the course of a conversation I just happen to mention that homosexuality is an abomination in God's eyes, but, love the sinner, hate the sin? And it's a legitimate question. And it was an opportunity to kind of like take a relationship with like a parent, like kind of off the NPC mode, where it's tough to like take someone seriously as a person if you're just like, okay, well, you have fundamentally unserious beliefs. But she was actually asking in good faith, and I was like, holy crap, okay. If you want to learn about the world, Mom, yeah, gotcha. And given just the kind of bad luxury that conservatives have today of being able to just make up anything, if you want to be able to have productive conversation with them in a way that is gentle enough to where their minds won't just explode, you have to be like 50 times as knowledgeable on every single topic just to be able to defeat like whatever latest conspiracy theory comes across, right?
Yeah.
So long story short, I read up on a whole bunch of stuff, and I can't believe that the Democrats didn't like publicize the fake elector scheme like 2 years ago. How is it the case that this wasn't like...
Okay, I won't say what I was working as at that time, but I was working in a field that was very prominent within that specific case. The fake elector scheme, I don't think that people realize how close, Mike Pence could have overturned the election and we were close there. That fake elector scheme was a real close second to Mike Pence having overturned that. Okay, that fake elector scheme, for those of y'all who don't know, they were straight up throwing out the Electoral College electors and trying to replace them with fake electors who were going to put Donald Trump in as the president. And they were doing this in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Georgia. And it almost worked, guys. Like, and the fact that we didn't talk about it that much back then is beyond me. I agree. That should have been spoken about so much more, and we just didn't.
And it's all publicly available, and there's no proof to the contrary. Like
it came really close to working. That's like...
It's like the actual events of January 6th. Like,
Right.
why? That's not even the important part. Like, they're always looking for like these grand, like, forbidden knowledge conspiracies, right? And this is the coolest conspiracy out there. Like, this is wild how close this got.
Yeah.
I'm
But
just
they'd
shocked.
rather talk about JFK Jr. It's like,
Exactly.
anyhow.
I was curious if I may ask one piece of advice.
Yeah, go for it.
How do you balance when? So, like, I kind of agree with what you were saying earlier, kind of getting, say, like, advice from both parents on learning how to, A, be kind, but B, I kind of feel like kindness and compassion isn't as useful in the world if you don't have some form of strength to be able to apply it in certain situations, right? Where do you draw the line between, like, full-on compassion for most of these MAGA folks who I genuinely think aren't malicious, they're just incredibly lazy and deluded on it? When do we start treating them like actual humans with agency, where it's like, hey, I know if you don't think you're doing anything wrong here, but yeah, you're kind of messing up with my entire country. And
When they do it to us, look, I have voted for Democrats and I have voted for Republicans, and I will plan to do the same in the future as well. That is how I was raised. You know, if you agree with somebody on all the policy and yet you understand they're an awful person, you don't vote for them because you can't trust them. If you trust somebody to have a conversation and meet in the middle, while you may disagree with them on some policies, it's still worth considering voting for them. And so this is why I have voted for both sides. And, you know, I have some stories as well where there are Republicans who I thought I disagreed with on so many issues. But I think of one story. I had ran for office and I was very young. I was a teenager, youngest in the state to do something like this. And I just remember I was sitting outside this big event, like these donors, they do these donor events. And I was supposed to go in and mingle with these people who were far older than me. Far more educated than me at that time. And I was very nervous. I remember sitting outside, it was freezing cold winter, and I was like, I'm going to leave. I can't go in. I can't do this. And then a Republican, I won't say her name, but I will always thank her for this. A Republican comes up. She's a Republican. I'm a Democrat. She knows very well who I am. I know very well who she is. She like grabs me by the hand and said, you know, honey, it's a little cold out here. Let's get you inside. Let me introduce you to some people, and we'll make you more comfortable here. I know it's tough being a first-time candidate. So she brings me in. She introduces me to people, and I'm like, this is the bridge. Like, we may not see eye to eye on policy. I'll note she was a more moderate Republican, but we don't see eye to eye on policy, and yet we can choose kindness in that moment. You know, and I think what sets the tone for there being so much hateful rhetoric in the society today is like, for everybody tuning in, the MAGA Republicans we spoke to today, for example, those are the worst of the worst. Those are the ones who feel so passionate about their hateful rhetoric that they felt justified to join this live stream and spew it in front of thousands of people. That is disgusting. And America is better than that. So don't feel hopeless when it comes to Republicans retaking their party. They are out there. They're more silent, but they're out there, and they'll be ready when Donald Trump goes down this November. We just got to help them out by ensuring Donald Trump doesn't become president.
Of course, how do you think it ends? I'm curious. Like,
when Donald Trump is,
party, I feel like two outcomes. Either one, it would be horrible if Donald Trump wins, then we go full fascist and really, really bad stuff happens. Right. But if they lose, do you think that there's going to be enough like removal of just the populist brain rot where they don't just, you know, try to reboot and redo it?
I mean this sincerely. If Donald Trump loses, he won't have any political authority whatsoever anymore. Especially after the midterms, Nikki Haley will assume the role of the new Republican Party. She will end up being their next candidate in 4 years. She will take over the entire situation. It will be her. She will be their person. If Trump wins, guys, this is why this is so important. This will never end, right? Because he will nominate 2 more Supreme Court justices. Because Clarence Thomas and Mr. Loser, whose name I won't mention, will both resign, and he will replace them. This will never end if Donald Trump becomes president, but if Donald Trump doesn't become president, it will end immediately. So we really do have a choice to make here. Do we want this to be over, or do we want this to be the rest of our lives?
Like, we got our one mulligan with how lucky did we get that he's just so woefully incompetent at being an authoritarian. Like, imagine if he was, like, even a little bit smart.
Right. Well, let's ask that question again after the election, because I'll if he loses, then we're lucky he was ignorant. If he wins, then he's ignorant, and now we're very unlucky because he's ignorant. But he's not going to win. We're doing too well, and it doesn't feel like 2016 this year. It feels like 2008. And I think that should.
I'm sorry, you got it.
Oh yeah, we're on the same page.
I've been hearing this go around a lot more, and I feel like it makes sense intuitively. Like in 2016, you had people who were like embarrassed to vote for Trump, and then you had the bump in compared to the polling. But now I feel like you have people who are just going to, I mean, hopefully, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of Republican wives who are going to stand up and actually vote in secret against their husbands, which would be really cool to see.
Yeah. Well, Dan, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. Take care. Best of luck. Congrats.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to do a couple more folks here. Let's go. I saw it. And where are we going? Hello, Danny. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. Are you voting for Kamala?
Hey, I've already done that.
Oh, you did? See, guys, this is what I'm saying. All the Kamala supporters, we have already voted. Like, guys, do y'all recognize that? That all the Kamala supporters are like, we already voted. And all the Trump supporters are like, when's the election again? Phenomenal.
Yes, Lord. I could never vote for such a vile POS. You know, and I don't hate
Prison inmate 090108.
Yeah, I don't hate Republicans, but he is way off the pale of what a Republican should be. Right. And I could vote for a Republican, but I could never vote for him. He is just so vile, and he wants to destroy the community, and he wants to destroy the U.S. It's all about him, and I can't help that his MAGA followers don't see that. Like, they're just so, like, gone with it.
Right.
So I'm really scared, though, is because I'm married to my husband. I love him more than anything. He is my soulmate. We've been married for 3 years. We just had our 3rd year anniversary and been together for 8 years. And the problem is that when I look at the polls, some polls show Kamala ahead by 4 or 5 points, and then they show Adam at a dead heat. So I don't know which one to believe.
Yeah.
But I know that I'm scared about it.
No,
and it's
feel
not
confident.
even because
Feel
of that,
scared.
you know.
I'm a numbers guy. And I'm sorry to cut you off. I really want to explain those.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm a numbers guy. I love numbers. I'm like ones and zeros. Programming, coding, it's all my thing. I love it. Stats, love it. I want to point out 2 parts with these polls we're seeing. Kamala was leading Donald Trump, for example, via the 538 forecast that contains the entire average as a whole by well over double digits just a month ago. There is no feasible, recognizable, reasonable way for Donald Trump to be able to close that gap. So I want to recognize that right off the bat, everybody.
Okay.
If that gap closes that quickly in that short of a time frame, something's funky. And something was funky. If you look at the polls that are being counted right now, there has been a flood of conservative funded polling. So we're talking dozens and dozens and dozens of new polls that come from Republican organizations. This would be like if the Democratic Governors Association funded polls. We're counting those polls towards the average, but that would be a Democratic funded poll. Democrats aren't funding the polls, though Republicans are. Many polls are not funded still, but we're talking dozens of Republican-funded polls, and that's what closed the gap so quickly. And they're doing that because they recognize if their candidate is so far behind in the polls, voters aren't going to show up. Why would a voter show up if they expect to lose? And so they're saying, well, maybe Kamala's supporters won't show up if they expect to lose. Let's try to get ahead in the polls. Let's fund these polls and get ahead. And this isn't also unusual. There are candidates on both sides of the aisle, guys, who have done this in the past. But to be clear, that is why the polls look so tight right now. And then also I want to recognize that the polls right now should be a reflection to that of 2022. You look at Pennsylvania, for example. Realistically, Kamala should be behind in the Pennsylvania polls, but she's ahead. She should be behind. but she's ahead because these polls typically favor Republicans. We look at John Fetterman as a best example in 2022. He was supposed to lose his race by 3 points. He won by 5. That is an absurd margin of error. That is absurd. That is an absurd error. There is no justification for that besides the polling companies favoring Republicans. And they admitted to that because they gave Republicans a 5-point edge just for funsies to ensure that they didn't repeat 2016. Josh Shapiro, he was going to win his race by 5 points. He won his gubernatorial campaign by 15. So like when Kamala's polls are tight here, expect she'll do better. And you know, this is why I think I feel so confident about it. And I understand that the numbers don't always equate to reality, but I love numbers. So I trust. I trust. I know she knows what she's doing.
Well, I enjoy watching you. I watch you probably twice a day, like when I'm at work and I watch you, because you kind of give me hope. And I think at the end of the day, I just have to wait and see how the polls go. I won't feel better until she actually wins. And it's not about her race. It's not about her sex, you know, her sexual identity or anything like that. It's about her being the better candidate. Mm-hmm. You know, and it really upsets me when like Trump supporters come in and they're like, well, what did Kamala do during this? Or what did Kamala do during this? It's like Kamala would have to stoop so low to be even in the realm of where Trump is right now. Like she would have to be a bottom feeder, and she's not going to do that. It's just not in her to go that low. So, but that doesn't resonate with everybody. But anyway, I appreciate you bringing me on. I want you to know that I watch you all the time. You give me lots of hope. I enjoy watching you because every time I watch you, it makes me feel better about the election. So thank you for bringing me on, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for coming up, and also know that you give me hope as well because I someday want what you have. So congratulations to you both as well on that anniversary. But thank you so much for coming up and saying hello. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, take care, Ben.
Have a good one. Folks, I think that we should do this more often. What do y'all think? Like after we do our live streams and we talk to MAGA Republicans and, you know, take out the trash a little bit, I think we talk to some good people like we are right now. What do you think? Should we start doing this daily? I feel like we should do this daily. Like a good, you know? Yeah. So we'll continue doing this daily going forward. We'll have conversations like a breath of fresh air. Because when you're talking to so many MAGA Republicans, it's like snorting sewer water, right? After you snort sewer water, you really ought to sniff a nice candle afterwards. So we'll keep snorting sewer water, and then we'll talk to some Democrats and cleanse our nose with a nice candle, I think. Folks, I think I apologize to everybody who's waiting in the guest request right now. I know you've been waiting some time. There are a lot of folks in there, like hundreds of folks in there. So I'm sorry that we are going to end it here for the night, but we are going to come back and continue doing these conversations, both with Trump supporters and again with Kamala supporters at the end of every live stream going forward. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you for your support, your love. Thank you to our mods today for keeping the comment section as a safe space. I appreciate you taking the time to help us build this community out. But other than that, I hope you all have a good night. We're going to end it here. It was good seeing y'all. Hi, MT. Have a good night, MT. And Becca, I saw you as well, my beautiful friend. Love you, Becca. Hope you're having a good night. I also saw Charcity as well. Hi, Charcity. How you doing? It's always good when I see familiar faces. I love you, folks. Glad that y'all are on. Either it's a good thing we're on this late or a really bad thing and we need to catch up on sleep. I need to go rewatch Kamala's rally, though, because I know that she just did. I don't know if she's still on. I got to look, but the rally with Beyonce, that looked really cool. I want to go see that performance, so I got to go watch that. Kamala's actually going to be back in Philadelphia this weekend as well. So will Obama and Bruce Springsteen, so it's going to be a big weekend in Pennsylvania. But anyhow, folks, see you later. I'm going to go watch that.